teams.
Yeah, and I think when you look to Bet Boom, I know they are a very strong looking team, but they've had some unfortunate results recently. They recently lost 2-0 to Ruby. They lost 2-0 to Cyberstroke fairly recently as well. The other losses are closer games against better opponents. I think that's safe to say. But yeah, we're going to be heading into the action now on map number 1. It is Nuke. It is the pick of Bet Boom. And obviously, Charlie, both these teams, they have got a lot to play for here because grand final spot on the line. And I think we do understand for Spirit Academy, if they best Bet Boom here, what a statement it would be.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Pissed around. Bet Boom on the CT side. Actually, on the T side, I apologise. It's Spirit Academy on the T, and Magni, yes, finding a double with Siren chiming in nice and early, getting up in the face of the Spirit Academy players with these Glocks and just being ruthless. Rossi gets stinked as well. Surprised to see Sophic in the server again, isn't it? Obviously, we went through that period, Fred, where Sophic was standing a lot for these guys, but it's been probably about 2 months now since we've actually seen him play, I want to say, with Spirit Academy. We saw, obviously, this side in the Proving Grounds, and they did play with the 2 players that you mentioned earlier. But yeah, surprising to see Sophic back on the server. Obviously, one positive is Spirit Academy didn't actually feel that bad when their coach standing in for a long period of time. They still look pretty solid.
It was a weird one. It seemed like Sophic, the start of every game, he actually played really well, which is always a bit of an odd one. I think you just give him the first 10 rounds, he plays quite well. Charlie, he top fragged against TNL. How is Sophic top performing against one of the best online teams at the moment? He's a coach. I believe he was AWPing as well. I think we're going to be seeing him on the AWP here today, which is a bit of a weird one because in his kind of career, he was never an AWPer. He was always a rifler. This was something that we mentioned countless times, didn't we? It's weird how Sophic he's kind of forced into playing, but he's playing with an AWP. Nice shot from Robbo here. Sophic, oh, he's 2 HP. He needs to be cautious. Sypho boosted up. Diledes will get taken down. Boomich with the trade though. So, although a 3 versus 4, Rossi just needs to stay alive, and it's good information that.
Yeah, fair bit of damage dealt to certain players. Just how easily can Bet Boom find these kills, and you look there, Siren getting tagged down even by the 2 HP Sophic. Mokujin has been spotted. He's the biggest danger man for me. Well, HP, great position with the 5-7, but he does get found. Sophic, scout, and a Robbo on the flank. Sophic goes down. So much damage being dealt to Boomich and Siren, and Robbo will be able to capitalise on one of them, but Artfrost, the healthy player, is ready for the trade. So it's a little bit shaky there at times for Bet Boom, but once you're in that 3 versus 4, I think they play pretty well.
Yeah, it was nice that. Obviously, a lot of damage was dealt to Boomich, but that is that 2-0 start now for Bet Boom, and they can look to build off that. They can look to expand off it. That's the really key thing.
It should be that 3-0 start from Bet Boom here on this T side. We saw how big a helping hand a very good start to the T side was for Sinners yesterday. If you remember, they led 5-0 or maybe 5-1, I believe it was. They only ended up actually getting a 6-6 scoreline at the half. They obviously made a couple of mistakes to sort of deny them funding anything more, but that 6-6 scoreline sort of was enough for them. They were able to move on to the stronger side, the CT side, with a neutral playing field and still have a very good time there. So it'd be interesting how these 2 teams fare today.
Yeah, you'd assume that there'd be quite a lot of success for Bet Boom if they can get a 6 on their T side. Especially with actually how heavily Bet Boom favour that CT side. It is safe to say that both these teams, they do very much favour defensive rather than offensive.
I mean, you're rarely going to find a team that favour the T side unless they're not particularly great at Nuke. Well, this is a very clean one here, not even a point of damage dealt to anyone on Bet Boom. Robbo, a couple of kills would be great, but impossible. Let's get a tag on to Magni Sadi, not the headshot. So a 3-0 start, and the Mize looking pretty nice now for BetBoom. We still got Leathers on an MP7. Frost. Is he asking for that AWP? No, there is just an AK down.
Speaking of AWPs, though, Sophic does have one in hand now.
Yeah, it was a strange period for Spirit Academy. Seeing Sophic AWP. Seeing him out-AWP. Many actually very solid AWPers in their own right. He had some very good games, to be fair. But the worry for me is Sophic kind of was in that period where it felt like we knew they were going to play. He was going to play with Spirit Academy for a little while. So it felt like he constantly had that experience from playing again. It has been a few months, and I'm sure he could play Face It with the team. A lot of coaches do something like that. But it's just how ready is he going to be for today? Was this something they had in the works for a while, or was this sort of a decision just a couple of hours before the game or something?
Honestly, Charlie, we saw it in the graphic. It wasn't kind of on HLTV or anything like that. Usually HLTV gets it as early as possible. But yeah, honestly, to me, it feels like it happened in the moment. Obviously, wouldn't have been as in the moment as I'd say, but it's not as though we got this information early.
Agniez will find one. Sorry, has one of his own. Trade comes through from Robbo.
So we got word that it's internet issues that couldn't be resolved in time.
Oh, it was very sudden then. Yeah, it would have
exactly. Been... We just got word that Kiriasu might be able to join back in the second, depending on whether he can get his internet back up, or if they get to the third. It will just be dependent for Kiriasu, which is always such a tough way to start your series. It's just getting hit with internet's down, I can't do anything about it. Coach, you're going to have to step in.
Particularly when you're up against BetBoom as well. No easy task.
You need everything going your way. Robbo. Don't get much going his way here.
Magni is looking unreal this game so far. Just want to take every gunfight. Same with Siren, to be honest. I mean, he hasn't found as many openers, but either way, so far, I said that we've seen a bit of a lull in form for some of the BetBoom guys. You wouldn't believe it if you watched this game. At least the start of this one. Still very early on.
Interesting as well. I didn't really get the chance to say it, and thankfully I didn't, because I'd look very foolish, but I really wanted to say I haven't seen that Magniez. I haven't seen that kind of level of player in quite some time. So very, very happy that he's playing this well. But obviously, when he was back on Spirit Academy, I think that's where Magniez obviously had a real rise in kind of form and performance. And I think maybe, I don't know, maybe there's that slight thing of, when I'm playing against my old team, I really want to step up. I want to show that, show my worth. But yeah, I haven't seen a game like this from Magniez in quite some time.
I mean, obviously, we had the period in time sort of before he was on this BetBoom roster. We've sort of standed in for a few teams, to be honest. I think he was actually standing in for BetBoom before. But yeah, it was standing in. And I remember you did see, okay, wow, he is still here. He certainly can still have these unreal moments, but yeah, we are finally getting to see the best of him again. Which is exactly what we do want to see, because yeah, this guy has so much talent when he's feeling it. Man advantage again. This time it's Deledes. In fact, no, this one Boom it's to find.
See, man advantage is something that BetBoom have been really good at. The opening frags, opening kill department, they've been brilliant. This is just a half buy here from Spirit Academy. In these half buys, when you've got some MP9s, you've got a rifle, a scout, you expect more than just losing the B-bomb site. We've seen better and more compelling and competitive rounds with just 5.7s in play. Especially on a map like Nuke, I feel like when you've got those MP9s, you've got to look to crunch in, you've got to look to play a bit more together. We didn't really see that, did we, in this round?
Yeah, not all too much. And we are going to see Spirit Academy going for a save. I don't hate it. It's not awful of a decision. You do have one M4 in play, but equally you're also sort of thinking, Do you really want to be playing with 2 MP9s in the next round? There is an AK that can be retrieved. No one's going to dare make the cross to it. In fact, Sotvik will. The man without fit. But the other CTs aren't. So, yeah, you've still got Mokujin with an MP9. I suppose the others did go down, so these can be upgraded. It's a 5-0 start here for BetBoom. Very promising stuff for them. And the biggest issue for me is they're not really looking like they're slowing down whatsoever. Rossi and Mokujin, not a single kill yet. And obviously, Mokujin, sort of since the absence and the loss of players like Kayusuke, like Okaren, he felt like he's been the man to step up and sort of take that mantle as one of the top performers on this team now.
Charlie, a quick question. Does the current state of this game, does it feel like a semi-final? Because to me, it doesn't. It feels like BetBoom are just absolutely dominating. And look, we understand that it's always going to be difficult when you're kind of forced to play with the coach early on, and obviously that being a very kind of last-minute scenario, never fun. But right now, BetBoom are playing with a level of threat that Spirit Academy, they're just not ready for, are they?
Yeah, I mean, not particularly, but this is what BetBoom have always had. Don't get me wrong, the round of 16 and the quarter finals for BetBoom probably weren't this comfortable. But we've always known BetBoom can just go into a game and absolutely humiliate any roster. It's man advantage here for Spirit Academy. There's not been too many of those. Cypher has been kept at bay. Sotvik Sword will find his second of the round. Which gets one for free there on Cypher.
Yeah, still a very winnable round here for BetBoom. There's a defuse kit in play for Karosi. Nice find there from Robbo. 1 versus 3 for Magniez. The position out Magniez is good. This is obviously where the CTs were just at. Holding for Robbo. Magniez. Timing looks off, so Robbo gets the kill. First round on the board here for Spirit Academy.
Yeah, and you've got to give a big sort of thumbs up and a thank you to Sotvik. A couple of kills that he ended up finding made a big difference to that round. It kept things always in favour of Spirit Academy. And obviously he was the player to find the opening kill, and there's not been too many of those for Spirit Academy, so important for the coach to be the one to find that impact there. But it is just hopefully biding time for your Mokujins to step up. Cypher as well.
Yeah, it always felt like Sotvik, he was able to find decent success in the early portion of rounds and the early portion of games, and then by then other players would have stepped up, and that was something that was a real asset to when he was standing in for this team before, and I hope we do see a continuance of that.
He's taken outside, needed a smoke, Sotvik will spot, but Magni is so quick with a headshot. Takes out the AWP for Spirit Academy. Robo could retrieve this weapon if he wants to, but he's just playing deep garage. And we'll catch up Magni as he tries to cross through the smoke. Cypher alone towards ramp. Can't find the first. The letters. The headshot comes through. Art Frost holding towards lobby. Well done here from BetBoom. Knowing that this pressure towards ramp is going to cause someone to look towards the vents. Art Frost posted deep in lobby. And the final 2 Spirit Academy players left without much choice but just to save again. So the round that we see in the last from Spirit Academy is just a bit of a flash in the pan. But back to BetBoom looking dominant here, and that will be 6 at the half found at minimum.
Yeah, obviously BetBoom finding 6 is so key for the T side. We mentioned how when we saw that 6 for Sinners on their T side, it was effectively a clean sweep towards the end. Yet here, this is a very impressive performance out of BetBoom so far.
And luckily, still got to buy 4 Spirit Academy out. I mean, loss bonus is always going to be high for them if things continue to go this way. With a couple of weapons being saved as well, no real issues. Got a solid amount of money in the reserve, but we need to see more than just the ability to keep on buying weapons. We need to start to see some level of form. Obviously, you highlighted a bit earlier in this game when we saw this veto that you probably were leaning quite heavily towards BetBoom. I think we always knew Nuke was going to be a very positive one. Spirit Academy aren't bad at this map, but it's been quite a difference in terms of form. It's been recent form that's been a bit of an issue for Spirit Academy here. The last 8 games, just won 2 of them. And obviously BetBoom, I mean, we know what this sides are like. They've been on some really good form on this map. They did lose their most recent game, but apart from that, it's mainly been smooth sailing.
Yeah, no, BetBoom, they're a very strong team on Nuke. I think they're a pretty strong team on the majority of maps they play. Just quite fortunate that their opponents in a similar kind of mindset. Great setup towards ramp, though. But a similar kind of mindset about overpass.
It's been a really solid rotation there from Saltfig. I mean, if Cypher gets taken down, I do imagine Saltfig probably could come in for a peek, and then we'll see the util to force him back. But it's the fact that Cypher is able to find a double and Saltfig rotate. And this round's still not done. Magniez is aware and does find it's a 2-on-2. It is a man advantage for BetBoom.
This was a 2 versus 5 scenario.
Time is ticking, though.
There's the bomb dropping. And there's nothing the Siren can do. Mockajin just needs to stay tucked. We'll take him down after time as well. Spirit Academy. They do still win the round, but it should have been far more dominant, far more convincing. And the issue is the money for Spirit Academy is not going to be impeccable. That's a bit of a slip up there. And that's a safe to say. Such an error. Such an unnecessary error.
Yeah, obviously time was low. BetBoom felt like they had to rush to just get that bomb down. Luckily for Spirit Academy, Mockajin's position was good enough, but you should never have been getting that close. Not in such a promising position. Seeing BetBoom look to abuse towards ramp a lot. Now in this one, changing their minds and heading towards outside. We saw what Slifoed in the last, and like BetBoom realised, okay, let's throw a bit of a spanner into the works here. Oh, we're going to see some high aggression. Siren is holding for this, just with a Galil in hand. Instantly found by Mockajin. Frost nearby as well. Can't instantly get this trade
Great
back.
position.
It's not onto Mockajin, but it's onto the backup that was with him.
Just the positioning there alone, and they'll hear the tick in the molly there for Mockajin. He takes even more damage. Caught off guard, Magniez can find. Sophic still sat patiently at the back of the bomb site. There's not really much that can be done.
I mean, what a big round from Arfrost there. Just that sort of short amount of moment. Finding Kurosi on the fullback. And then dropping the Molotov as well. And it's at the same time BetBoom looked to push towards main. So Mockajin's on no sort of safe haven. Normally, if he spots a few players out and doesn't want to take the fight, he can slip into hut. But the Molotov's just being down. He just feels so exposed. Has to try to take a fight. Being tagged down. That's an easy kill for BetBoom to secure. That will be the half one now.
7 being found, pretty ridiculous on the T side. I think currently with 7, we've just got to be under the impression and under the assumption that BetBoom should take this map. Anything other than that would be pretty ridiculous, especially with how heavily they favour that CT side. Spirit Academy at best, Charlie, at best, they can find 5 rounds here. Just not enough. But this is the issue with not only facing against a team like BetBoom, but also facing against a team like BetBoom when you've got your coach standing in. Not the ideal. Sometimes it is just how it goes, and for Spirit Academy, they're going to try and make the best of this situation, but it's not the impression or the eventuality they'd be hoping for. Very unfortunate.
And that's the thing, it wasn't long ago that this was considered the most CT-sided favoured map in the pool. So you're going to be expecting the CTs can do a lot of work. Nice find there from Magnet. He has him just to back away to join his teammates through the smoke as well. Brings it back to this 3-on-3 with plenty of time on the clock. Got Vic under pressure with the orb. Can find. Nice get on the jump in Magnez.
Yeah, that's not bad. Cypher and Robbo. The two of the core members that remain from this Spirit Academy side. Currently split, but at Boom they can still kind of go anywhere as Under Heaven is open. Cypher's in a good position. The T's are split for some reason, and with that being the bomb, Cypher's able to get two. I don't know why they don't just go shoulder to shoulder. We've seen that a few times out of Bet Boom, and this time it has been capitalised on.
Yeah, nice double there from Zypho. Able just to confirm that one. Finally, money is looking weak now for Bet Boom, so this could actually be a really good opportunity for Spirit Academy to look a little more competitive on this map. Potentially even look to find 5, and although sure the half beam on from Bet Boom is still gonna make this a pretty difficult game for Spirit Academy, at least if you find 5 it's not gonna be impossible. Difficult certainly, but within the grasp, Robbo spots a freebie, will find quick trade from Deledes, but already we saw a kill found from Cypher elsewhere, so it is still man advantage for Spirit Academy, and Cypher's quick to rotate down.
Yeah, Spirit Academy, they need to confirm these man advantage scenarios though, don't they?
Cypher's probably only actually had about 3 rounds worth of kills, but every single one of them have been multi-kills.
Yeah, he's had a lot of impact throughout this game.
Boomich is in. It's 1 versus 2 now. There is no one down onto this lower site for Spirit Academy. There's no util for Boomich to play with either, so even if he gets this bomb down, still got this player in second vents, I believe it is, for Rossi. Solfix made his way down towards Secret, but the bomb can still get planted for Boomich. Finally will make that decision, just going for the tap actually. Another tap as well. It's just buying more time for these CTs to rotate in. We can see the kill on the vents player, which we're not going to. Could have actually seen a way where we could have slipped up towards the A-bomb site, but yeah, I'm so paranoid about someone rotating down after Cypho finds that double.
It was still such minimal time that I honestly don't even think that would have been, even if he gets the kill on the vent player, I think it would have still been a very, very difficult difficult round. Anyway, I think time would have been the big issue there for Boomich, but this game's still a very impressive one for Bet Boom, but even after a couple rounds lost in a row, they feel they need to talk things through. Obviously, Bet Boom, not only do they have such ability, but they also have a really, really great understanding and a lot of maturity about them. That's something that we do know about this Bet Boom roster, don't we?
Yeah, without a doubt. But that is going to make this game look a little bit closer now.
The thing is, that's what it is. It looks a bit closer. It doesn't feel a bit closer, though, does it? Bet Boom. It feels like they should be the team to take this every day of the week.
I mean, they certainly have found themselves in a very good position, but equally for Spirit Academy, seen Mokjin, seen Cypho start to have a few more big rounds as of late. Both these players were 0 kills not too long ago, but it's just a Tech 9 hit. It's nothing fancy. It's things you practice in the scrims, and it works out perfectly for Bet Boom. 3-man advantage. You couldn't ask for anything more. Smoke down as well. Sophic just going to throw caution to the wind and will make his way through, but it's now Cypho in a 1 versus 4. Bet Boom with 8, and yeah, it certainly is a halftime score you would sort of wish the CTs would have found, and it'd still make this game look pretty competitive, but the fact is Bet Boom on this T side just shows how lethal this roster is when they are on form. And I think every time I watch Bet Boom, every time I talk about Bet Boom, I'm always thinking of this type of Bet Boom. Not the ones that sort of just squeak out a victory over a lesser team. Because look, that can happen. You can always drop a map, you can always drop some rounds, but it's always the fact that this is what we know BetBoom can do reasonably regularly. That makes them such a scary team. It's not just the occasional team having a one-off dominant victory. It's BetBoom can do this against some of the best in this tier 2 scene.
Massively so. We know this BetBoom roster. We've seen them in countless events. I feel like probably watched more BetBoom than many other people. I feel like we're always here to see them play. But yeah, around like that, it just goes to show kind of the level that they've got going. It's just around that realistically Spirit Academy, they should have found their 5th there. We could be talking about how a pistol round could change the game. No. Because BetBoom take it. Again, that is just the brilliance of what BetBoom do have.
Remote does still have quite a lot of time to work with here. Does have the bomb on his back. Boomich is now watching towards ramp. Info gained. We can see Robbo make his way down towards his lower site. Whether we'll get bombed down is a different question.
Obviously, if this pistol goes the way of BetBoom, and that's what it seems it will do, it puts Spirit Academy in such an kind of an awkward spot, doesn't it?
Yeah, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. They've got to make the decision. Do you go for the force buy? Do you go for the eco? You're already pretty heavily down. And it feels like there's never really a right position once you're in this spot. You understand why teams want to go for the force buy, see if they can quickly sort of put the pressure onto BetBoom again, see if they can start a force buy war, where if they can win it, we can probably see Spirit Academy find 7. And you can see a 7-9 scoreline and things are looking a bit more respectable there. But equally, you also understand Spirit Academy just want to play with the weapons in play. So they will just take the hit. The eco, not anything invested whatsoever, no util of the sort, and it's Delede's tasked with holding ramp. A lot of bodies coming his way. The M4 spray isn't great. He's done a lot of damage though, and Arthros can rotate in and try to support. Even more damage is dealt to Deledes. But he will just say he tucked it.
And we obviously with Arthros in a good position. Deledes has got coverage. No one can actually take him down, and Arthros, nice frags there.
The Deledes was looking quite vocal there on the camera. I'm curious what he was saying. Because, I mean, look, we've seen Deledes on in many different events, many different iterations of, or sorry, not many iterations of this team as much, but obviously many different lineups as well. And he's a player that I wouldn't be surprised if would want to swing, even when he's low HP, into those Glocks. And feels like Boomich maybe taught him a few things and say, just let's not give up these weapons. There's no need to.
I still feel like sometimes though you've got to let a player be who they are, right? Let them play how they want, because there's a reason you picked up Deledes. It's not to mold him into the player you want him to be. It's the talents that he's already got. But I think sometimes those ecos, those half buys can get a little bit out of hand. But BetBoom, they are now 3 rounds away from taking this first map and creating some interesting problems.
And his opening kill from the man himself as well. Rosie's had a tough time here, 2-11. Mokujin and Sypho both had a really poor start, but they have been able to bring themselves back into things slightly. Angriez will clear. Does get traded out quickly by Robbo though. But it is still this man advantage thanks to Magniez at least finding 1.
It's from Robbo here. Important pick back. Timing on this nade going to be important for Siren. Great find from Siren. Robbo has been chipped away at by said HE grenade.
They do know Siren is here towards A. I don't mind this. The fake steps, and it tries to bait something in. It works out well, but Siren just gets a glimpse of the coach beforehand, and Robbo, despite a brilliant round from him, 3 kills found, he will just have to back away as there's still 2 survivors and not enough time to play with.
It's 11 from BetBoom. Charlie, this is a very dominant looking game, and I don't think it's map dependent, is it? It doesn't feel map dependent.
I mean, we are certainly hoping for a bit of a closer affair on Ancient. I think that goes without saying. But Nuke so far, statistically, we do know that BetBoom have been the better team as of late on this map. Spirit Academy haven't been, like I said, they haven't been on great form on this recently. What did I say? 2 out of 8 games won. It's not great for a team like Spirit Academy, where we know the great work that they can do. But Ancient has certainly been a more competitive map. So hopefully when we do get there, we will be able to see signs, because this one does feel like it could be a pretty swift finish.
Definitely feels like the game could be over shortly, which is always such a terrifying thing to say.
And a kill found from Magniez and a lot of damage to Kurosi. Alfros will find one onto Sypho.
This is just kind of like a heavy half bite, so wouldn't be that worried if I were Spirit Academy, but that's now 12.
I mean, but this is the thing, you say you're not worried. Well, one, obviously, you're not speaking in the context of the game, but even in the round, it's the fact that BetBoom were able to win it so comfortably. It does just show where they're at. Even the full eco that you saw, where Delete is just remaining tucked. Rounds like this give sort of teams an option just to try to break the money slightly, try to see if they can damage the economy. But BetBoom winning those rounds so comfortably. They're so sort of loaded in terms of cash that Spirit Academy even can entertain the idea of a comeback. It's going to take them a fair few rounds just to reset this economy. They could be up against constant weapons of BetBoom. It just shows that, I mean, right now, early days here into this semi-final, they're bringing a level of heat that Spirit Academy just can't match right now.
Charlie, we're 30 minutes into the series and we're already looking as though the completion of map 1. It's been a very quick one. And it's because BetBoom, they don't shy away from a fight. They don't run down the time all too often on this CT side. They look to play aggressive. Not to say they're not disciplined, but they love the fight. Oh, I thought that kill was... well, it doesn't matter. Deledes has just found 3 kills and Artfrost chimes in. It's a 1v5 for Kurosi. This one is done. It is going to end in a 13-4 fashion, unless if Kurosi can win a 1v5 and he only gets the 1. What has just happened there? Deledes, the triple there towards ramp. Already, Charlie, first map finished here. What a ridiculous turn of events. Don't get me wrong, we favoured BetBoom going into this game, but I expected better out of Spirit Academy to only get 4 rounds there. Look, I know they're playing with their coach. I know they're going to be in a bit of a difficult scenario with that, but it's got to be said. More needs to be seen, but this man on your screen, Magniez, what a game he had. He just completely took control of it, made things so difficult, obviously, for Spirit Academy. And I think it's a tough one because all of the Spirit Academy, the coach, the management, the analysts would have gone, yeah, that was one of ours. At least he's progressing. At least he's having kind of a positive kind of future with his career. Obviously, Magniez starting on Spirit, or an early team for his career being Spirit Academy. But what a game there. BetBoom, very dominant. Now we're going to be moving to map 2. But Charlie, thoughts before we head to Ancient?
Yeah, I suppose one
what a performance out of Bet Boom. Charlie, anything to note, anything to change when it comes to Spirit Academy? What do you think they need to do differently if they want a chance to win Ancient?
I mean, probably a lot, to be honest. I think the scariest thing for me is when you look at the T side of Bet Boom. Was it a good T-side? Yes, but was it particularly intricate where their players flanking heaven at the same time we're seeing this happen while this is happening? Not really. They're just taking space and winning their gunfights while doing so. The rounds that we started to see Spirit Academy win were when players like Cypher were able to stop the ramp being taken so freely, when Mokujin was able to chime in. Moments like this, and I felt like we had a couple of players a little slow to start. Kurosi as well, sadly, never really got to sort of get going towards the end. And I see even that, Mokujin only finished on 6 kills. We had everyone on the team single digits, bar Robbo, who was 13 and 12. He had some solid enough moments, but it was just, players like Magniez, who was so good at opening up space alongside Siren. And it was a bit worrying in terms of that regard. I'm hoping we don't get to see Bet Boom have that much real estate and space that they can take for free just by winning a couple of gunfights. I don't think they're going to, or be able to, on a map like Ancient. They will have to play it differently. But I also do want to see, hopefully, just a bit more of a competitive game from Spirit Academy.
Yeah, obviously for Kurosi, he's played 34 matches on HLTV, that being his worst. Obviously a very dominant loss against Bet Boom, but didn't really play very well. 3 kills, very, very tough one for Kurosi. Mokujin, not his best performance either. Obviously, he's got 300 games on HLTV, and that was in his bottom 5. So, potentially, both Mokujin and Kurosi would want better performances individually to gain a bit more confidence and maybe just feel a little bit better about themselves, because it wasn't that performance, was it? We needed to see a lot more. And now into the action here on Ancient. Let's see if we do find, and we do see a lot more here.
This is something that I've feared for it slightly, is obviously we knew that Spirit Academy had lost a player due to internet, so we had Sotfik stand in for them. And we knew there was a good chance they could be back for map number 2 or 3. But probably how swift that map number 1 was, we still do have Sotfik in the server.
Yeah, tough one. Sotfik. It's not going to be their full 5 here. Nice double from Magniez, and he finds a third. Magniez.
I'm so confused whether this is live or not.
Yeah, I do think it's live. Why wouldn't it be?
Well, players are jumping around and spawning. We just seen it team kill as well, 100-0. This is a strange spot that we're finding ourselves in, and no one's obviously on this bomb site. Sure. I'm pretty sure we're not live.
You'd hope so.
Because this certainly would be.
Pretend we are, though. Nice clutch from Mokujin. Wins the
1v4.
That's it.
And we are straight into a take pause.
Well, look. If Deledes and Siren want to save the Kevlar, I get it.
And there we go. Yeah, I did think that looked like a very strange round from both teams if that wasn't actually live. Or if that was actually live, I should say. But we are going to be counting down, and we are going into the actual round number 1 now. A couple of sets of Julies out for Magniez and Siren. I'm not sure what was invested around this. Boomich has no money. Has he dropped a flash somewhere? Because where's that other $200 gone? He's still over towards A, Spirit Academy. Just a hit onto this A bomb site. Sorry, can't find one. The kills from Sotfik are great. He's the one given the responsibility of the P250, and he does deliver.
Nice there from Sotfik. Just posted up here. Great again. He's able to find a third. Excellent pistol, and this is where Bet Boom will be hoping. Oh, is this one not live as well? Can we pretend that this isn't the game?
I mean, this is all just the coach winning gunfights.
Yeah, I love it. I'm all for it.
So I think he's on for the ace. won't be able to get it. Boomits does remove that as an option, but 4K from Sophic, given the P250, I mean, that is just shocking. You've got players like Mokujin on your roster. You've got Saifo, Hiroshi, and Sopvic's the one being given the P250. And he finds the success with it. 4 kills found, damage onto the final one as well. Does eventually get the assist for that, but certainly the start you want if you're Spirit Academy, and a good way to rectify some of the issues that you had last map.
Spirit Academy, you're going to be very happy for that pistol there from Sophic. I keep seeing rounds like this and games like this from Sophic, and I go, does he not want to get back into playing?
I mean, there's certainly are glimpses, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah. You can certainly see you definitely don't lose even if you've been out for a little while. Yeah, it's just a USP. Does some decent damage to Sophic, but unfortunately for him, Mokujin will find. Rosie gets one, Boomit swinging, can't connect the bullet needed to kill. Some really good damage that will hit to the Spirit Academy players. It's only Mokujin with any substantial health. So I'll bet Boom actually going to be able to find any of them. This is the answer. A couple of kills come through.
Yeah, this really needs... Honestly, for Spirit Academy, they can't be allowing little moments like this. They can't be giving up too many fights. And you have 3 survivors, and the rifles are retrieved. Okay, it's not the end of the world.
I mean, they could have got a lot of dicier there. Unfortunate how much damage was dealt, and just a lot of it not able to be capitalized upon. There's still a couple of kills for BetBoom. It was just an eco. There's not a huge amount you can expect from around like that anyway. A couple of kills feels like the sort of standard that you're going to be looking at, but we do have the M4s being purchased now for BetBoom. Spirit Academy will take middle, not probably as cleanly as they would have liked. The flashbangs keep them at bay in the smokes for a little while. But luckily for them, BetBoom don't look to fight it too heavy-handedly.
Nice from Robbo there, finding through the smoke. Magniez falling. Obviously, Magniez, he had such a good game on map 1, and as a cave player, when you can have that level of impact, when you can have that level of brilliance, it's so necessary. But first 4x versus 4x has not worked out well. Great trade from Mokujin here. 2 versus 4. Spirit Academy, this is looking really good.
And this is the change that we needed. Look, this is why I didn't think things would be all said and done, even after we did see a dominant performance on Nuke. Because although this Spirit Academy team, in comparison to some of the experience that some of these BetBoom players do have, it's not a huge amount in the grand scheme of things, but they do have a lot of resilience to be able to bounce back here. Something's in a great position, finds the first. We'll take down the second as well. Another big round from Sophic just to confirm things going Spirit Academy's way after things get a little close for comfort there towards the end. And already, you've got sort of Sophic 2 kills away from what he had in the entirety of Nuke. Mokujin 1 kill away from what he had on Nuke as well, similar to Kuroshi as well. It just shows like how bleak that performance was from some of the individuals of their Spirit side on map number 1, but very quickly they've been able to turn it down and just sort of bring themselves back into this series now. And now if you are sort of a fan of Spirit Academy, you certainly can believe that. Look, it's still very early on Ancient, but there is a third and final map waiting.
What? That is crazy. 2 kills through the smoke there. I know it was the nade, but great shot from Saifo. Spirit Academy. We always ask what's been said in the kind of break time between these 2 maps. I don't think anything was said to Spirit Academy apart from let's get in the aimbots, let's get in the DM server, because the reason Nuke was so one-sided for BetBoom is we just weren't hitting heads, we weren't hitting shots. Yet now, Spirit Academy, they've looked so persuasive in the frag department.
Guns out again, second bar round for Bedboom. Got the AWP on Artfrost this time as well. The spam from Boomich is good enough to find one. Somehow finds Karosi as well. While fully blinded, and that's a big change now. We're seeing Bedboom actually be able to and look to fight towards middle. Slightly more intent. Obviously, they want a fair amount of util to do so, so perhaps why we didn't see it in their first gun round. Boomich's double gives a huge lead to Bedboom in this one, and things stand. This should be Bedboom finding their first weapon round on this CT side, but Sypho scores a time in, takes a lot of damage for it, but does find the letters.
Obviously, Magni has nice find back. Make it this 4 versus 2. Puts him in such a good spot. And Siren again. Siren, we've said, look, how much does he need to find? He's always going to be playing kind of second and... Oh, I say second. He's going to be playing fourth to Artfrost, Ledes, and Magniez. It'd be nice to have Siren popping off in this game. I know he's only got 3 frags. The whole team's sat kind of on 3 apart from Magniez. I think currently Bedboom... We know when it comes to Ancient, they've got pretty similar win rates on both the CT and T side. But I think they can understand, they will have looked at their opponent's stats. Spirit Academy are very much a CT favoured side here on Ancient. So I think Bedboom can realise how much they not only need to kind of come back in this game and continue to win full buy versus full buys, but also after the performance on map 1, I think we expect Bedboom to take this in a 2-0 fashion. At least that's my expectation. Great from Karosi that Magniez will get the trade. This is 3v3, but Siren's been chipped away at.
Well, Cypher in the meantime is taking all this space out towards A, so Sophic will rotate in. Needed the smoke for the AWP of Artfrost, but Sophic's not hanging around towards A main. He's already pushed out. We'll take the 1v1 onto the donut play. It's a low HP Siren, but still able to out-the-gun Sophic on this occasion.
Look at the positioning of Magniez. Oh, they're gonna head towards B. Oh, this is so unfortunate for
one
Magniez.
positive is Magniez can confirm, okay, the A bomb site is clear. So you can easily rotate off now. There's no need for you to stick around. And Artfrost wanting it, take a more advanced angle rather than just playing further back. So we'll take the peek into cave, time in for him. Why is he going to be there? He looks towards ramp instead.
I hate this. He's in the most one-for-one position in the world now because they're going from cave. If he peeked into cave, it's brilliant, but make their way out onto the bomb site now. They're going to be going silently. Artfrost. This is scary. They're going to be peeking into CT. Look at Artfrost. He's towards top ramp. There we go. They've seen the util drop on Artfrost. He's able to find one and back away. Robber's now in a 1 versus 2. What a crazy and chaotic, not chaotic, but what a weird way for the round to kind of fall. Bomb's gone down now. Magniez just going to be backing away. I'd love to see Magniez fully repositioned towards cave, but obviously won't go for that. Robbo trying to isolate these fights. Magniez is a little slow on his approach. Steps being made from Artfrost. Magniez going to be clearing. Positioning for Robbo looks good. And Robbo's able to get himself away there. It's a full 10-second stick, though. Robbo's going to be spamming into the smoke. A lot of damage dealt onto the Glock now. Trying to find him and is successful there. Again, though, Magniez, I think he just takes too much time towards CT. It would have been more effective if you're going to wait that long. It would have been more effective for him to run all the way around and double up with his teammate.
I mean, that's the thing. I don't think there's an issue, but when you don't have a kit, there is.
I think if you tap the bomb there and play, if he just waited on the edge of the smoke, he would have easily found Robbo. And there was so much time remaining. There was still like 20-odd seconds. It's not as though he had to get on the bomb there and then.
I mean, I think there was a lot less time than I think he sort of didn't have much choice, but that's the issue. He took too long, and when you don't have a defuse kit, you're putting yourself in a spot where you're at the mercy of your opponent in terms of how they play that. And if you tap the bomb and Robbo didn't peek for 4 seconds, I mean, that round's done.
Still, though, I think if you're going to be super disciplined towards CT, it would have just been better for them to go shoulder to shoulder, just double up. Magni is instantly running through Red Room, going to cave, and then at least you're close enough. But yeah, Robbo, he's the first to fall in this round, but he obviously played the clutch really nicely. The Ledes. Sophic, he just got posted up towards this angle, but didn't see anyone. Art Frost. Nice shot from Art Frost. No trade attempt either, but Mokajin can find Magniez. I mean, the nade looks good. Mokajin. An awkward way to take that fight, but is successful. Siren. He's here in Donut. Boomich towards A main. Nice find from Siren. It leaves Sophic in a 1 versus 3. Just going to look to plant in the smoke. See how Sophic plays this one. He's taking the heads-up fight to Deledes. Sophic gets the first. Reposition out of Sophic. Drops a smoke on the bomb. Sophic 1v3 gone down to the 1v2. Oh, I love the reposition out of Sophic. Spots on the edge of the smoke. Gets the first, not the second, though. Important trade from Boomich. Boomich have a kit?
I don't think so. We'll still have time for it, but it does get a little bit scary.
Yeah, he's still got, what, 2 seconds, 3 seconds maybe, but bit of a risk. I think that's a safe assumption.
But like even a 1 versus 3 there for Sophic, he's able to bring it down to the 1v1.
He's the coach, Charlie. He shouldn't be able to bring it down to the 1v1. Nice attempt there from Sophic, obviously. It's given BetBoom their second round, but money's not great for either team. Attack pause in play now for BetBoom. Obviously, Spirit Academy, they need to find Ancient here if they want a chance of the series, and obviously it'll push to Dust 2 as the decider.
Now that Dust 2 could be a very exciting one between both these teams here. But in a map that is so important for Spirit Academy, they can't unrelent here. But you can see, even despite how close that round's become, just due to the last two being a bit back and forth, money's not great for Spirit Academy here, and the only player with an AK has been tipped down to 5 points of health, so we'll drop that over to Kurosi.
Yeah, fortunately Kurosi does have Kevlar here, so not going to be the biggest of issues. But yeah, bit of an unfortunate start to the round. I think that's safe to say.
This is an easy cleanup. That one AK not able to find anything. So for his Glock build though. And Robbo in a 1v1 with Boomich in the middle, but Boomich is actually happy to back away. He's got this information. Knows that Siren will be peeking soon. And 7 points of health on Robbo. Boomich finds them both. The wallbang is what takes down Robbo. So 3 rounds now found from BetBoom. 3 of the last 4 going their way. After that 5-0 start with Spirit Academy, important that we see BetBoom bring themselves back into this one here.
Yeah, of course. I think Spirit Academy, yes, this is their map selection, and I think we both understand that Spirit Academy, after the disappointing performance on map 1, I think we all know that we'd want to see more, and at least we've seen that. But for BetBoom, there was certainly that notion that the idea of the series could be slipping from them.
He has man advantage over to the CTs. Altfrost extends that, finding Kurosi. And Robbo and Cypher in a 2 versus 4. Bomb dropped out in the middle. I mean, not even seen Robbo look to retrieve this. Let's see him make his way towards A, and it feels like it's going to be a slower round from Spirit Academy, where they can see if they can try to pick apart this defense of the CT side. Cypher fast behind Artfrost. If he doesn't start to consider this soon, it will be his demise.
I love this. Yeah, he's got to play. He's got to play discipline. Got to kind of search for 2. He's going for the knife kill. Okay, well, Cypher again. 2 versus 2 now. Boomich has
There is a
been chipped
molly
away.
on Robbo.
Oh, no.
He's going to peek out in the open instead.
the
The
nade.
nade's great.
The nade's brilliant. Deledes gets one, but that's Robbo with information that they're both here. The double swing comes through great from Boomich and Deledes. The second that nade lands, you're thinking, oh, okay, well, they're pretty certain there's one of us here. But when we see the swing come through, it's just, okay, BetBoom know they have to activate. They cannot allow time for Cypher to kind of set up and prepare.
It's honestly so unlucky that it wasn't Cypher with the Molotov instead of Robbo. I think you could have seen that nade and then the molly. Who knows, maybe even the flames might take down one of them, but force them to swing, and then Robbo could probably swing off of that chaos. They don't know exactly where he is, but it doesn't quite work out like that. It is BetBoom finding themselves 4. Spirit Academy back onto these pistols. There is another hero AK in play, this time wielded by Cypher. Flashbangs are so good, and look at the flurry of blue in the kill feed. Sophic retrieves the deagle, cost him a lot of health to do so, and will get punished. The 5-1 start for Spirit Academy has been tied up and extinguished.
Yeah, and obviously for Spirit Academy, for them it was an excellent start, but now all they're thinking is, we were what? We were 5-0 up? How has this game gone so poorly? Well, 5-1 up, sorry. But yeah, how has this game slipped away from us? It really shouldn't have done. And in doing so now, BetBoom, they've got an opportunity to take the half. They've got an opportunity to really put that stamp of approval on their Ancient. Nice nades onto Robbo. Deledes will find, but it's obviously the trade as Robbo takes down Magniez. But he's been taken in middle here. You have got Boomich backing away shortly. Siren gets a freebie here, surely. There we have it. Siren gets 1, and Boomich can line them up for 2, and he can find a 3rd. Lovely from Boomich there. Boomich has had a stormer of a game. He's 14-5. It's always nice to see Boomich have these types of performances. I think for quite some time, he's been renowned for maybe not having as much fragging assets as other in-game leaders.
I mean, Boomich has never exactly been sort of on the lowest end of sort of fragging in-game leaders, but yeah, certainly has had periods in his career where you want a little more from him, but certainly been able to deliver here. 14-5. And it is BetBoom taking the lead, which I'm shocked to see. I thought at worst case scenario, Spirit Academy feel like they should be able to win this half. Would have just needed 2 rounds out the final 6, but things don't quite seem to be going that way for them, do they?
No, definitely not. I think Spirit Academy were destined to not only get themselves 6, but to win the half.
Magniez does
Nice
get
from
forced
Robbo.
forward by the flames, and Robbo will be able to find him. Flashbang's great. Siren forced to back away. Robbo's going straight through this smoke.
Nice
And
from
Robbo will
Cypher and
find.
Robbo. Yeah, seemingly going to be a 6th for Spirit Academy, unless a Boomich can go absolutely nuclear, but Kurosi can find, and it's Arfrost in a 1v5. Well, these could go hunting here. Obviously, there's no financial gain to a hunt. It's last round of the half, but I guess more the idea of, I want the kill onto Artfrost.
Yeah, Spirit Academy are really disciplined about this, actually. Still towards CT. Nothing being given up. And Artfrost will just happily play for KD.
Yeah, I get it. It's a 1v5. You're probably not going to win, but
Did see a 1v5 yesterday.
yeah. But I also don't know why he's not gone for it. Well, what's the downside? Are we actually saying KD? It's last round of the half. At least give it a go. Give it a look. The only possible thing that I can think of is for some reason he doesn't know it's last round. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
I mean, that's the thing. He's just holding for any aggression, but Spirit Academy far too disciplined to give him any of that. And then by the time he realizes, okay, I'm not going to get this gunfight round's already too far gone, and probably feels like it's not worth throwing his life away. But obviously, we did see that one versus.
That was insane.
5 yesterday for 9 for Fathom, was it? Was it Kragan? One of those.
Fathom. It was one of the ends. No, it was definitely Fathom. Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, I mean, that'll probably be around. I won't
ever forget.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily, Forced Indians didn't come back to haunt them. I did fear it would because they were on great momentum, and after that round, sort of did slow down. But see, after moving on that second half, they instantly brought things back into a positive look. But 5-1 hit for Spirit Academy to start with, ended as a 6-6 half. Certainly opportunities still for both teams. But BetBoom can smell a grand final spot. 7 rounds away from it. See BetBoom be very good at both sides of this map. A lot of teams do tend to... I mean, to be fair, Ancient's a strange one, because Ancient's one of my favourite ones to look at what sort of side teams favour. Because it feels like you can favour both sides. There's no clear cut, oh, this side's better, this side's this. Honestly, it just feels like it depends on the team, how they want to play the CT side, how they approach the T side as well. So it's always one of my favourite maps in terms of that regard. The silent out towards middle here are BetBoom. There obviously was this red room smoke, and we're going to see a lot of bodies look to fight towards Robo's position. I say a lot of bodies, just Magnias, while the other 3 make their way into Donut. Something had a great pistol initially. He is here in the action towards A.
Oh, great dink onto Kurosi. Yeah, is just playing pretty patient here. Waiting for aggression to come his way. He's asking for a flash, maybe from the letters. Sure. Very disciplined here. Boomich showing contact towards B. It's not going to draw a rotation though, because Boomich has been taken down and there's no one else. Agnia's looking to get in the back line. Siren, Deledes both fighting. Siren will get taken down though. 1v3 for Sypho.
I mean, this is such a strange pistol round, because I don't even think BetBoom particularly played it well. There were so many players for Spirit Academy towards A and middle ready to shut that down. But again, it felt like towards the end of that round, it was relied on individuals. And that's where BetBoom, in so many series, we praised and we give them credit, and they were able to just take those gunfights and come out on top of them. Spirit Academy, this is a bit of an Astrala stack towards CT's one with the looks of things. Knowing that potentially Magnias likes to get himself into Red Room. But fast towards Cave, Boomich and the Letters are taking this space, so we could just see a play onto the B-bomb site.
Obviously, for Spirit Academy, it is the idea that they were, 5-1 up? It seemed like this game was only ever going to go their way, right? And now, BetBoom, they've been given such an opportunity. They're going to find themselves 8 hit.
Is anyone going to be inquisitive enough to look towards CT? Siren might be the first player to have a glance, but he's going through Temple and might be a bit late for this. Magnias finds one with the AK. And content just to drop the molly from here. No need to overfight this. Boomich would like some cash with this Mac 10 and will be able to just find the one. So far, actually take him down with the USP. Is a Galil that can be retrieved for the next round for Spirit Academy. So, considering the bomb was down and the stack hadn't moved, probably it's a little closer than And maybe BetBoom would have liked losing a few players, but it obviously was just the one Galil and the one M4 that get taken down. Can easily be reinvested.
This is kind of a must-win round for Spirit Academy. I know it's not kind of there regarding rounds. It's not as though if they lose this one, it's done. But it's still the idea of they need to get themselves back on the board. They need to get themselves back to winning ways in this game.
One for ones all across the board. Boomich will get one back to secure an advantage for BetBoom in this one. It's 20 seconds into the round and already a lot of bloodshed on either side. Slifoe defending towards B. Well, he's got Selfik on the other side of the map. Slifoe, he's had a lot of big holds in certain positions. This needs to be one of the biggest of them. Timing's not quite great there. Allows Siren to creep out slightly. Molotov will land towards Slifoe's position. One on the other side. Slifoe in an awkward spot here, but maybe Siren, assuming the Molly's clear out all of his position, just do get taken down. Back to the 2 versus 2 now, though.
Slifoe, the one with the defuse kit. Artfrost still on the center of the bomb site. Boomich looking to pivot off Artfrost's contact. And then the nade looks good. Boomich going to take the fight beforehand. And oh, that's unfortunate. Because Boomich gets the info on Slifoe in the death cam. And that's why Artfrost swings.
And 9 found. I mean, it's a scary prospect. Now, BetBoom are just keeping on finding these rounds. After a great start from Spirit Academy, you could argue that makes the scoreline look a little closer. This is an 8-round streak, a 9-round streak from BetBoom. 8 rounds, I believe it is, actually.
Yeah, for BetBoom, they were 5 to 1 down. Was it 6 to 1 down?
No, I think it is just the
HLT.
Yeah, it's the round that was restarted.
Yeah, it keeps bugging with me. It keeps bugging me. Boom. This is the half buy here from Spirit Academy, but got a good chance in this round. We saw a similar moment on Nuke where BetBoom were in a 3 versus 4 on the T side, which they still confirmed.
Wow, just through the smoke is Magniez. Perfect timing onto Slifoe, takes him down. Smoke to be dropped. There isn't a defuse kit in play unless there's one dropped down on someone on Spirit Academy. Another smoke being thrown. I mean, these smokes will just wait out so much of the limited time that Spirit Academy will have to defuse this bomb. You've got 2 HE grenades on Artfrost and Siren as well. Plenty of flashbangs to delay. And Spirit Academy are aware of this. They know that there's no chance into this one. They're going to look for exits instead. Mockington might just look to keep hold of this rifle. But it's going to be double digits found. BetBoom. Superb stuff from them. Time is good for Mockington to find 1. And let's take down a second as well. There's a third coming his way, but we'll get found. And something sadly just not quite quick enough to retrieve that AK. There's a Mac down on the floor if anyone wishes to take that, but I doubt it. Assaultvic instantly upgrade to the AWP, knowing that we're starting to get to now or never territory.
Yeah, exactly, for BetBoom. They are in a real chance of closing out the series here, getting that spot in the grand finals. And yeah, I think Spirit Academy, they do have that slight thought in the back of their mind of, wow, okay, this is kind of it.
Peek from Kurosi. Nothing spotted. Mokujin will find through the smoke onto Magnez. Boomich in cave. Kurosi not going to be aware of it. It's just... I mean, we've seen some of the plays in the last couple of rounds. Magnez just pushing through the smoke towards B to level up the round to make it 3 versus 3, as well as crack open that B bomb site. Boomich through the smoke here in cave. Both instances, we could quite easily have just seen someone posted on the angle. It's an easy kill, but it's just a risk that BetBoom are willing to take. Still disadvantage here though, all the T's.
Still crazy to me that Boomich is continuing. Only 20 and 10. He's been such a key part.
Although it does eventually find Boomich to make this one finally look like another round that Spirit Academy could win. And Solvik Double will be able to confirm things there. So Spirit Academy can find their 7th.
Yeah, Spirit Academy, we said it kind of came down to this. You needed to find success. And they have.
I mean, to some degree, this is their first round that they found on their CT side. Obviously, they found the final round of the half to make things a 6-6, but BetBoom may be doing first several rounds of this half, first 4 rounds. It's taken a little while for Spirit Academy to finally break this, but not only have they broke the streak, they've also broke the economy of BetBoom, as it is just pistols in play. They'd love to get a bomb plant. Mokujin under pressure. Bullets aren't quite connecting, but luckily no one on the bomb site pushing towards Mokujin, and damage dealt to both Polite, Mokujin, and Robbo, but no kills found. So a reasonably clean one there for Spirit Academy.
Yeah, nice from Spirit. This is exactly what they need to find. Just success, some dominance on the CT side, a bit of consistency, because they are still trailing.
They've connected onto Boomich slightly, chipping him away. Cypher jump spots.
Nice timing here. Cypher seemed like he could have get caught off with util, but it works out nicely. Oh, Siren's able to get a double here. Molly sent towards deep CT. We've got Robbo slowly rotating around. The flashbang's unhelpful, but Siren again, 3rd of the round.
Great nade.
How is that nade? Yeah, look, well, it's a great nade, but it feels like he should have found it. I think if that nade gets the kill, I think Spirit Academy might be confident to go into that round.
Yeah, half a step further for Siren, and that cost him his life. And just so much damage, but it's going to be unconfirmed, and it's not going to matter at the end of the day. As Spirit Academy, they just want to keep these weapons in play. They know it's going to be a long journey back, and it can't be done instantly. But it is going to be BetBoom again, creeping closer and closer to this finish line. Arthros loses both his teammates, and money isn't great for the T's here. But they can still scramble together a buy. Obviously, Arthros can drop over an AK. Still not going to be perfect. Losing a couple of players there isn't great.
What needs to be done differently for Spirit Academy? Because the B bomb site, yeah, there was trades on the CT side, but it wasn't as effective. I know Siren just gets a triple kill, and sometimes that's difficult to account for, but what do Spirit Academy need to do differently? Maybe open and kill.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Something a bit more like this. See if you can get aggressive. Take BetBoom out, take it in your stride. It will be the double from both Mokujin and Robbo finding a killer piece. Sure, the A-bomb site's open. We can't see this bomb plant, but it's going to be a crazy amount to talk about for Bet Boomers, they don't have a huge amount of space. They've got deep temple under their control to a certain degree, but you can see how sort of claustrophobic things can feel on this A-bomb site when you don't have Donut, when you don't have sort of CT or something.
Positioning it for Deledes, it looks good. Oh, Deledes nearly finding double that. Siren in a 1 versus 4. On 1 versus 2, but Kurosi, nice trade. Enough time for the defuse. Betboom unable to find the 12th as of yet. But yeah, it seemed like for Spirit Academy, a bit of aggression might be what's needed.
Actually, this is the issue for Betboom in the last few. These runs have come so close for the ones that even when they have won them, it's just constantly buy eco. You actually think maybe if Deledes and AK there could find a bit more. I think he gets the dink on the Robo as well. 2 rounds separate the teams, and it should go to 1 round separating them. As the only thing invested is Desert Eagle and a smoke grenade on Magniez. Solvic's all posted, boom, it swings and is found. Solvic digs around for another shot, but able to escape the onslaught of T's aggressing. And a quick speedy round there. Spirit Academy 5 survivors, so you can see what Betboom having some monetary issues. Spirit Academy certainly are not.
Yeah, obviously Betboom. They are still just 2 rounds away from closing this one out, and with an investment to be seen here in round number 22, I think they can recognise that, well, if we buy in this round and lose, that's 11 for Spirit Academy. We're then on a half buy. They should find 12. There is a lot of weight in this round now, because I think Spirit Academy, it's no longer been a game of, oh, what can we do to win this, and what can we do to find this? It's a, let's just keep going, because right now, this game's gotten mightily closer, hasn't it?
100%. And that's the thing, after Betboom moved onto this T side and they had that initial sort of 4-round streak, they were looking very good here. The Spirit Academy, I mean, don't get me wrong, they've been a bit fortunate to sort of win their first round and instantly break Betboom's money, but it's been sort of each case, every round the Spirit Academy are finding it's a bit of a 2-for-1. Its money's just not in a great spot. Even in this one, just a bit of a half buy now. Kurosi does find a double. Sypho is able to support, and it's a clean sweep again. And that wasn't even the full investment from Betboom, and yet the letter still can't buy.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, bit of a weird one. Do you like this decision for going for the half buy?
Not majorly, but yeah, I understand loss bonus isn't great, and you might be playing still with a lack of util.
It gives you 2 opportunities. It gives you 2 opportunities of a decent buy instead of having 1 fine investment and 2 half buys. But Robbo's able to find 1 there. Deledes peeking. It's a bit unfortunate.
Frost is an important trade through the smoke. And yeah, that's the thing that Spirit Academy have had in the last. Whereas in previous rounds, we sort of saw Sypho getting caught out toward B. That's the bomb site being cracked open. Now it's always trades are nearby for Spirit Academy. I think not spotting, but it will allow the T's to potentially take some space here.
Oh, Magniez. Magniez is in such a good position here. Sadly, he's got the bomb. It's not as though he can activate off of it. Sypho is here towards ramp. Siren needs to be cautious. Magniez has spotted him. Great find, though. Sypho needs to be dealt with. Magniez does get the kill. Magniez has been waiting for a rotation in CT, and it just hasn't happened yet. So I think Magniez has just gone, well, he's either in cave or he's up on the B bomb site, so I'm just going to head towards A. Great decision-making here from Magniez. Still somewhat worried. Tap of the bomb to fake just in case the player is towards Donut, but now it will be the full stick. And the important thing for Magniez is he can currently be playing towards A main, he can be playing in Donut. There's so many different positions that Magniez can be playing this post plant from. This is tough for Mokajin.
It's sitting in the smoke as well is surely not going to be one of the things. And Mokujin's realizing, and the timing is unreal. How about the bomb? Mokujin is aware, but Magni is still fine. I mean, the awareness of both these players is unreal there. The fact that Mokujin's actually aware of that, I don't know if he caught a glimpse of him on the radar as he pushed through the smoke. Because the fact that he's so ready for that is unreal, but it's still around for Bet Boom, and it is going to be map and series point for Bet Boom. Grand final spot on the line.
Obviously, though, the important thing is Spirit Academy, they do still have a full buy here. It's not as though there'll be weaker weapons.
There's obviously just one survivor again for Bet Boom. What's their buy going to look like? 3 Galils, 2 AKs. It's the same story with Bet Boom, just again not having a great buy. They do have the chance to close this one out here and now. Goes without saying, Spirit Academy certainly have performed far, far better on Ancient than they did on Nuke. Is it enough still?
Obviously, Spirit Academy, they have been far more competitive here, and I think it isn't just map dependent, it's the individuals that have stepped up. But Charlie, they have 2 pieces of util remaining. For Bet Boom, they've only got 3 themselves, but what an interesting round. We're a minute in, and there's only 5 pieces of util left across the whole server. One of those smokes landing now towards the left-hand side. Deledes, he's going to get sent in. Magniez, he's got a flash ready to be thrown. I don't know why this flashbang hasn't been sent yet. 5v5. Post plan. What is this round? This round makes no sense, but I'm all here for it. I'm loving it. Boomich just spamming through. Util coming over now. Great from Siren. Great kill there. Deledes ready to pivot. Great flashbang, but the kills are going the way of the CTs. Arfrost doesn't realize Cypher on the Deagle is now 1 versus 2 for Siren, and he gets the first aware. The Cypher's here, and Siren clutches up. Siren, what a round there. He gets the 4K for Bet Boom, and that is the grand finals confirmed now for Bet Boom. We expected it going into this game, but maybe not in the fashion there. What a final round. Spirit Academy, that is devastating. It felt like they could have made that push to OT, but it just wasn't enough here.
Yeah, it's really rough there for Spirit Academy. I actually think, to be fair, in that sort of final third of the game, I actually think Spirit Academy probably were the better team, but it was clutches that killed them. It was obviously Magniez winning that one, the 1 versus 2. It was Siren, a 1 versus 2, back-to-back rounds where we see Spirit Academy losing 1v2, and just someone having that sort of prowess, that X factor about them that can deliver. And this is one thing that Bet Boom have always had. This isn't just a map thing, or this is just this series. This is something this roster's always had, and the ability to do to teams. And unfortunately for Spirit Academy, it got done to them there. Definitely a deserved win though for Bet Boom. Great map number 1, really good resurgence after that 5-1 deficit initially, but like you said, that's grand final spot confirmed for them. And Fred, they will be playing up against the winners of Ecstatic versus Sinners. I think on paper, looking at that semi, we're probably expecting it to be Ecstatic 9. I'm even more excited to see what Sinners can do, because that game versus 9 was so dominant. I'm wondering if Sinners, can they do it again? Can they go all the way? Can this fairy tale story continue?
Yeah, and I'd love to see it. I think for Sinners, they've made recent changes that clearly have worked. Ecstatic, obviously they brought a new player in as well, which is always going to be an exciting talking point. But Charlie, obviously with this game being a 2-0 and with map 1 being so quick and dominant, we've got quite the break between these 2 series. Obviously we've got another semi-final, as mentioned, Ecstatic to face Sinners. It's going to be starting in about an hour and a half's time. So look, set your alarms. We'll be back at 4 CET for that semi-final. I'm so excited to see who is going to be
I don't even know what we're going to see on the server. I'm hoping it's going to be a 3-mapper. I think it should be a 3-mapper if we can see Sinners play a similar way that they did yesterday. But all in all, I think this is honestly a semi-final that either of these two teams could take now.
Yeah, definitely. I think that we can bring up the rosters and we can have a bit of a chat about both these teams, but both very much impressing us yesterday. I think Ecstatic, they played really well. I think we did expect Ecstatic to find victory in that series. I think that was a kind of a fairly understood result, but we'll look at the Sinner side first. We got Beastick, Shock, Peepo, Stresson, and Kisarek. And when we look at that game against 9, it was so dominant. They only dropped 13 rounds overall, obviously 5 on Ancient, 8 on Nuke. I was really, really impressed with how Shock played. 1.37 rating, same for Stresson. Charlie, the lowest performing player with Beastick, and he had a 1.02 rating, 28 and 28. And honestly, I don't feel like Beastick underperformed. I feel like he had his moments. You look at Nuke, the game where he had less frags than, or he had less, worse KD. He had 100 ADR. He had the highest ADR on the entirety of Nuke, and yeah, he had the second second lowest rating for his team. I was really impressed with how the Sinner side played yesterday, and if they bring kind of slight moments of how they performed against 9, I think we've got a real game on our hands, don't we?
Oh yeah, 100%. I think everyone looked really spot on for the Sinners, and this is one thing that we highlighted with the Sinners roster in some previous iterations, even dating back when Oscar was on this lineup, but that if Oscar isn't stepping up, you would just have some firepower issues, and who is going to be the player to deliver? Now, with the signings of Kisarek, with Stresson, you've got 2 players who have been consistent pieces to the team. Peppo, who's still got time to grow. We saw a brilliant game from him yesterday as well. He looked really sharp, in particular on Ancient. He looked like an absolute monster. And like you said, you've got Shock, who used to be just a stable, sort of consistent player. You know what you're going to get with him. He's able to go above and beyond with this Sinner side. So there's a lot of promise to talk about for them. Obviously, on the flip side of things, talking about Ecstatic's roster, the Danes have made a recent roster move, obviously bringing in Acor. It's just been about a month, and I think it's just tipped over that month line. Obviously, replacing Christo. I don't necessarily think this is a bad roster move. I think we're still yet to see the best of Acor on this lineup. He was very key for Ecstatic yesterday against Eternal Fire in terms of getting opening kills. And I'm expecting a similar result from him today. Make sure he gets good usage out of that orb. Make sure you can fire early peaks. And that's where you can set up players like Nut, like Lele, Sierra into those positions where they can be the ones to close out the rounds. Acor isn't going to be the most flashy of orbers where you see him sort of push sort of towards top mid, get a sort of triple kill or something like that. But he will always be a stable and solid piece to this Ecstatic side. So I'm excited to see what they can do with him now wielding that AWP. But similarly, those 3 players I mentioned, Lele, Nut, and Sierra, they certainly can go toe-to-toe with Kisarek, Stresson, and Shock on their day. And I'm excited. And this is the thing, is you look at things like this, and it feels like there's a lot of sort of similarities between where both teams are at right now in terms of the individuals they've got, similar profiles of players. B6 sort of in comparison to TMB, 2 players who maybe not necessarily going to have the most individual form. Certainly think B-Stick is better, and I certainly think he's got a bit more impact in terms of the kill department, but they certainly can have these impact rounds. I think there's a lot of sort of similarities you can look at between 2 sides, and I think that's what makes this game so interesting for me.
Yeah, I think obviously. I think Ecstatic, they're possibly coming into this game as the favourites just based on rating, based on ranking, and I guess the kind of quality of individuals. But Charlie, we can roll through the vetoes. Obviously, the vetoes have they've already come up on HLTV. And I'm looking at these vetoes and I'm saying, well, Sinners' Instaban is the generic pick for Ecstatic, so already they've got a bit of a bonus there. I'm looking at these maps and I'm going, well, Sinners, they probably should take map 1. Dust has been pretty decent for them. Ecstatic, it's not been perfect. Inferno, yes, okay, Ecstatic, they do look to play that map a lot, but it doesn't seem like Ecstatic have kind of a nailed-on second map pick that they generally go for when they don't get trained, because sometimes it's Nuke, sometimes it's Inferno, sometimes it's Ancient. Yet, because Inferno, Nuke, and Ancient are all pretty decent maps for Sinners as well, it seems like Ecstatic were potentially questioning, okay, well, where is the best map for us to pick? And then Nuke to end it, that's Sinners' go-to pick. I'm looking pretty positively here for these vetoes for Sinners. Maybe this game isn't going to be as one-sided, but flash into long. How has TMB found nothing there? What have we just witnessed? TMB Oh my.
Oh no, the
What
flashbang.
is
Sierra
happening?
ends up firing just before the flashbang pops, so he misses the shot and gives up the intel. And Lele, in the meantime, was also dinked down early by Beastic in middle. So this is going to be a clear-cut round victory for Sinners. Surely this is a 1 versus 5, and Nut Stress on does it in style with the flying USP. And that certainly is a way to kick off this second and final semi-final here.
Sinners. Well, I think a bit fortunate to find TMB. Timing on the flash looked good for Sierra, but that is a terrifying pistol round for Ecstatic. And hopefully for them, that's not what signs of things to come.
Just going to be the second round eco from Ecstatic. Nothing invested whatsoever. No flash, no util, no upgraded pistols, nothing of the sort. So it should be around where hopefully we're going to see V-Stick try to get involved in the action and make some money with this Mag 10. He was playing quite deep towards long. These are damage dealt to Kisrek through the smoke. I'm very excited about Inferno though. It's one of my favourite maps to watch V-Stick on. The way he plays towards Banana, so fearless in terms of taking this space. Brilliant to see from him. So I'm excited to see what he can do on this map. And it's looking pretty clean. The jumping ESP of Acorn not going to connect. We'll see the Mac 10 go down, but I don't think it's going to be all too big an issue. It's a weapon that you imagine the in-game leader wants to upgrade anyway, but a pretty clean sweep here from Sinners as we wait for Ecstatic's first gun round.
Yeah, look, Charlie, I said to you in that Eternal Fire game, I was kind of like thankful that Inferno was in the vetoes, and I know you'll be questioning as to why, because you know all too well my thoughts on that map, but I just feel like I haven't seen it in ages, so at least it will be making an appearance here in this series, unless if something really weird goes on. Speedy play here through B, Nut taken down by Kisarek. Sinners, they are looking so good at the moment, and 4x versus 4x, Ecstatic just have to save. 1 kill and it's done. We talk about this being pervasive through Dust 2 and the B bomb site. You lose a pick, round effectively over. I just don't know what Ecstatic are going to do in the next round, because so far, Sinners have been so threatening.
Exactly, it has been a great look here initially. Obviously, that win against Eternal Fire on Dust is one of few that that Ecstatic are really able to claim recently. Just in sort of the last couple of months, only won 2 maps of it. Last sort of 5 or 6. So it's certainly not a perfect map for Ecstatic, so I think this is a great map selection for Sinners. And I definitely do agree with you. I think the vetoes are shaping up to be very promising for Sinners, and I think also equally you highlighted we probably are looking at Ecstatic and saying they are the favoured team here in terms of rankings, as well as sort of the calibre of events and opposition they've been playing up against. And I think, yeah, you're spot on with that as well. But I sort of think when you look at the vetoes, when you look at the maps, when you look at how Sinners have been playing, for me, it doesn't really feel like Ecstatic are favoured anymore. Just those slight bonuses of the vetoes. Sinners been on great form here at the Proving Grounds. Just like everything will just align to give Sinners a really good option in this series. And a 3-0 start is a great way to deal a serious blow to Ecstatic. But with the weapons saved, no issues in terms of seeing another investment out. And towards B, you're having a slight look at again. Stress on found from Anlele, who gets a double.
Great from Anlele. Nut finally chiming in here through Car. And it puts Peepo and B-Stick in a 2 versus 4. But Peepo able to find the first. This is going to be the bomb going down. And B-Stick's just spotted in middle. This should be a pretty certain factor that they're all going to be retaking through CT here. Especially when B-Stick's now just clearing the T side of tunnels.
Well, there was actually another smoke that people could retrieve. I was going to say there's no util for Sinners, so Ecstatic could just wait this out. And they've got a fair amount themselves, but Peepo retrieving another smoke can drop that out now, and there's still a chance Peepo will lead off, but repositions.
Peepo's positioning's great, turns from the flash, contact great, and B-Stick's actually the one to get the kills, and Peepo finally chiming. That's 4 for Sinners. That was a 2 versus 4, Charlie.
It does just show though, doesn't it? That kill from Peepo, as soon as he gives the sort of bomb site over to Sinners, as soon as he can drop those smokes towards doors, it does just show, and you can see it in Ecstatic's retake. They had the utility, but it's the B side of Dust 2. It's still a horrible, horrible site to retake. I think there's a really good chance Ecstatic could have done so if people didn't have that second smoke, or if he couldn't retrieve that second smoke and throw that out. Because it just gives so many more sight lines, but it's an awful site to try to retake, and it just shows that even disadvantaged, it looks nice and easy for Sinners to handle.
As well, though, Sinners, I mentioned how this map did feel pretty favoured for them regarding stats. I know, Charlie, the stats can be ever so deceiving, but so far their T-side's looking brilliant.
Flawless for now, but Ecstatic can continue to bring out these weapons.
So
3 in a row from them.
Look at the money for Sinners. The finances are just so strong because how many kills have we seen from Ecstatic, Charlie? There's been 4 rounds and there's been 4 kills.
Yeah, a lot of one-sided rounds.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Is Rag never going to be quick enough to even really connect onto TMB there, so we can just jump out of long doors after dealing a little bit of damage. Acorn on the ult for the first round here, though. Said he was really key for Ecstatic yesterday with opening kills, particularly on this map. And there it is here. Opening kill found from Acorn on the AWP. Looking for another. Lineup almost coming through, but Acorn's AWP is finding a lot of usage. Damage has been dealt to a couple of these players. Shock instantly heavily damaged through this smoke. Stresson's double, though.
Stresson's in a great position, realising his teammates under pressure, but cannot get the kill in time. Stresson had to find that frag, and Lele in the back lines will take him down. Was that after time? I'm not too sure. Either way, though, Ecstatic, they put their first round on the board, and about time, too.
Yeah, important for them in this game. Ecstatic, we've already highlighted it. They're not great on Dust. Suddenly, do you want to see them bring somewhat of a fight? And Acor certainly having the impact in that one. First 2 kills go his way. He just makes that round so difficult for Sinners. And although there was technically an avenue where they could have found something, it's always going to be a difficult one. Beastic's got to be wary of Acor here.
As Beastic's already quite close. Acor's got the intel. Acor's going to go for this peak every day of the week. Simple stuff. He backs away with the Molotov. I think he's just worried about there being another, but I don't mind little moments like that. Obviously, we know that Acor's not actually under pressure, but it's the just in case, isn't it?
Well, exactly. You've done well to find the opening kill. Keep yourself alive and make sure it stays favoured to your team. But I already highlighted about how good Acor was yesterday with the opening kill. As soon as he said the AWP out, back to back.
And again, this is what I've kind of highlighted in a lot of these games is, you know what, Acor? If you can get an opening kill in your gun rounds, and that's all you provide in the rounds, you're already doing so much for your team. And we talk about the stat lines of kind of teams' round percentage after getting opening frags and stuff like that. I know for Ecstatic here on Dust it isn't incredible, but that's generally because they've got some tough losses in there. Some one-sided losses too. I think it does have to be said, the level of opponent of which Ecstatic have lost to are of higher quality than Sinners. You know, you've got teams like Big, like FaZe, like TNL in there. Kisarek with a great find, though. No double for Lele, so a possible round, and we're Shock finding that pick. Again, going for a late round. Shock the one planting, so the HE grenade won't take him down. Does a lot of damage, but Stresson finds, and now it's all on Acor. He got the opener, and now he needs to get the close. To the rifle now for Acor, 40 health. Thereabouts. Great first kill, but great trade from Stresson. Stresson is having such an impactful game. He's 10-2, Charlie.
Yeah, he looks unreal right now. Just taking everything in his stride. Every gunfight he wants to take, he wants to be a part of. Nice attempt there from Acor. He's right to swap over to the rifle, but as soon as he finds the first, he gets ready for the swing of the second, but not quite sure where Stresson is, and it's the instant headshot, it's the instant kill. So straight back to winning ways are Sinners. Money is remaining constantly tight for Ecstatic. Do have a buy in this one, but it consists of a couple of MP9s, no defuse kits, of course. So Sinners, if they are able to take this one, we're probably going to see a 7-1 lead, which would be an outrageous stat line early doors in this second semi-final.
Yeah, currently, Sinners, with this opening kill, they've got themselves a good opportunity in this round to find 6. 6 on the T side here. We know Sinners statistically favour the CT side, but it's not all about the stats, is it?
No, not always, but here and now is about what we can see on the server. Flashbang's good enough to bait up the AWP shot of Acor and force him to drop down. Instantly peeks back up, though. Eppo spots, he crouches at the perfect time, just forces Acor to fire off the shot and allows a decent bit of damage to be dealt. Some stress on there, I believe, but 2 kills found. Look at the damage that has been dealt to these CTs. Look how low they all are.
Yeah, obviously, such an opportunity here for Sinners. Acor reposition here.
I mean, that's the thing, even when Sinners were low in the last, even when Stress on was low, he still found so much impact, so... And it's just because they've dealt the damage, nothing is confirmed. Nade onto Stress on, planted the bomb, deal some decent damage. 2 players coming from short, the healthiest of which being Nut Nut. Setup's good, Acor is glued to this angle. Missed shot though, Peebo is able to find one and just back away. And it's got to be a save.
So tough for Ecstatic. But yeah, it's the right call to make. Sinners finds 6.
I think we're likely going to see a 7th. If we do see the save, I don't really think Ecstatic can justify forcing around this, though. Maybe their loss bonus is a bit better than I thought, 2.9. Realistically, they're probably good. Probably good for Invest, actually. Which, if they do, it's one thing you've got to give credit to Ecstatic for, is they've always kept enough players alive so that they constantly have buys. We haven't seen an eco or a half buy for them, I want to say, since round number 2, which just shows how good they've been at actually just having these gun rounds in play. But they are calling a pause just to properly discuss this. Obviously, we did see TMB and Nut Nut on MP9s in their round, so maybe they're even contemplating, sure, in theory we can buy, but do we want to just eco, just have better investments? And they do. I actually don't mind this play. It's very calculated from Ecstatic.
I think it's the right decision. I think sometimes you get drawn into, when you have a couple players save, you get drawn into unnecessary investments and they usually get you caught out and get you in a world of hurt. So, yeah, I think it's a really nice decision. Just going for the half buy. You know, it's a plausible level of investment for success, isn't it? These 5.7s, we know what they can do. MP9s as well. We've got Acor and Syrah on premium weapons. If they go searching for kills, find picks, you can certainly have a lot of success. Interestingly, we've got TMB defending towards long alone at range with it a 5.7, but he's just going to be jiggling here with the smoke. I don't mind how he's playing this. Do you think Acor solo defending B is the right play, or do you think him activating and looking for picks would be the better choice?
See, that's the thing. With the type of player he is, it's difficult to...
Sinners going to head B.
We'll get the impact. Depends if there's going to be a smoke or anything thrown. Lots of flashbangs are going to be landing towards Acor's position. We'll spot one out. We'll be able to drop this nade in a flashbang so he can go for another peek. So many players blinded.
He had the chance to get another there. That would have been huge for Acor. He will find with a no-scope. Acor just keeping himself alive for so long, but B... Beastic gets the triple, and now Anlele rotating in, Kisarek holding, and Syrah as that late rotation through CT. That's so unfortunate. It feels like Acor, he's done enough. Not only is he delayed for so long, but he's found 2 picks, but sadly not to be. It's the Beastic triple, and now Sinners securing 7.
That's the thing, Ecstatic don't wait for that to be a retake attempt. They try to push into the bomb site. They try to take this space before that bombs down, which I think is the right play, because Acor's taking away so much attention from you, but it's like you said, we stick with a triple. And this is why he's sort of probably one of my favourite in-game leaders to watch in terms of kills. He's not necessarily going to have a game every single time where he's putting up really great numbers, or even necessarily every round, but it is, you do see, the moments in games, and these are every game, you see these moments, and that's one thing that he does have consistently, even if it's just a 1v1 clutch or something.
I think as well, it's not as though, I think it's very difficult for people not to look at kills and not to look at rating and not to kind of see that as a true value of what players bring to the table, because there's so many players that might end the game with 20, 30 frags, but they're not actually having true impact. You know, for Ecstatic there, that type of round, it was a half buy. The money was still pretty decent. If they won that, it denies Sinners finding 7. You look at the money for Sinners, it's not great as well. It's not perfect. It's the fact that Beastick, he needed to go huge. His teammates are getting taken down. He has to have a big moment, and that's when he steps up. It's not as though he's finding these triple kills against Ecos. It's not as though he's finding kind of multi-frags when it's in rounds that don't matter, where the team's already won. It's the real high-impact moment where he steps up, which is so key. But and Lele, they feel like a double AWP is the answer, and honestly, it's worked out nicely. He's found the opener. Sierra takes down the second as well.
I mean, we need to see a change-up of sorts, because this is 7-1 early doors. This is a scoreline and a stat line where you wouldn't be surprised if you could see Sinners find double digits. Sierra pushing through the smokes. Flash doesn't even blind stress on, but Sierra's still quick enough to find. Money's not unbelievable for Sinners. Beppo does have a decent amount, and Beastick can buy alongside Kissrek. The other two, not going to be so much, though.
Now the AWP shot and Peepo will connect as well. 2 versus 3, it's very possible. Beastick could go huge here. He's heard the steps of TMB, but found by Acor.
And Peepo saving certainly would be the right decision to make if it can come through, because he can drop over 2 rifles. Realistically, Static don't have a huge amount of money, so they shouldn't really hunt this. Sure, a bit of space taken initially from TMB and Acor, but doesn't look like they dare push any further. So, yeah, Peepo saving this weapon. We'll be able to see a buy for the rest of the team. Like I said, Kissrek and Beastick can both invest, and the AKs can be dropped over from Beppo there. Lost out long here. The T's. Shot gets thing down initially by Acor.
TMB's just tucked away towards Car. He's in a really good position here. Look at Sierra. Oh, that's unfortunate for Sierra. He kind of needs to fight heavily, but he gets taken down. That's TMB falling as well from the utility. It's a 3 versus 3 now. And Lele progressing towards top middle, though. He's got a great angle, but the issue is, it's just where the Beastick find him first. Oh, it's all about timing. And Lele just going to try and keep himself alive. We'll be able to back away to tunnels.
My lucky timing didn't go completely awry there from Lele, because if he didn't look towards sort of the suicide position before, you could have potentially seen Beastick actually just take him down for free. But it will remain this 3-on-3. Into the smoke, nothing spotted, but this isn't dissuading Ecstatic from sticking here towards this A-bomb site. All this util is sent from the CTs, but nothing's been spotted, but still they're so confident it's going to be the play on A. Acor mollied back, not towards Gandalf. The bomb, no swing going to be seen. 15 seconds, Streson's got to get this bomb down. Not now spotted. Lobo wants his all, but he's seemingly lost it. And instead gets a freebie. On to Lele, who tries to deny the bomb, knowing that that's a really good chance to win this round. Nice find from Acor. Now 1 versus 2 to play with, 4k required. Shot fired, and B-Stick instantly going to swing off of that. 8 found already. We've got 2 rounds remaining of this half. And this is some of the most solid Counter-Strike we're seeing, and it's just going to continue that way here. 2 rounds left of this half.
Yeah, obviously for Sinners, this has been a very impressive first half performance. As I mentioned, this is their unfavoured side. For Ecstatic as well, hasn't been the best side for them either. So I guess the next half is where things get really important, but Sinners have got themselves a very, very good start to this half, and if they can get this kill onto Syrah, well, I was going to say it was a 3 versus 2, but we do see that bit in favour of Ecstatic.
I mean, if Sinners can find 1 more of these rounds, I mean, they'll be absolutely loving life. Moving on to the second half. I mean, already 8's very promising. Acor, is he going to look towards middle? He'll get given a gunfight. B-Stick, who doesn't consider himself, and Peepo outgunning Acor there. With the bomb on his back, so now I'm going to 1 versus 2 for himself to play with.
Peepo's been really good in this game. I feel like he's been good at kind of being able to isolate these fights and just win the 1v1s. He's going to get another chance here. Just needs to press mouse 1, but Syrah quick enough to deny that. I always find it weird. I don't know about you, but Peepo, when he's going for that peak, do you not think it's better for him to just stay, like, just to scope in?
I mean, I'll be honest, probably would have been. I think he could have actually found that kill if he was, but either way.
I think many are still worried. The AWP scopes, like the sound radius is very minimal now. Very minimal. Nowhere near to the levels it was before. So do you think that could be a reason? Is he worried about CT? Is he worried about long? I don't know. I think sometimes you'll see those moments where it's just like, if he's scoped, he gets that kill every day of the week. Final round of the half, though. Sinners going for a speedy approach through lower tunnels.
Syrah very aggressive here. Does take down B-Stick, but it costs him a lot of his health to do so. TMB just sent out towards middle. Second mid to be smoke being thrown. Syrah is the only defender here towards A. It comes through, Acor finds a kill back, and it is all on Shock. 1 versus 3. Ecstatic will be able to find the final 2 rounds of the half and give themselves 4, unless Shock has anything to say about it. He's up against Acor.
Acor knows he's here as well. Reposition out of Shock. Acor, I don't know why he's allowing this 1v1. Bomb site's open.
2 HP. Picked up the AWP.
That's how you gotta play this. MP9 for Nut Nut. I feel like the MP9 is possibly the worst weapon that Shock can face against. Because Nut Nut, he can just be a nuisance. He can go for a jump shot if he wants to. Nice awareness from Shock though. Nut Nut going to be peeking, but Nut Nut will find. So that is a 4th now for Ecstatic.
Nice attempt though from Shock there. In the 1 versus 3, he does bring it down to the 1v1, but sadly just doesn't have quite enough to go on to win the round. But either way, still a very, very promising side from Sinners. And if they go on to win this pistol, that's instantly them hitting double digits. Obviously, Ecstatic themselves. Second half pistol is going to be crucial for them to be able to bring this game closer. Because he could technically do it without, but it is asking a lot.
It was that 7-1. It was 7-1, 8-2. It's very important that Ecstatic get these final 2 rounds. We could be seeing a double-digit half from Sinners, but still, I think we're both under the impression that Sinners have had a very persuasive showing so far, and it feels like that's going to continue, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Ecstatic cool looks good here though. Play up towards A would be perfect. There's a lot of information that Sinners have with Beastic's position, and he's so quick on this flank. Will be found. What can Beastic find? Finally, players starting to look at him, and absolutely nothing.
It's unfortunate. Kisserek has dealt with one. Stress on needs to go huge, but round over. Great pistol. An ecstatic 5-5. Been the best of starts here from Nut. Obviously, in the game that we saw from Ecstatic, his performance on Train was just so impressive, wasn't it?
That's great stuff. But it should be this 8-6 now, as soon as our... Just gonna go for the go here. Nice find from Kisserek in the D, where Kisserek finds a double. Unfortunately for Sinners, there's not really many more upgraded pistols in play. There's just, what, a P250 on Stress Art. Although this round, I mean, you start to believe that there's a few more pistols. Just relying on a couple of USPs on the A bomb site. You have Shock behind it.
Positioning. Looks pretty decent here for the CTs. Just all based off the space that's been taken here from Shock. Kisserek finding too, though. It's pretty crazy. Molly on the bomb side, going to force Stress on Depot and Beastic back. Shock will be slowly creeping closer. The lack of utility could be an issue here. So much damage has been dealt to Zero. Shock just needs to swing. He just needs to go. Needs to activate. Acor will find... I don't know... We see Shock retrieve that Galil, and for some reason he's quite hesitant about peeking. I honestly think if Shock just runs and swings with that Galil, he finds so much impact there. It was just a slight second or two, but that alone creates some issues. Even still, though, Charlie, a lot of damage dealt from Sinners there. The economy of Ecstatic.
I mean, yeah, it does come super close. Ecstatic's money's been bought down. Sort of scraps in the reserve. Kisserek, amongst them all, he has to back away through it, knowing that there's going to be a lot more pressure coming his way. And drop a molly in response to delay. Flashbang to boot. Smoke drop towards doors. I think this is a good bit of utility for Sin as you're forcing the T's to push through this. And look, they're sort of just isolated towards mid now. They don't want to.
No, they can't. The Util's going to be fading in CT shortly. The boost above's great find from Sarah. TMB seemed aware of it as well. TMB, he's left here towards B, but he gets taken down. It's a 4v4. Kisserek now under pressure gets the first. Low HP is Nut. Nut not taken down though, and Lele's the one to find the frag. So a 3 versus 3 now. Quick rotation. Peepo patiently waiting in CT. He's got Shock by his side. No utility remaining for anyone. Acor, he's keeping contained the space in short, and we need to see the players in CT activate, as that'll be what allows Stress on to find success. But there it is, he gets one, and now Acor and Anlele may be feeling the pressure of this round. Anlele tucked away on the bomb site, Acor holding towards short. It's all going to be about timing from Acor's swing. Anlele gets one, but they're aware of his position. He needs the 4K now, a 1 versus 2, still worried about short. The swing comes through, and Anlele could find them both. Ammunition the issue here for Anlele, and Shock can get the pick. But is there enough time for the defuse? That is the question. He does have a kit, so there is. Sinners find 9.
I mean, it gets dicey there. You see them playing the headshot angle, and Lele continues to spam, continues to spray. You wouldn't be surprised if one rogue bullet just connects, takes Shock down, but just about doesn't work out for him. And Sinners will deny Ecstatic so much, as I already highlighted. The money's not in a good spot for them, and it can be capitalized upon here from Sinners. they could win this investment and then push Ecstatic down onto an eco, and that could be 11 rounds found from Sinners.
And again, this is contingent off that eco round that we saw 3 frags found from Sinners. Money's not great for Sinners themselves. Very limited utility on both sides. 6 pieces for Sinners. 6 for Ecstatic. 7 in fact. The B smoke has been thrown, but seemingly going to be a play through A here. Lele. Going to be the one taking contact. Nice flash, fully blinding Kisarek. Nade to land towards ramp. Peepo struggling. Sira's able to find B-Stick. Sira doubles. TMB gets the pick onto Peepo. By the way, I've seen this smoke thrown a few times now. The one that lands towards long. What is that smoke? It doesn't block long. It doesn't hit the long corner. It's thrown by the T's. I have no clue what this smoke is. I don't know why it's continuing to be thrown. Is it thrown to deny an AWPer sightline from Platt? That's the only thing I can think.
I think that's the one that you were referring to, so I can't exactly give my 2 cents on it.
It's basically a smoke. If you look at pit, you know the pit wall on the minimap? The right-hand side pit wall. It's kind of where Nut was sat.
Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, it must just be to deny that sidelines of the AWP.
It makes, to me, for a smoke grenade, it makes such little sense.
Well, whatever Ecstatic did, it certainly worked in that round. I mean, Sirius had a great game. The double kill he found there with the Take 9. And we already said that was such a good chance for Sinners to capitalise and honestly probably even go on to take this map. Being 11-6 up, you would imagine they would have enough to be able to find things. But still a few more question marks that are going to have to be said now, as there's one round that ties up both these teams. It's an 8-2 scoreline. Ecstatic won 6 out of the last 7.
Yeah, great recovery and nice resurgence here from Ecstatic.
Oh,
Nice
he was able to find one. I thought the double nades could do some serious damage, but he gets the kill beforehand. Bit of damage dealt to Epo there, but he is able to back away, keeping this man advantage for Sinners. As quickly, Ecstatic could look to push out towards middle. TMB has taken the space, throws the molly behind it as well, but Israel looks ready to get sent through, and the flashbang's great. TMB fully blinded, not so much, but a 1-for-1 trade with information for Sinners after already having the man advantage. Isn't bad.
And this for Sinners is obviously double digits. The money is still pretty decent for Ecstatic, though. That's the one thing that they've got very nicely in their favour. Is Peepo defending here from long. Molly's on the bomb site. Molly's all across. Great from Kisarek, though he's in the back lines. He's able to find 2, and it leaves Lele in a 1 versus 4. And Peepo able to find FAMAS upgraded to the AK. Nice round from Sinners, keeping 4 alive.
Obviously, we knew Ecstatic have a lot more on this CT side, on this T side, I should say. Sorry, than they do on this CT side. Obviously, on the game they played against Eternal Fire, one of the biggest differences for Ecstatic was the fact that they were able to get a 6-6 half on their CT side. So when they did move over to the offensive, that's when they were able to do a bit more damage. So I still don't think Sinners are sort of out of any danger just yet, but they do have a great opportunity here. Once again, there's no money in the reserve of Ecstatic. The only thing we need to ask is for Sinners to win map number 1 is to string 2 rounds together.
Yeah, obviously as well for Sinners. Their money's not perfect either. I like the boost here for Kisarek though. Such an unexpected angle. Sees nothing in long doors. And that's what we've got a triple B setup here for Sinners. What a call. The AWP's there as well for Peepo. This is going to be quite the realization for Ecstatic. They're going to head into the B bomb site. And they're going to have 3 defenders ready and waiting. For some reason though, Charlie, I feel like this B take, it's just going to go really well for Ecstatic. It's the lack of health on Stress On. It's the lack of defensive utility. Shock and Peepo, they've got 4 flashes, but there's no other smoke. There's no nade. There's no molly. And that Molotov might cause Stress On some problems here. Oh, Stress On, it's not spread to him. So he's going to be massively overlooked. He gets 1. Peepo finds another. Peepo doubling. Nice from Nut Nut. Important kills here. Still a 3 versus 2 because Shock, he was close towards window. And now Sierra in a 1 versus 3. It's the fact that Molly doesn't spread. That's the really tough thing.
I actually don't mind how Stress On played that as well. Rather than sort of holding any trigger discipline, I think he realizes I'm 20 HP. A 1-for-1 here is not bad for me, but Sierra, I mean, you believe the form he's on right now that he could somehow go on to win that, but Sinners do find themselves 11 with no bomb plant, with no money. Ecstatic, on paper, don't really have any choice but to eco.
What I think as well, Charlie, is with Kisarek, with Stress On, if he was alone on the B bomb site and his teammates are kind of on A or in middle, then I guess you understand why he wants to play disciplined. But it's the fact he's got Peepo there. It's the fact that Shock's pretty close by as well. So I think we do have to say as well, it's not only a thing of, well, wanting to look for a 1v1 and just go 1-for-1, sorry, but it's also the idea of this, he's got so many teammates. Timing on the flash looks, well, the flash looked pretty decent, but the kills have come through here for Sinners, and that is now 12.
And 4 opportunities to put themselves 1 map up in this semi-final, 1 step and 1 map closer to that grand final spot. Bet Boom already waiting in the finals for one of these 2 teams. And I think even if we see Sinners win map number 1, even if we see Ecstatic win map number 1, I mean, there is so much uncertainty as to where the series truly could go, isn't there? It could go either way. Nice tag there from A-Court onto Stress On. Unfortunately, not the kill.
Stress On's taken down there. There's a real chance. Ecstatic. They get the opener. They got a possibility for success. And that's something that Ecstatic have kind of lacked.
Oh, Beast takes spots, but A-Court finds. He has dropped down towards middle. If he just pushes through the smoke, he could give Stress On a chance to get the kill back. The flashbang is so good at D&B. Rather than killing the blinded player, he wants to do it in style with the wallbang.
Yeah, Shock. He's in a good position to get TMB though, and we see this far too often from TMB where he gets a kill, he gets a great bit of space, but he looks to continue to push. Util coming through here. Oh, Peepo, he spotted him. Spotted Nut Nut on the jiggle. Sierra's going to be dropping into CT. You guys got that information. Nut Nut spots him out, though. Nice from Kisarek. 2 versus 3 here. Certainly possible. The issue is, Peepo, I don't know why he unscopes. Maybe he's worried about someone in the smoke. It just seems a bit unnecessary. Look, if you're going to go for that type of pick, if you're going to go for that risk with an AWP in hand, stay scoped.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he expected perhaps it was just Sierra there, and maybe didn't realise that anyone else was that nearby. Does look like we are just going to see a save here. Kisarek planning on doing some damage. There will still be 3 opportunities for Sinners. Damage would be nice here if we would be able to see See Sinners find a couple of picks beforehand. It doesn't look like Ecstatic are going to save anywhere near them.
Right now, Sinners, they still have 3 opportunities to close this one out, don't they? Being their map pick, they'd love to take it. Give them 2, real opportunities to close out the series and to push to that grand final where Bet Boom patiently wait. Peepo.
MB creeping so close. Are they going to be... Yeah, I mean, the smoke actually will allow Team B to cross onto the bomb site, but I wonder if he could have actually found a pick towards CT beforehand. People is going to elevate himself up. Team B still very nearby.
TMB will find... Yeah, really nice from TMB. A lot of utility here. Stress on just behind it. Stress on got a caught in no man's land currently. Nice from Stress on. Big pick there. Players on top of car. Stress on gets another. A-Call will get the trade though. Shock. Looks like he wants to push through this smoke. It's a 3 versus 3 now. Nut spamming through in the hopes to connect. So much damage to Peepo. Peepo. Feel like he can kind of disengage. He will find A-Core though. Nut. Might feel a little bit trapped on the bomb site. He needs the help of Anlele. Sinners 2 kills away from taking map 1. Being held now by B-Stick, and B-Stick gets the first. Nut spotted on the bomb site. Peepo trading, and Sinners find 13. Map 1 going their way. Ecstatic. They're going to have to do it on Inferno, otherwise it will go the way of Sinners. But what a first map performance out of Sinners. What a first map performance out of Stress On. 20 kills, top performing the entire server. Brilliant there from Stress On.
Yeah, and like you said, we're going to have to see Ecstatic do it on Inferno, and when Inferno feels... I've always viewed Inferno as not necessarily the home turf of Sinners, but a map that they always have felt very comfortable in as well. I think this is sort of going back to what we said initially in the pre-game about these vetoes here, where on paper they look very good for Sinners. So they've taken their map. Sure, Ecstatic are very good at Inferno themselves, but I don't think it's going to be necessarily a comfortable one for Ecstatic, and this is where Sinners definitely do have the chance to see if they can take things in a 2-0 fashion. But a great game from Sinners. Sure, they let things slip slightly as they move on to the second half, but it still feels like a comfortable map victory, and it still looks like a very promising dust. But I think we knew map number 1 had a good chance to go the way of Sinners, just because Ecstatic aren't great at the map, and it certainly has done so. But Fred, 1 map away from that grand final are Sinners now.
Yeah, and obviously Inferno, as you said, it's a map they have looked pretty decent on throughout the years. It's been a map that I think many have known Sinners in their kind of their crown jewel, I guess. It's always been the go-to. Obviously, with the new roster, it's not as though they pick it as much, but still, it's going to be an intriguing result of map 2. Ecstatic have to find it to push that third and final of Nuke. now. Obviously, this is the map selection, though, for Ecstatic. It's Inferno, and it's going to have to be a real showing from them, because the way Sinners started Dust 2 was very persuasive. 7-1 initially. It was 8-4 as the half ended. But the most interesting thing, Charlie, of the 22 rounds that we saw, 14 opening kills found from Ecstatic. That's a disappointing stat.
Yeah, it wasn't the best performance from Ecstatic, but this is their map selection. I'm expecting a lot more work to be done from them. I've already highlighted, I do like Sinners on this map. I think they've got some good stuff that they can show us. I'm curious what that stuff will be on this map. He's taken down. We'll drop the CT smoke, but and Lele fancies pushing through this.
Yeah, T-side preference is an interesting one that Sinners have decided to start on the CT side, as both teams do actually prefer said T side. But I think Inferno's a map that doesn't matter anymore. And Lele, as you mentioned, he looked to push through and he's got a great timing. His stress on. Alone on the bomb site, Acor can find, and now Peepo just hoping for a fortunate frag through the smoke. He gets taken down through said smoke. So, Shock, 1v5, Ecstatic win pistol.
Yeah, it looked really good actually initially as Pepper was towards CT, and it felt like I could have found the kill as we saw the push through the smoke from Anlele, but he just backed away towards A, paranoid they were going to back up and hit the other side of the map. And I think that kill honestly could have changed around. But it's not to be, and Sinners will just have to question whether they go for a force by the next as Ecstatic lead 1-0. Pistol round victory. Well, good way for them to start off on their map selection when they are one map down here in this semi-finals.
Yeah, interesting whether they should look to invest or not. I don't think it's the right decision, but you never know. But like Inferno, it's a map where force buys can come through, just on the basis that I think it is a map where close proximity fights and weaponry can work out very nicely. You know, you think of Banana, 5.7, MP9, that's kind of a better weapon, if anything.
Ooh. The jumping? No, serial jumping, not enough found the kill. Is a trade that's seen though. 4-on-4 in this round. There's Nana does have control of the apartments. Another smoke thrown. B-stick just to keep this space taken here. Smokes all across the map for Sinners, just blocking control from being taken by Ecstatic. We'll just push through the smoke. No respect. Brute forcing their way towards top Banana. There are 3 defenders towards this side of the map. B-stick finds the first, drops off.
Bad advantage yet. Double swing, B-stick gets another. And this could be one of those moments for B-stick we highlight later on in the series. Nut. Oh, we sent the Molotov. This is going to be early indicators that it's this play. 2 smokes are sent towards A. They know it's this A play now. They know both players are here. Kisarek patiently waiting. Shock firing through the smoke. Acor. He's gone loud. Oh, he's found him falling. Kisarek dealt with in quite the fashion. Weaponry has been retrieved. AK in play. Nut. What a shot there. Acor. Towards mini pit here.
People has upgraded to this AK, but Acor found his second.
Such impressive shots here this round from both Nut and Acor. Evo's just going to have to save. I should try and lock them off the bomb site. Deny Ecstatic saving, but they should be safe. Evo, on the other hand, needs to get himself out of that. We'll be fine. I do forget that they changed the bomb radius.
It's a 4 versus 2. It should have gone the way. Acor finds the first of Kisarek, and then we just see B-stick peeking alone towards short, and another great shot. And at that point, it's a difficult retake for Sinners to try to win. But in the 4-on-2, they were in a really good spot. I was wondering, was Kisrek even going to be cleared there?
Yeah, I think Sinners definitely should have won that one. When he goes down to that 4v2, especially with the util being sent, that was such an early indicator. He's already taken a lot of damage, though, through the utility.
Shrek will find one with the USP. Swapping over to the Deagle. Going to be a few more T's pushing his way. Nice first from Kisarek. That makes it 2 in total for him. Still a couple of upgraded pistols in play as well. And we do still have that AK on Peppo. Sierra's been tagged down. Boost hit. For the AK off, Peepo will be able to find Acor. Sierra finds Stress up. Sierra just using the smoke against the CT's hit. By 1 versus 2, knows that there's one towards New Box, but just not giving that a swing. Sierra behind. Waiting for the back away, and Peepo never going to be ready for this one. So the rounds have sort of been kept close. So we definitely do have the chance for Sinners to sort of instantly bounce back now that these proper weapons are in play, but got to give credit to Sinners for keeping bringing these rounds close, but Ecstatic have always been able to dig deep enough to be able to come out on top and win them. He got a double though, he gives man advantage over to Ecstatic. He's a 3-on-3 though, as Util being sent out towards B. Ecstatic looking to take their space. Bozor, there is a Molotov landing, but Peppo in front of the flames finds one. Disadvantage hits now are Ecstatic after initially having that man advantage thanks to the double from Acor. Nade's really well timed. Peppo, 16 HP. The boost being read from Nut Nut. As once he reads it and timing's off, Stress On finds his teammate. It's all on Nut Nut, 1 versus 3. Spots out the first, the swing comes through. He forced back towards Banana, but he wants to kill beforehand, trying to bait out the shots of Peppo. Will finally swing. Shock does fight, and Sinners are on the board. Good round from Sinners, isn't it, Fred?
Yeah, Sinners finally putting pen to paper here on Inferno. It was a question of whether they could, because honestly, that second round force they really should have found, but first 4x versus 4x going their way. Ecstatic. Money's been very quickly dealt with, and it's created some issues here, hasn't it?
You're already TMB limited util, got a Galoo in play, taking on that lately as well, but Ecstatic probably going to feel a bit hard done by that. They were man advantage after a great double from Acor, but still just slowly seeing Sinners pick apart at the T side for Ecstatic, and it's given. There's a good chance here. Obviously, they had chances like this on Dust to be able to break the economy of Ecstatic. Took them a little while to do so. If they can do so here, this would be a great chance. TMB won't find the first, but a quick trade.
Nice positioning here from Shock as well. Sierra, though, with that trade, a lot of damage has been dealt to Sierra still, but B-Stick, he's progressed through, and that's why we're seeing this rotation from both Kisarek and Peepo. Open play for Peepo, posting up on the angle to try and keep Nut Nut locked in, but the smoke towards Moto should allow for that reposition. We're going to be about timing here. B6 should find Sierra quite comfortably. There it is. An advantage now.
There's a molly as well that can be thrown towards Pit. Eagle has rotated away, in fact.
Flash over. Minimal time here. Nutnut's in a great position as well. Nutnut can get one, Nutnut doubles, and Nutnut finds 3, 4 overall. Great round from Ecstatic and a great round from Nutnut.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were CT smokes thrown or if they were retrieved smokes from Ecstatic that were thrown, but they caused a lot of chaos there, just allowed Ecstatic to play amongst them, play around them. And Sin is always sort of just a little slow there, and they needed to find the kills, but no, that's when he delivers 4-1. And Sinner's chance to break the money of Ecstatic and level up this game has gone, and they're the ones on a half by now. Ecstatic, very slow to start map number 1, but it's quite the difference for them here on the second map. Oh, despite it being a half by, Sinner's finding so much success here early. Gets rid of 2 of the MP9, one of which, well, jumping.
Static. 2 versus 5 here again. Kisarek. He's had a huge round. We saw a double from B-Stick on one of these half buys with a 5-7, and it didn't pan out. Hopefully for Sinners this one can, because otherwise, not only would it be another clutch going the way of Ecstatic, but be another moment where we can say, Sinners, remember, this is for your series. This is for the grand finals.
I don't even know what Ecstatic do. Acor's already backing away for the save, so it is just going to be a save call. The half butt is good enough. Weapons can be retrieved in Banana for Sinners as well. And Ecstatic win the last round. But this one proves to be too much. The MP on Kisarek finds a lot of success. Stress on gets a kill as well. And Sin is aware that the save is coming through. Gun's going to be retrieved in Banana. You're going to need to upgrade as many. I say that, not really the best weaponry can be retrieved. A couple of, one MP9 or Stress on, I believe it was.
Again though,
as well as another AK.
MP9s, I feel like they've got a really good kind of setup towards B. You could, honestly, you could just play one. You could play a double app setup, AK and MP9. You could play double B setup and just leave a player deep in library or maybe play him from long. I feel like the MP9s can do a lot of work on this map. Arguably the kind of the best map for it. Maybe Nuke, you could say, slightly better. Any lobby aggression, play it quite well towards ramp. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be the biggest of issues.
Another big opportunity for Sinners to break the money of Ecstatic. Dange could be in a tough spot here. Acor goes for an early kill, but will back away. Team B goes a little further with his P250. Has the bomb on his back, and I think considers that and realizes maybe I should just keep myself alive and not give up this bomb through the smoke where the rest of my team can't retrieve. So we'll just back up. Heavy A-lead here initially for Sinners. Peppo actually just rotating off now.
It's all about timing here, as they're looking to take a little bit more space towards short. Acor's posted up on the angle. Made slightly softening, but nothing major. B-Stick going to be under pressure here towards long and taken down. Wide swing out of TMB, attempting to recover the weapon. They're going to be heading into CT. Shock finds Acor though. Not nice still here in apartments. It is going to be this playthrough B, but information's great for Peepo. We can go 1-for-1. Not now attempting to take down Shock from this lurk. A lot of work for Kisarek. And 1 versus 2 on the B bomb site. Patiently waiting 16 seconds on the clock. What about whether he can take down the bomb planter here? There he gets one. Can't double though. Seemed like that shot was always going to be found. Nut being held in Mexi. Will be found, sorry, and it leaves Lele without enough time to plant. Quick rotation out of Stress on denying that. That is a third for Sinners now.
Yeah, honestly, the only actual way that it feels like Ecstatic win that is if Lele gets off the bomb, which he does. And we see Nut find the kill in middle, so Anlele has to look for the kill onto Stress on. But as soon as the gunfight goes the way of Sinners in middle, you see Anlele just tries to back away into Ruins to keep himself alive because he knows the round's done. He knows even if he finds Stress on, he won't have anything to speak of, and there's also the risk he could go down after time when it was already the full investment from Ecstatic in the last. But finally, Sinners have broken this money of Ecstatic, and it will just be this forced by Flashbang, completely blinding B-Stick. He's under a lot of pressure here. Kisrek can find one. That's a great find from Kisrek. He finds 3 in total. Stress on now wants to close up the round and will do so. The newest signings find the ace between them. And all square here on Inferno.
Yeah, obviously it was a very impressive game out of both Kisrek and Stress on yesterday, and obviously it was Stress on to lead the lines throughout Dust 2. 4-4 here. You mentioned this is Sinner's unfavoured side of the map.
Well, goes for the jump peek across middle. Has a bit of a glance down towards ramp as well by the looks of things, but nothing spotted.
Lele is still on just a Tech 9 here.
I mean, that's the issue of Natalie saving that MP on a couple of rounds ago. Forced to bring it into the next. Don't think he found anything with it either. Didn't exactly have the cash to play with. Nana has been key for Ecstatic on this map, as is A-Core. These two really have gone above and beyond for Ecstatic and have been a big reason as to why they found the 4 rounds so far. You bullets and Util landing towards Kisrek's position. Can he play in front of this smoke? Oh, he can.
Oh, he is. Yeah, this could be an issue. Great flashbang. Important trade. Nice finds back, actually.
Just the extra man that's on this bomb site, though, being Stress on. I don't think the T's are ready for 4 players towards A, and Lele.
Ooh, and Lele's
One of his
got a
teammates
chance.
on the AWP, and the Tech 9 on a low HP shock, but does get taken down. Yeah, it's just Sinners having the extra man rotated over that. Look, despite a lot of those sort of gunfights coming close, it's just there's always sort of that extra person to keep things favoured for Sinners.
Not to be that guy, it feels like Sinners have an extra man going into every round. TMB, he's 1-8. Been very missing this game. Sinners take the lead now. It felt like Ecstatic had a real stranglehold on this game, but I think Sinners have identified, okay, well, if we kill Nut, then we've got a decent chance. He was 8-1 a few rounds ago now, obviously 8-4.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It was that 4-1 start for Ecstatic.
Sinners, they've done really well the last few rounds. Are we feeling confident for the Sinners now, or is there still more to be seen here on Inferno?
100% more to be seen. I think just like every map in this series, I think it's not over until it's over. Even Dust 2, well, it's not the best map for Ecstatic. I think when Sinners found themselves on 12, I still had the belief that the individuals in Ecstatic could just dig deep and really make some magic happen there, and even more so with these next 2 maps that we're going to see.
Yeah, obviously.
It's going to be the playthrough B. These Tech 9s can certainly overwhelm, and Peppo being one of the players here gets early intel. Can drop the smoke, which the T's, of course, are not going to respect. But so well handled from Kisrek. I mean, Kisrek in Stress, I feel like we say this every time we watch Sinners. Don't get me wrong, I like what Sinners as an organisation were wanting to do, stick with the sort of Czechia core, and well, I say core, the whole entire team they wanted it to be, but it feels like they've moved away from that now, and it's given them a lot more of a talent pool to choose from. And what a couple of signings Kisrek and Stress on have been. I think this has probably just reinforced the idea into the organisation's mind that, yeah, maybe this is better that we do sort of move away slightly, because look how much these two have elevated the performances of Sinners.
I think Peepo's looked a lot better as well. Obviously, I think it's safe to say Peepo had big shoes to fill when taking the AWPing responsibilities from Oscar. But I think he's had his moments now. He's looked a little bit better. But yeah, Stress on, Kisarek. What incredible pickups. I think a lot of people had seen Kisarek on previous teams like Kalesi, like Rebels, Paloma as well. Yeah, Stress on a little bit more of an unknown. Certainly making a name for himself here.
Yeah, without doubt. And sort of all three of them, Kisarek, Stress on, and Peppo, all still so much room to grow.
Oh, of course.
Very early in their career still, so excited to see what they can produce. Nice double hit from Ecstatic, Acor and Nut Fun and one apiece.
Yeah, we mentioned these two being the real difference makers for Ecstatic. Sinners obviously winning that last round. Worst case scenario for them is 6-6. B-Stick gets a freebie though. Stress-On's in a good position. They are going to pivot though towards B. And already we're seeing B-Stick maneuvering. Stress-On progressing. Kisarek, it's all about whether he can keep himself alive for long enough. He's going to go for the peek. He spots out one, but unable to get the kill. Space being taken here from Anlele. B-Stick. Well spotted. Stress on falling. B-Stick dealt with. 4 survivors there for Ecstatic. There's going to be no issues with the investment in the next. And same can be said for Sinners. So full buy versus full buy going into round number 12.
Yeah, difficult to blame Kisarek for looking for the gunfights. He's had so many big moments towards B already this map. And knows that he can be the difference maker for his team, so wants to take the gunfights, wants to see if he can be the difference maker. Bit of a flashbang, maybe could have looked to send himself in. But either way, the Sinners still with the opportunity to lead the half. The same can be said for Ecstatic. They do have the chance to level this one up.
Even with a leveled up half, I feel like Ecstatic will definitely realise and understand they've missed a bit of an opportunity. Kisarek potentially needing to employ a bit more caution here. Peepo posted up on the angle here. Nice find from Peepo. Ooh, that could have got him there. We both... Yeah. Maybe the slight bit of mispositioning could have cost Peepo and caught on the wall, but TMB not quick enough to trade. Sinners, man advantage here. Reposition out of Ecstatic. It seemed like they wanted to go for a bit of a B fake into an A finish, but opting against it. They've got the 2 smokes. Kisarek's in a very good position here, though. Peepo can take contact, and I think Kisarek becomes an overlooked angle. A rotation's going to be seen here from Stress On as well. Yeah. Stress On sends another flashbang into pool. There's such minimal time. Oh, Syrah, Acor. Nice combination. Acor's going to attempt the plant. Not through the smoke. There's a 14 seconds there. And somehow, Ecstatic make it work.
Yeah, Kisarek obviously goes 1 for 1. I actually think when Pepper probably realizes how little time there is, I probably wouldn't mind him just properly tucking towards dark and looking, knowing that there's going to be a player frantically trying to get the bomb down and might be able to see if he can catch some players off overlooking the angle. It is a 1 versus 3 for Shock. He's not ready for a player to be towards dark and Nubox as well after he just killed one there. So huge recovery in a 5 versus 3 from Ecstatic to give themselves 6 at the half. I think a 6-6 scoreline. On a map like Inferno gives plenty of chances for both teams to still capitalize and punish. Obviously, we do need to say, though, obviously, a lot of the early success that Ecstatic did find was off of those first 3 rounds that came off the back of winning the pistol.
Yeah, I think the fact we've called it a recovery from Ecstatic just goes to show how well Sinners did on the full buy versus full buys. You know, they were 4-1 down. They then win 5 in a row. Either way, though, yeah, I think a 6-6 probably a fair evaluation. I think Ecstatic, though, if they lose the pistol, let's say Sinners go on a bit of a streak. This is Sinners' somewhat preferred side. And for Ecstatic, CT side hasn't been as preferred. When you look at some of the results, though, for Ecstatic on this map, you've got to say they've lost it 4 times. They've lost it once to 9, once to Zero Tenacity, a 39 loss to Paravision. They push FaZe to overtime here. So I think we can say they're pretty good on this map. Certainly not a team to overlook. So Sinners, although they're 7 away from closing out the series, they do need to realise this isn't going to be an easy one, but Stressar makes things look easy with that fight onto Anlele. And surely just a save here. Ecstatic, remaining 3, all on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, look, you've got a couple of plates of armor, you've got a diffuse kit as well. Could certainly lead to a decent enough second round force buy if Ecstatic are interested in going for a purchase of something of the sort. Both pistols go the way of the T side this game. And at least we're not going to have any of those sort of situations where sometimes you feel like a team hasn't been great on the full buys, but they keep it competitive just off of winning things like pistol rounds, half buys, moments like that. Because the freebie onto Sarah, so I know the fuse kit will be bought into the next. Nut and Acore can't quite keep themselves both alive, as it will just be Nut, and this certainly probably changes the idea of, do we go for a force by now as we've got 3 players saved? I think they still are, as I believe just before the replays came in and Lele purchased up full armor 5-7. But it's certainly going to make the force buy a little weaker, that's for sure. You've got Nut with for mass. We could have had Acore with something similar. A big chance for Sinners to extend this lead.
Honestly, I hate the force in this round, but they've sent triple nades towards Beaststick's angle. And they've not found him with it. Look at the HE that's sent onto Acore. Overlooked. TMB taken down by Beaststick.
He clears it just not right in the corner where Beaststick resides, and it just allows him to get a freebie there. Lots of damage dealt with util on both sides. Acore barely alive.
This is where Sinners should just play as a pack, play as a unit. Lele. Oh, the molly spread at the last second. Lucky to be alive, and Lele. Triple B setup currently. Kisserek just holding. Only one defender on the A-bomb site being Nut. Here's the play with the rifle. The only player full HP here. Here has been spotted. Nut gets a double, no triple for Nut. And the fact that triple is kind of what's needed just goes to show how much work Sinners have already done in this round.
It's even worse now when you consider Sinners do have 3 smoke grenades still. Can just block off so much vision. So Ecstatic, without a doubt, they are going to go for a save. But yeah, I agree with you. I think probably the only way Ecstatic give that one a go is if Nut somehow does pull off the impossible. Just some of that early damage that was dealt by Sinners. Ecstatic will have to back away. I don't imagine we're going to see another force buy, and it'll probably just be some upgraded pistols alongside these 3 saved weapons that we do see. It'd be far too big a risk if we see anything more.
TMB still had a really tough time here. 2-12. This is not the time to be missing here, TMB.
I mean, you certainly could even make the argument that you want to see a bit more from Anlele and Sierra as well, to be honest. I mean, we obviously came into this game knowing that Nut, Anlele, and Sierra are the three top performers on Ecstatic, and we were sort of comparing them to Shock, Kisrek, and Stressant. I think where players like Kisrek have had so many big rounds, as has Shock, he's 11 and 5, sort of want at least one of the other two to be delivering alongside Nut.
Yeah, definitely. I started this round with a damage dealt to Kisarek, but Anlele feels the force of the util as well.
I mean, that's the thing. It sort of feels like Acor has filled some of those shoes. I don't even think he's found many, if any, kills with the AWP so far. I don't think he really had one out on the T side. And obviously hadn't had the option for it on the defense just yet. So I think he's been doing good work considering he's not using his primary weapon.
Yeah, obviously now on the CT side, you'd assume that Acor will be bringing out the AWP, but finances obviously going to be the main factor of that. But he's kept a lot going into this one. I mean, the key thing, TMB. Ping for a kill. Stresson finds him. Oh, and Lele sends himself through the smoke with a flashbang, but Stresson not blinded, so we'll be able to find. To Acor, Nut, and Sierra to maybe find some exit frags. That's the new minigame they've got going.
That's the thing, you're getting weapons out in the next. Sure, you've got Kevlar that could be saved across. But realistically, there are only pistols in play. It's like even low, still hungry to make a bit more cash with this Mac 10, knowing that he doesn't particularly want to bring this weapon into the next.
I always feel like this is the best way to play it. Just keep going with the Mac 10. Just keep pushing. Even if you get taken down, what, are they going to use a Mac 10 in the next? If anything, you're advantage.
Hey, you're hoping they do use the Mac 10 in the next. Everyone will fall. Ecstatic no survivors, but Sin is 5 alive for themselves. Will Kisrek upgrade that Mac 10? Seemingly not. Happy just to keep it. Maybe want to be a bit of a space taker for the team. I know that B-Stick does that so well towards Banana, so I wouldn't mind these two players swapping weapons, but it feels like with Stresson and Kisrek's introduction into these teams, it's not sort of so heavily reliant on B-Stick being the opener, the space taker. And he so often is on a map like Inferno. You've got a lot of players like Kisrek and Stresson who want to be in the action. They want to look for these aggressive fights.
Sinner's finding that one a lot of weight for Ecstatic in this round, and it's going to be the double nades. Acor's low. He will hit the shot, though. Didn't both those nades land at his feet? How has he not been found? Am I the only one thinking that? Epo found by Anlele through the smoke.
Looked like a great start when the nades landed.
I'm honestly lost as how has Acor not been found by those HEs?
Yeah, I think the first one bounced slightly behind him, actually. So I don't think he took as much damage from that. The second one sort of slam dunk on him. I might be wrong about that, but he is still clinging to life, so you would imagine they didn't both land perfectly.
Yeah. I mean, Nut is going to be everything. Kisrek just fading the smoke. Shock gets one. Oh, dropping off now is Nut here towards mini pit. Sierra rotating in as well. Nice Molotov to force Nut into a difficult scenario. Sierra though with a double, and that gives the round to Ecstatic. That's now 7 secured.
We'll have everyone on perfect weapons now for Sin. It's like take pause while we're waiting for Sinner's in-game leader to rejoin the server.
What are we thinking, Charlie? Are we thinking Ecstatic? Have they shown you enough? Because Acor, he's now got the AWP in hand. We've got Anlele, hopefully, to step up. The kill he found towards Banana was nice. Nut's been a key asset. Are we thinking, if they win the next full buy, or this second full buy versus full buy, are we thinking Ecstatic are going to feel confident?
I mean, I definitely think if they win this next round, they will be. I mean, that's the tricky thing for me to predict so far, is because, I mean, if you're asking me for my honest opinion right now, I would say I think Sinners have been the better team in this series so far, and I think they do deserve this victory as things stand. But realistically, we've only seen one full buy from Ecstatic on this CT side, so it's tough to really judge off of this one round. We could just see them sort of mount a streak to the finish line without Sinners finding anything, and it's how consistent can they produce moments like that? Was it a bit fortunate that Akel didn't get found by the nade? Would that have changed the tides of the round? Would we have seen potentially Sinners gone to take things like that? There's so many fine margins that it's really difficult to know if that one round from Ecstatic is something they can replicate. So I think in a couple of rounds' time, I could certainly have a bit of a better answer, but for now, I think I'm feeling pretty good for Sinners. I think Ecstatic certainly will be feeling confident themselves if they can win this next full buy. As we know, money won't be perfect for Sinners, particularly if people wants to bring out an AWP. And that could be where we're looking at maybe a leveled up game again.
Sinners. They have shown a lot of positives when they were on that CT side with the full buy versus full buys.
Been a really good last couple of weeks for Sinners here though. Gone from around 80th in the sort of VRS rankings to 56th where they currently stand, and the Proving Ground's been a huge part off of that. Obviously, they won a regional event as well, but both of these things have been really crucial for them because here at the Proving Grounds, look, they've seen down some big teams, and it feels like this really helped Sinners just sort of accelerate themselves up the rankings a lot quicker than certain other teams. And the fact that Sinners are already here in the semi-finals, for me, taking that spot over 9 is a huge statement for them. It's a really promising step for a team that still is pretty new to its full 5 and full roster, and certainly a long way off what its proper skill ceiling can be like. So I'm excited to see what Sinners can do, and the fact that they're one map up in this series against Ecstatic, and the fact that we got a realistic possibility that they could be facing off BetBoom in the grand finals, take away where that grand final could go. Already, this is a massive achievement for Sinners. There's a lot of really solid teams that made it here into the playoffs that I think probably coming into it, you probably would favour over Sinners. Sort of your BC games being there, obviously Ecstatics, you got Butera and Monty, which was a difficult game to sort of predict. Sassy on the other side of the bracket, a lot of really tough games, but Sinners have sort of overcome every task that they've been up against and faced.
When you look at the rankings, when you look at kind of the Valve rankings, I think a lot of people have been looking at the Valve rankings. I know they're still in beta and whatnot, but a lot of people have been looking at VRS rankings as a very good indicator for how a team's doing, because there's it's usually just the way to go, right? Charlie, there are 11 teams above Sinners. There are plenty of teams that statistically should be stronger, should be better, should be more well versed. When you look at some of the teams below them, even some of them, Sangao. Sangao are sat at 67th. That's my bad. But yeah, I think currently Sinners, there are so many teams that are higher ranked than them, and they've still been able to just come out of every series just looking so pristine, looking like they were only ever going to win it. In the game against Partisan, okay, yeah. Second map of Nuke, it didn't go their way. But they brought it the distance. That was the pick of Partisan. They won 13-6 and 13-5. I'm really, really liking what we're seeing from Sinners. Obviously, sorry, it wasn't the pick of Partisan, it was Sinners' map pick. But in these playoff games that we've seen from them, Sinners have been brilliant. The game against 9, that's one that I'm going to remember for quite some time. Absolutely bodied them.
I mean, that's the thing. It's literally been in a space of about a week. Start of this event, they were ranked 82nd. Here they are in 56 now, and I mean, imagine what we could see if they take down Ecstatic. Imagine what we could see when they play, or if I should say, they play against a team like Partisan. I mean, that would be shocking. I mean, look, if they win this game, they're top 50. And what a turnaround this being for this team. That I think probably the initial move away from Oscar, I imagine, was a really difficult call to make, because I remember seeing it and being like, Oscar must have wanted to leave the team. He must have wanted a change of scene, really. And I remember sort of it coming out that it was the org's decision. I'm thinking, oh, that's a strange one, considering this team feels like without Oscar, they've lost a big part of their foundation. But the rebuild that we've seen from Sinners, I've been really impressed by. Had a few question marks initially as it felt like we saw Peppo come in and he didn't necessarily have the same instant impact that Oscar did, but it felt like they still stuck to their guns, knew that changes were going to need to be made, being a bit ruthless in that nature, which I think you have to be if you want to be a top team. Lost some obviously experienced players, but to bring in Kisrek and Stress, it's definitely a step in the right direction. So great things there from Sinners. So excited to see what we can do, see more from them, not just here, but in the future as well. And I think there's a very similar statement that can be emphasized for Ecstatic as well, this roster, because even them is still, obviously, you've got the core of the team that's been playing with one another for a long time, but A-Core a bit more recently, just coming in as certainly the veteran on this roster, playing on Gamer Legion more recently, obviously probably best known for his time on Mouse beforehand as well. He was there for a while after joining from Mad Lions, that really good-looking Mad Lions team. And I think Akel's certainly going to bring in a lot of experience to Ecstatic. I don't think we've necessarily seen the best of him yet, but I think give him more time to settle into what Ecstatic want to do, and I think that's what we can see sort of the differences.
Yeah, Charlie, we just got word from some of the admins and some members from finding the series. Ecstatic. We just need to see a bit of an improvement when it comes to CT side.
Yeah, just a bit of consistency. Saw a nice round from them in the first round that they found on their CT side now. Just got to make sure they can win the next one, and show us that they can make things work on the CT side, because Sinners are knocking on the door of that grand final spot. 4 away from taking things here. Nut. Found on the balcony. TMB tries to rotate round. Will drop a flashbang and a smoke. Kisserek can just take this space. A little apprehensive to do so. The spam's through fine. He even takes it through his teammate's body. He almost takes down his teammate. 1 HP on Stress On.
So low, both Stress On and Kisserek here. Real risk.
Won't matter though, as welcome to Inferno. It's a man disadvantage for Ecstatic. The A-bomb site's been taken. And Sinners, they lose the last. But they don't let it be anything consistently going against them. Find double digits here on their opponent's map pick. We've already touched on Inferno between these two teams and said that although Sinners maybe don't pick it as much as they once did, it still feels like a map that Sinners always can cause a lot of turmoil for certain teams on.
Yeah, I think currently as well, we talk about being with the CS Classics, right? When you pick a map like Inferno, like Mirage, like Dust 2, there is always that risk factor about it, because everyone knows that everyone's going to be pretty decent on the map.
Yeah, we've seen Sinners play Inferno 4 times here at the Proving Grounds, losing it once, winning it 3 times. Each of their wins have been very dominant. Bested Partisan 13-6 on it, Sangao 13-3, and Tricked 13-7. Only loss was to Eternal Fire, which was a 13-7 defeat. Fred, we are jumping out of one deck pause into another. Luckily, it's not B-Stick disconnecting, so hopefully it isn't going to be quite as long as the previous one was. But it is Sierra this time, getting kicked out of the server, but that is double digits for Sinners. Scary times ahead for Ecstatic, particularly when you consider weapons are going to be purchased up in this one. Sierra's going to need a drop, I believe. And that is going to... Oh, no, he would have had a gun.
Yeah,
he would have had a gun. Okay. I was going to say 3-player saved, but where's the other gun? Obviously, it was on Sierra, so Sierra will be fine, but it will obviously... Some players will need to invest. TMB and no, I mean, they can buy. You'd imagine one of them would like A-Core to drop just so they can get full utility out.
The issue is, though, for Ecstatic, is if they lose this round, it's going to be 12-7, and I think for Sinners, 5 opportunities to close out the series. They'll take that every day of the week. Again, though, to mention, BetBoop, patiently waiting, ready to find out the victor of this one.
Yeah, and I think we're doing the exact same thing. Still so unknown as to where this one gonna head. Don't get me wrong, Sinners. I already said it in the last take pause. I do think so far they've definitely put up a better argument as to why they deserve to be the ones in this grand final. But Ecstatic, they're a team that they're a team that's always had this. They can just sort of turn their individuals on at any moment. Up towards bracket.
Ooh.
Shock finds one through the smoke. Will get traded back from Sierra though.
Important for Sierra to get this trade. They need to keep it a leveled up game whenever they can.
Zayko alone towards B.
Yeah, it's a risk as well. Nice flashbang. A-Core's able to back away. Smoke towards CT. They're going to look to accelerate here. A-Core in the molly, taken down by Kisserek. Static should save here.
So much damage dealt with Kisserek there, actually, through the smoke from Anlele. Obviously, it's not going to be confirmed. The double nade from Anlele will find B-Stick. And this will allow the CTs to continue to give this one a go. Sierra is on the other side of the map, still wary of a lurk. That's not going to come.
Still, there is this possibility here. Anlele finding that kill gives them a chance. Stress on. He's just jiggling. We've got Peepo towards Dark. Smoke on the bomb now. Nice find. Peepo gets the trade though. EMB might look for the stick, and the tag comes through with the AWP. So fortunate there. Oh, actually, was it the dink from Stress On? Well, look, either way, they get a tag, whether it's a dink from Stress On or the damage from the AWP shot. Either way, Sinners secure set at 11.
Yeah, you could kind of see Sinners, or Kissrek in particular, kind of just backing away, thinking, okay, exactly haven't shown anything. They're going for the save here. And he kind of goes down for free. We do see Peppo find one back with the AWP, and that's crucial, because if he wasn't ready to instantly find that kill, he could get overrun. We could get someone on the bomb, and we could see that round go the way of Ecstatic. But fortunate that both Stresson and Peppo weren't maybe as willing to evacuate that bomb site as their other teammate in Kisarek. But it will lose everyone, but it is a round victory and 11 found. Full buy from Ecstatic. Nade could do so much damage here. Look at that.
Excellent
Every
utility.
single player from one single HE grenade. Stressant, Beastic, Kisarek, and Pepper will all tank down to around half HP.
Yeah, and this is where Nut can do a lot of work with this MP9 now.
All here towards A. Still have Peppo Tarsus just holding towards Banana with this AK.
Util coming down. Still a AAA setup though. A-Core repositioning. Shock. Patiently waiting. TMB just on the edge of the smoke. They're going to be heading towards long. TMB taken down. Great flashbang. Syrah only able to find the one, but A-Core and Nut important picks. And the question is, where are Sinners going to be going? Because Kisrek's taken to CT. We've got Peepo just waiting in brackets. And Lele playing in Ruins. Might need to question whether there's going to be progression through the bomb site. But it is this play towards A. Kisrek. Great find. Takes down one. Needing to find Nut now. 8 seconds on the clock. Nut's dealt with. Bomb plant. Going to come through now from Peepo. Nut looking fast to deny. He won't be able to get the kill before the digits punched in, but still round for Ecstatic. That's now 11-8. TMB has really struggled here.
Yeah, it was the fact that this flashing long looked so good, and it looked like on paper so much could be found there by Sierra, but even though he only finds one, it's the fact that Acre and Nut at the same time are able to get a killer piece, so it keeps things advantage. And Lele is a solo B defender, plays things really well. They smokes off towards CT, and you do see the T's consider, do we look to go towards B? But a lot of the round would be relied on, I think it was Kisrek towards CT, and he didn't fancy pushing through that smoke, so they just opted against it and pushed into the site where they knew to work. Nade onto Kisrek, then Wally chips him down as well. The spams won't connect, and it's Stresson that finds the opening kill onto Acor. Is that Acor's AWP that gets found? Was the AWP saved?
So.
You would imagine it would be. Yeah, it is.
There it
that
is.
can be retrieved.
Lovely stuff. Peepo's now got the AWP in hand. This is a possible round. However silly that might seem. Peepo finds on the AWP, and that's why this round is possible. You can just allow Peepo to go for picks. Every time he gets taken down, AWP can then be gifted to another. If they just group together and hit a bomb site, this should be fairly comfortable. It seems like we're going to have some of the players on Sinners looking for extremity pushes.
Ecstatic, I'll be surprised if they take the risk to look to push or peek any angle here. Sinners are hoping that is the case, so they are just sitting and holding.
Love this. They're just going to group towards B. Little do they know, they're going to be heading into one defender with no Okay, B-stick. I don't know if it's a panic jump or an accidental scroll wheel jump. No one's heard it, so it didn't really matter. The smoke's going to fade shortly. They just need to go as a unit. Shot going to be sending in the flashbang rotation. Looks good. TMB is able to find one. Dodging the flash. TMB, he's able to find four. He's on for the ace. Won't find it, though. It's Stress on. Look, a lot of damage has been dealt there, but very poorly played from Sinners, I can't lie. The second it goes down to the 5v3, you just group as a unit. You push a bomb site. TMB does so well. He finds 4 kills here.
Yeah, rotation was really quick as well. From that second CT there. They're aware it was going to be a B play. It was called over as the smoke was starting to fade. TB requested backup, and backup did arrive in time. Honestly, I think if Sinners had a single smoke grenade, I think they had a decent chance to win that round. Certain players just less paranoid about CT or something.
Like TMB's like, he's been 2 and 15 and 3 and 16. He's now not even bottom performing when it comes to kills. B-Stick 6 and 14. It's interesting as well. I kind of coin Inferno as the best map for in-game leaders. It always feels like in-game leaders usually just have such a hand and such a spot when it comes to frags on this map. But we haven't really seen that today, have we?
Yeah, not majorly. I don't think we've particularly seen all too much of banana aggression, and that's what you see a lot of in-game leaders do. Look to take that space early towards banana, get sent in. Worst case scenario, they look to be traded out, but we haven't really seen anything particularly fast towards top banana from either side here yet. So perhaps that's going to be the reason why. Maybe that's the case.
Should just be the investment now from Sinners. This could be such a key moment for Ecstatic, though. They win this 4x versus 4x. It's the eco for Sinners in the next. And then we could see 11 apiece. Obviously, though, the amount of casualties for Ecstatic in that last round, not great.
But it is leading this one to be a close finish between both teams. See that being back-to-back rounds there for Ecstatic. One of them just being the eco that obviously we saw how close it did come. Everyone's back in the server again. Round's been reset and investments can come through. Sinner's loss bonus isn't quite there for them yet. So it's not exactly like they lose this round, get bomb plant, they can still get a full investment. It will take them a little bit of time still.
This is such a key round for Ecstatic, though. Early util sent towards Banana here from Nut Nut, but not dealing the damage he'd hope.
Melee opening kill. Need sent deep towards Banana. Will be able to land. Deal some damage too. Eastick even more as a second nade gets thrown. Who is behind this smoke here, and Lele is going to push down. Is he going to clear out Peepo's position? Oh, Peepo looks away.
Yeah, that's unfortunate timing for Peepo, but this is giving an opportunity for Ecstatic. Covering the bomb now is B-Stick. It's going to be this playthrough B. TMB, he's got a good idea of this. Dinners. Do you think the best option is in this round? Do you think the save's got to be the game plan? Because that's looking like it will be their goal.
It's difficult because, like I said, even if Sinners lose the round, it's not exactly like they're in a spot where the loss bonus is good enough for them yet. They'll really be able to constantly have out decent buys. So they are going to go for the save, but I sort of fear a bit more what this could do in the long run. And it feels like they could actually give a chance for Ecstatic to find 12. We'll find one before the timer expires. But Sinners obviously are going to force around this one, which means if they're unsuccessful here, Static can have map point. Nuke on the horizon, perhaps. All comes down to if Sinners can do some real damage here. Obviously, complete flip side, they are just one round away from map and series point themselves. And do the 3 saves rifles alongside a couple of techs.
Yeah, ecstatic. Are we going for tag pause here? First from ecstatic of this one. I think ecstatic have a good opportunity here. Again, they've opted for the full buy in this round, as we've mentioned. Going for the save in the last, whether this was the correct decision or not.
Early towards brackets, Sinners are looking, flashbang, Acor instantly will back away, fearing he's going to be overrun. Does find one, flashbang sent in, trade eventually from Beastic, but not before the rest of his team has fallen. Nut finds it, it's going to have to be the eco from Sinners. The faster play is not what they need. I don't really know where all the kills were found from. Was it a short take at the same time and Nut found multiple? The initial long play, it did not look like it should be nearly that disadvantage for Sinners, as there was only 1 kill found by each player. Just a half buy from Sinners. Have to win this round if they wish to deny the Danes finding 12. Big issue for Sinners in some of their full buy rounds is similarly they always start it with just players being tagged down so heavily by util. There was one nade thrown, was dodged, the second nade being thrown now, and
Got a
like
weird
I said,
feeling.
it's always just a util that gets sent.
Oh, great find from TMB. I was going to say, Charlie, I got a weird feeling that Sinners win this round, but just with the util alone in the opening kill, it feels like Sinners... I don't know about you, Charlie. It feels like they don't know how to hold W. Have we seen kind of an early rush, a super fast play out of Sinners yet? Doesn't feel like it.
I mean, we did in the last, and it did not work out for them whatsoever.
Yeah, but why isn't it working? Why can't they play fast? What's the issue with that? I understand some teams, they don't, a speedy approach doesn't work for them, but it's Tech 9s. Whether it's a waterfall out of apartments, a fast B, it just seems like it's just not in their DNA.
It is 12 pound from Ecstatic, really clean stuff, and Ecstatic certainly have scaled into this CT side massively. A big issue that Sinners need to find a way to stop is every round they're taking about 150, 200 damage worth of nades. They need to find a way to stop this. You see them slowing it down, waiting for them to be used. They dodged the initial one, but there's 2 more nades to be thrown. They get thrown down, chip plays far too low. I think they need to look to take top banana, or at least make presence that they're taking top banana quickly to force out these nades from Ecstatic.
I think it
What
doesn't
they're
help
doing right now, there's just not enough being thrown.
It doesn't help that Nut's having a really impactful game. 21 frags found. Acor smoked off here. Sinners maybe not ready for an OT game. That's one that they're going to have to fight for, but Acor starts things off nicely. Ecstatic 4 kills away from taking to nuke as that decider. Syrah looking to re-aggress. Jiggling currently from short. Isserek needs to be cautious. They've spotted him. Syrah attempting to back away, but it's Nut to activate here from balcony. 5 versus 3 scenario. Stress on could get caught. Nice find there from Peepo. Acor still posted on the angle though. Nice from B-Stick. Leveled up round now. Nut. Close underneath balcony. B-Stick taking that heads-up fight a little bit unnecessarily. Stress on needs to get this pick back. Is successful. Peepo and Stress on now. It's a 2 versus 2. A very possible round, and there's 40 seconds for them to work this one. TMB What's out Peepo and Lele? And Lele heads to apps. This could be a perfect call, a perfect read. Peepo's having a slight look every so often. And now this is where things get awkward for Peepo. I don't know why TMB didn't just swing there. That would have been perfect for TMB. And Stress On now finds HE grenade. A great HE. They know where Stress On is. TMB now in a 1 versus 2 to clutch this one up. Just waiting for Peepo. But it's Peepo that finds, in fact, somehow Sinners. They push to OT. They were in a 3 versus 5 there. And they still head towards the A-bomb site.
Yes,
What
the
a
initial
clutch.
flash play, Ecstatic, they tried to flash their team into short. It gets dodged. Obviously, I believe it was Stress On, just hiding behind the pillar on the porch. We see the initial kill come through, so it brings it back to the 4 versus 3. And then it's V-Stick finds one through the smoke, and they know exactly where Nut Nut is. Sure, V-Stick takes the fight and goes down, but he allows the rest of his team to push up, and the fight started going the way of the T's. And Sinners, they ended up losing 5 rounds in a row there towards the end of that one, but when it matters most, they are able to pull off a round just to keep things level. I mean, goes without saying, I certainly think Ecstatic have been the better team here when they've been on the CT side. Only 3 full buy rounds going the way of Sinners, entire half. But you can make the argument for both teams with that being the case.
That's from Lele here. If Ecstatic do fall out and do lose to Sinners now on Inferno, it'd be unfortunate because they were in a very good spot to take this map. Lele again here. We're in overtime, Charlie. And then Lele. He's only got 14 kills. Obviously, just from the sheer amount of rounds that Ecstatic have saved in this game. That's why the kills are so low for them.
There's a massive double from Lele in this one, regardless.
Yeah, brilliant. Great from Lele.
We need to see Sinners find a way just to be able to get these opening kills here. Because they've really struggled with it since moving on to the second half.
Sinners. It was a 3v5 towards the A-bomb site that gained them this chance in OT. Now they've got another opportunity for a 3v5. The B-bomb site, though. Still 2 defenders. The rotation's going to be late. Peepo's found 2. He needs a 3rd. Limited time is the issue for Peepo. Even if he gets that kill onto Nut Nut, it doesn't really matter. I don't think he would have been able to plant. But Ecstatic, they're the first team to find 13, Charlie. But we're here in overtime. So that number doesn't matter. It's a search for 16.
And that's the thing, now that overtime is just going to be these full buys in each of these rounds. I'm expecting Ecstatic to show some good things on the CT side. I think if Sinners wants to be able to take things, got to at least find one of these rounds. And to give them a great chance, they need to win them both, but I think that's going to be unlikely due to what we've seen from Ecstatic. They look really comfortable at the CT side of Inferno. They can space towards top banana, confirming that's clear, and we'll just drop this smoke, blocking any vision. Spam through the smoke from TMB looks absolutely perfect, and the nade not quite connecting, but a little bit of chip damage on certain players.
Shock, nice find onto Sierra. That's opening kill, going the way for Sinners in this one.
Sinners will just pivot towards B. Shock gets taken down. Stress On has been heard by Acor, so they know there's at least one more here towards A. Acor will just be playing further back towards CT. He'd be a very quick rotation towards B. I think this just shows the confidence that Nut Nut has given to his team due to some of his performances. Team B gets found instantly, as does Anlele. The B site falls.
I think that's what can happen on Inferno. Time and time again, we pray for it on a half buy, we hope for it on a full buy, and Sinners, they've seen it from Kisarek in this one, just a double opener towards B, absolutely brilliant.
And that's some moments we were missing towards the end of regulation for Sinners. Someone like Kisarek who can just deliver a moment like that. I mean, that is some outrageous kills. First one to TMB, but the fact he's able to find Analela without the rifle or finding anything in response is pretty crazy.
Sinners. Still, Charlie, they are 3 rounds away from taking this series.
He's just too shallow. He was able to sit on this angle, and again we see the nades rain down towards Akel. He doesn't mind at all. Still alive here. He's aware that someone could have crept into this corner. Who's going to be the one to move first, Kisarek or Akel? Seemingly Akel. This would be perfect time for Kisarek to peek.
We are seeing... Oh, Kisarek will find him. And again, it was a double O from Kisarek. And the last, and he's done it again here. Disadvantaged were Sinners in this round.
I mean, that is so unlucky from Akel. He is so aware of where Kisarek is. Glued to the angle, but finally starts to consider in the back of his mind, what if he isn't it? What if he has just moved? But he never did. And timing's gone rough. Shock wants to end this, and certainly will end it in style. 3 kills found from him. Sinners with 14. I said I think if Sinners can find 2 on the T side, which I don't think would happen, I think they've got a great chance to win this game. Somehow they pulled it off. Kisarek, I mean, take a bow, because if Sinners can win this one, those rounds in overtime, off the back of your success.
Yeah, obviously, Sinners, as you mentioned, they're hopeful for 2, but it was Kisarek finding these double openers, just so impressive. And now, it's Ecstatic on the back foot once again. It feels like Ecstatic for the majority of this series, they were playing chase. They've always been playing chase to Sinners. Yet, we had a moment where Ecstatic could have closed out the series. They didn't. And now, Sinners again look to keep control, but it's Acor. Lovely start to this one for Acor.
Yeah, opener in the last couple towards Banana looking for these fights. He's thinking we'll get a kill back, but the nade finds him, and seemingly the util from Ecstatic is just as good on the T side as it was on the CT.
Yeah, disadvantaged here.
The king of apartments, Nut makes it.
Oh, they're going to head towards A. A lot of this information's been gathered for Shock. He's heard the steps from Nut. Shock gets 1 and a double, and he's aware of Nut's positioning, but Shock, if he got that kill onto Nut, it's a 1v1 between TMB and Kisarek. It's still a possible round here for Kisarek. Positioning of Nut looks good. Same with TMB. Smoke landing. Kisarek's got to take a risk. He's got to push on through. It's overtime here, Charlie. Why? I don't really know why he's going silent.
He still does have time. Mommy is ticked, finally starting to speed up a little. Nut is here towards Graveyard. Is this going to be an angle that Kisarek even considers? No need, as TMB will do it all alone.
Obviously, that round wouldn't have had any chance to come through if we didn't see that double from Shock, but it's got to be said. I think Kisarek could have played that one a little bit differently. I know it's an issue, and it's a difficult one playing in a 1v2 scenario, but in my opinion, you either shift straight towards short, or you go through the smoke. You don't have that kind of teetering waiting behind it, and then another one lands, and you realize, oh, you've got no chance. It is, it's an interesting one, but it's 14 apiece now. Sinners, the lead taken from them.
B into apartments. He's got the Sierra nearby, not towards Banana in this round. But with the AWP.
Oh, missed shot from Depot.
A-Core's retribution again as he's died first. A-Core in the last few rounds. He's just jiggling here towards short. If it was primed to be this A hit, 40 seconds on the clock, and Lele is making a lot of noise towards B and keeping the attention of the CTs.
TMB. Peek out TMB. Need to soften shock to find. A good setup still here for Sinners. I like the pivot approach that we can see between Shock and Peepo. Shock gets one. Peepo rotating in. Stress on combining. A-Core 1v4. Elevated angle for Peepo. Maybe not the one that you'd assume for an AWPer, but Peepo will find. That's now 15 for Sinners.
Actually surprised a bit by that from Ecstatic. They've looked really good in the last probably 10 rounds of Inferno. Probably the worst round I've actually seen from them. The execute looked sloppy. A lot of noises were made initially. I felt like we had TMB pushing out. He ends up getting found. But it's not just like, oh, could this be a lurk? Obviously not, because everyone else is stepping around still. As soon as they felt really well informed in terms of what was going to happen that round, the util wasn't great. And was easily able to be shut down there from Sinners. But first map in series point here for Sinners. Only one opportunity for them to do it here in first OT.
Certainly don't want to squander it though. Peepo, he's heard the steps in. Nut could be dealt with early on. Flash coming through. Peepo trying to back away is successful. It's like early contact taken here from Ecstatic towards A. The bomb is still here in apartments.
Oh, it's Kissrek versus Lele towards B as well. And Lele's fading the smoke while Kissrek's holding.
Oh, Kissrek's just backed away as well. So has Lele. Setup here towards A is brilliant. I have a double mini pit setup. One player taking contact, the other playing fully hidden. Son sends the flash. TMB forced off the angle. He sends a smoke on Molly, landing on Moto. I'm going to be taking space now. Shock's got a lot to do. B-Stick's going to be the one baited in. Smoke towards Moto. Oh, great shot from TMB. Nice from Stress on here. Stress on needs to go so huge. He's able to find two. And with B-Stick finding as well, it puts Nut in a 1 versus 2. Correct. Just got to wait for Peepo here. Nut is slowly clearing. Nothing's been seen. The smoke's now fading. Nut so certain. They're both here towards Moto, and he's able to isolate. He gets the first and the second. We are once again going into another OT here. Honestly, we've seen many clutch moments, many big rounds from Nut. That one seemingly the most easy because for some reason, they don't play shoulder to shoulder. They have no clue where Nut is. My biggest issue with that round is there's so much contact on the A bomb site. Look how much is going on here with 20 seconds left. And Peepo is such a slow rotate. It took Peepo so long to get onto the bomb site there. A real issue in that round. And it's allowed Ecstatic to find 15.
Yeah, and I think when Peepo has the AWP, I mean, he doesn't even swing with the AWP. It swings at the USP. I don't know if it was intel that Nut was low or something. But you're never going to best an AK with a USP from that range. There's just no chance of it. And you'd much rather Kissrek be the one who's at least able to look to get a trade rather than try to have the AWP. And there's a lot of positions you can just find a kill and look to back away behind some cover. So despite 2 rounds found from Sinners, despite both teams looking significantly weaker on their T-side full buys, it's both teams to find 2 on the T-side. Shock behind apartments here. The molly is thrown. Shock's going through this. Will find Nut.
Ecstatic. Really needing to double down on that previous round success.
Big kill from Acre in the apartments. If he gets taken down, you've got a low HP and Lele who has to try to cross the gauntlet of shock. All in all, seems pretty easy for Acre. Sinners will just back away, knowing that not going to be the greatest of money, and don't really want to find themselves in a tough spot if they do end up losing 2 rounds again. But I don't necessarily know if Ecstatic will allow Sinners to find 2 rounds on their CT side once again. Obviously, both rounds came off the back of a kiss wreck with some brilliant finds. I think Sinners have to rely a little more on their CT side. Stick will find one, but does get traded out, so only the one saved weapon.
Yeah, obviously trying to keep weapons alive to allow for the AWP as much as possible. That's why a lot of people are thinking, oh, well, it's overtime, why aren't you giving this a go? Well, it's a 2 versus 4 anyway, but the necessity to save in certain moments. I'm a ticking now, though. Going to be back in the action. Ecstatic. They are in the lead once again. Currently, it feels like Ecstatic, they're not doing enough. They're not doing enough to win the game, but they're also not doing enough to lose it. It feels like there could be plenty of overtimes here.
So, see, this is the difference. This is the biggest difference between both teams. 3 nades sent towards Banana from Sinners. There was about 8 points of damage dealt to Lele. Oh, Sierra's taking so much space here. Shock's only just considered it. Depot will look, misses his shot. He's exposed now, and this is the whole A bomb site taken by 1 man. And just like that, round done. Sierra's got all of this space. The A bomb site, the bomber can go down. Looking towards Banana, no one even considers brackets. Just too easy for Sierra.
Sierra, it's a big risk in that kind of round, taking that space, but my God, does it work, doesn't it? Single-handedly, just progressing up short, free kill onto Shock in apartments, and just wins that one.
TMB fine, Stress Arm nearby as well. TMB takes them both down. TMB has sort of stepped up in some of these rounds. 3 kills from him in this one. Obviously, a couple of them on the saving players, but look at the money that Sinners have to do. Got to win this one, or else they will give Ecstatic 3 map points to close things out on Inferno.
Ecstatic. I mentioned they might not have done enough to win the map. Their T side so far has looked nice. Again, it's just individual brilliance. We saw it from Sierra in the last. We saw it from Nut Nut to allow them to remain in this map. A big clutch there. Acor, great find. We praised Acor for his opening kill abilities yesterday. Shot gets a pick onto Sierra, and Lele finding Beasting there. It's a man advantage scenario with the bomb down shortly on B. A lot of space can be taken here. DMB playing reserve.
And I think that's one big difference that Ecstatic and Sinners both have. Is right now, we're seeing players like Kisrek who've had some very big rounds, similar to Stress On, similar to Shock. No one's really going above and beyond, though. Everyone's having an okay game. You wouldn't say it's a great game or anything, but Nut Nut is. And while the rest of his team are in a similar boat to what Sinners players are, You've got Nana, who's just one step ahead. Boost will get shot down. It's just too easy. Ecstatic feel like they gave Sinners the opportunity to close out this series. When Sinners didn't take it, Ecstatic, they will be the ones to do it. I'll be shocked if Ecstatic can't close things out now. All 3 rounds on this T side. Be sure both teams only win 3 full buys on the T side in the entirety of their regulation. Both teams only able to find 3 in their 12 rounds of T side, and yet Ecstatic can do it all here in overtime.
Yeah, Ecstatic. Obviously, with the first team to get map point. Sinners had an opportunity at the series and squandered, and now Ecstatic with 3. They have to find this now. They cannot allow Sinners back into this game.
Utility thrown out. CMB opening kill with Kisarek. Ecstatic 4 kills away from pushing towards Nuke and having a chance here to close out the series themselves.
And I think if it gets the nuke, I think Sinners will realise they've kind of missed a huge opportunity in this one. Not to say the Sinners won't be able to perform on nuke, but you never want to leave it up to a decider, especially when you can say, well, we actually had a map point.
Eagles has some really big moments. He's been vital for opening kills. You touched on it a couple of rounds ago. He's found by far the most opening kills in this map. Something that Hippo sadly hasn't been able to replicate for Sinners whatsoever. And I've said I felt like after the first half, we've seen real issues with Sinners finding opening kills.
Oh, Sarah finds another. It's a 4 versus 2. Make it a 4v1. Make it a 4v0. Nut. 35 and 18. What an impressive game that he's had. Obviously, Charlie, we've seen 34 rounds of play. He's been able to maintain above a 1.0 kill per round throughout a game that's gone to overtime. A very impressive game from Nut. 10 kills less being A-Core. I think Nut had huge moments. He was the reason that they're even in overtime. He's the reason they're even still in this series. It was that 1 versus 2 clutch. A lot has to be said about Nut's performance there. Maybe didn't have the best of times on map number 1, but certainly recovered and certainly stepped up. We are now obviously going to be moving to Nuke. It is the decider in this game. We mentioned how the vetoes have looked pretty decent for Sinners, but I don't think the Sinners are going to be thinking about the vetoes at all. I think they're going to be talking about how they could be currently grand finalists with that map point in overtime, and now they might not even be able to make it through this series.
Yeah, I mean, look, yesterday I was a bit worried when we saw Sinners sort of throw some rounds away. They lost a 1 versus 5 when things were starting to get tense on Nuke, and I was worried, were they going to be able to sort of battle back and put up a good performance? They were able to do that. So I think although Sinners did have chances, although it felt like they kind of collapsed in their game plan, fell apart maybe, or maybe they felt like they ran out of ideas, whatever it was, they weren't able to get things over the line here. So it has to be done on Nuke. It has to be done on that 3rd and final map. They have to go the distance between these 2 teams. Still, though, like you said, the question is going to be who's going to be able to take this now. And I think, like I said, I think Sinners will be able to bounce back from sort of the disappointing ending, but I still don't know if that's necessarily going to be enough to take down Ecstatic on Nuke. That'll be something we have to wait and see for, Fred, after this break.
final map of this series. Obviously, Charlie, we've just got some very interesting news. There's going to be a stand-in for Sinners for the remainder of this game. Mikey is going to be playing instead of B-Stick here, which is always a bit of a shock to the system, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose one positive, it's not exactly like these guys aren't going to be familiar with this player. Has previously played on this Sinners lineup. Because you're losing your regular leader. You're losing the man who really can be so vital for this Sinners side. Not necessarily in terms of individual ability all the time, but in terms of calling, in terms of setting up his team. It's a big loss to Sinners. And now in this map number 3 that I'm sort of looking at, probably in the same sense that you are, that this could go either way. I think it has to be said, we've got to lean heavily towards Ecstatic now. They're playing against these Sinners without their leader, without a vital piece to this roster.
Yeah, I don't think it's Mikey that used to play for Sinners as well. I think it's Mikey who currently plays for Unity. I'm not 100% certain on that, but I do believe it's the Mikey that plays for Unity. Obviously, Mikey's been playing pretty well. Yeah, it is Mikey playing the one from Unity. He's got a 1.11 rating. Obviously would have been known by these players because they're both kind of I think maybe it could be a friend of Peepo, who knows? We have no clue with the affiliation between the two, but yeah, I think Mikey's certainly an important talent, and I think maybe what they've done is they've gone, okay, well, we're not going to have our leaders here, we're not going to have B-Stick in the server, so we're going to have to play with someone that we're confident can bring a good level of firepower here, because that is what is going to be needed. But yeah, Nuke, one of the most tactical maps in the pool. Without an in-game leader, that can be where things get quite scary, can't it?
And without a doubt. So Sinners, it's not exactly like they can just pug this map. It's probably the map that you can at least do that in, but
yeah, definitely.
Let's see what they can do. They have lost the initial kill. Sierra playing towards vents.
That's from Mikey. Stress on. Important pick there. Obviously, we're unsure as to why we're seeing this late change, but Mikey, he's got himself on the score sheet already, searching for a second. Matt and Lele with the Julies. Nice finds there from Lele. Peepo somewhat worried. Lele goes for the fake flash with the USP, and Lele will find with the Julies at range again. And Lele, a lot to do. There should be enough time for the defuse, so will be the round going the way of Ecstatic. Good pistol here from Ecstatic, but obviously a great round from Lele.
Yeah, you imagine it's probably going to be those internet issues that we saw from B-Stick. We saw a couple of tech pauses due to him sort of being out of the server for a little bit of time, and seemingly they are just continuing to a point where it feels like he can't play this final map here, which is certainly going to be rough. But Ecstatic, big pistol round, like you said, for them to win. Nice open onto the bomb site for Mikey. We did have that 3-on-3. Was a chance for Sinners, but it was the kill that Anlele finds onto Mikey in the back of the bomb site that makes it around just 10 times harder for Sinners. It'll be the second round force play though. And a fast play into round.
Oh.
Nana tries to take the fight to them, and that is certainly not the play you want to make. He did have a Molotov as well that could have been dropped out, but he opts to look for the fight and gets caught out.
Lele back at the bomb site, but Kisarek ready and waiting. Great find from Kisarek. TMB gets the trade, but positioning looks good.
Agor is still up here on the upper site playing towards heaven, so he can ensure that Sinners can't just get this bomb plant for free.
It seemed like Sinners had a decent chance in this round, but Acor's done well. Mikey rotating in now. Through the smoke is TMB. TMB does really well there. And now it's Mikey. It's the stand-in in a clutch. And the vents is Sarah. 40 seconds for Mikey to work with. Taken down by Acor. Acor, he wasn't enjoying the patience. He wasn't happy to wait around, so he goes for the peak. Ecstatic. They go 2-0 up. Obviously, this is the CT side of Nuke. I think we can both understand that both these teams will have CT side as a preference. Very heavily so for Ecstatic. A 20% win rate difference.
Yeah, I always do feel like the CT side of Nuke, though, you can be pretty heavily exploited if you're not all too well versed on it, just due to what the rotations are going to look like. So I'm curious what it's going to be for Sinners now that they don't have Mystic here, and now that Mikey's going to have to fill the shoes. Hopefully it's not going to make all too big an issue. That's what we want, because Sinners certainly have a chance to close things out to make it to that grand final, and I think it's going to make that game of Inferno even more heartbreaking. The fact that Sinners couldn't close it out when they did have a map and series point. Because at least they had their full 5 then. And now it feels like if they end up losing this, they're going to be thinking, if only we had V-Stick in the server.
Yeah, of course. And that was obviously something that I think B-Stick, you could kind of pinpoint ever since the continual disconnects and reconnects and whatnot happened for B-Stick. I think he got like 2 kills since then. And there was a lot of OTs played. It was clear that those internet issues were continuance throughout, which is always really tough to see. Don't get me wrong, I think Mikey certainly could have a level of impact for this roster, but it's not going to be easy. Certainly not easy as the stand-in. A lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Guess Rek was having a slight glance above the smoke. Acor is watching, but no gunfights to be seen from either team. Shot here towards Ramps. We'll get found by Nut initially.
Nice from Acor as well. Positioning for Acor looks good. Man advantage for Ecstatic. Gesserek looking to maneuver. Gesserek being pretty patient here. Oh, okay, well, real possibility in this round. Acor's been found by Stress On as well. Not the expectation.
An Ecstatic disadvantage now. Might just have to all things quiz. They are searching, but time ticking. This one is going to be done.
Yeah, obviously, great round from Sinners. They were disadvantaged.
I look like he was having a slight look in there, but...
Saw a Ninja recently that was just absolutely hilarious. It was kind of like in a 1v4, or like a 2v4. It was brilliant. We might have been together on that cast. I'm not too sure, but it was like a molly outside hut, and then a instant ninja. It was brilliant. I feel like that's something that Nuke always has to offer.
First round found though from Sinners. Important for them to get on the board nice and early here. We obviously know both teams are going to be favouring the CT side without a doubt, but it is just going to be the fact that you want Sinners to find a bit of success on the T side before things do get too late. One change up that Ecstatic made in one of their recent games here in the playoffs was they were looking to fight a lot more towards outside. They didn't have a great start to the CT side, but they looked to battle outside a little more, and that became a big difference maker here. If they do find the opening kill, do tons of damage to Eppo. Mikey, with this Mac-10s, taking the space, crossed the Molotov and drops a molly of his own.
Yeah, I think for Mikey, if he can just look to be a bit of an aggressor, a bit of a nuisance, something that Sinners can try and play off of.
This flash from Nut will deny TMB being able to push out and get this kill. There's a lot of damage still to Mikey, already half HP, brought down even lower, so Sinners 2 players barely clinging on to life here.
Obviously, it was a disadvantage round in the last that Sinners got, but this one feels a little bit too difficult for them.
Eagle will be found by that low HP Peppo. And it is still Peppo alive here on just 3 points of health. Stress On needs to be A big difference making around like this. The gun almost blocking the vision of the player creeping up and down vents, that being TMB.
The 2 versus 3. I know Peppo's still low, but this round is possible.
I mean, issue is the bomb's on Peppo and Sirius towards heaven. I think there's next to no chance this bomb's going to be allowed to get planted.
Very minimal time as well. TMB able to find, and TMB will just get the double there. Ecstatic with 4. Ecstatic are looking really good here. You look at the round that Sinners won, it was kind of a clutch, it was a disadvantage moment. But I'm feeling quietly confident for Ecstatic.
I mean, I don't even think you need to be that quiet anymore, just with there being a stand, and I think this is how things should be going. I think we should be under the assumption that Ecstatic can push forward to go on to win this third and final map. And until I see otherwise from Sinners, I think I'm going to still stay with that sort of idea. I suppose one good thing is that Mikey did take a lot of space in the last round. Forced the CTs back from B, allowed Sinners to claim that control. The issue is they had 2 players on 1 bullet from death, and they were disadvantaged, so it felt like a difficult round to call around. So half by, ooh, a bit dicey there from TMB. He does get found, and Lele gets to double through the smoke. But all that remains, and Lele is still tagged down, but will survive on 3 points of health. Triple kill from him, and the half by only nets a single frag for Sinners.
Yeah, Sinners slowly slipping from them. After the performance in map 1, I think many would have just thought, okay, Sinners, you played pretty well here. Somewhat persuasive throughout Inferno as well. They had that map and series point, obviously, but it didn't go their way.
Good nade there. Mikey and Kisrek both feeling the full force of that HE shrapnel. And attempting to go down towards Secret. The molly will be thrown. A couple of bullets added on top. Kisrek's even lower. And Lele just going to play reserved here towards B. Not wanting to actually take these gunfights. We'll just jump spot towards the single door. But now that he's got backup with Acor's AWP, he's all willing to stick around. Well, Smoke's actually going to block off and Lele. Native it finds Kisarek.
It's fine from Acor.
And players just get picked apart here. On the offense, it's just players back turns, players caught out. It's nice and easy stuff. Shock will find one with a molly onto TMB, but that's all. Just 1 kill found in the last couple of rounds from Sinners. 1 kill each round, I should say. As Ecstatic have really started. I mean, I think we saw it towards the latter portion of Inferno, where Ecstatic won those 5 rounds in a row towards the end of regulation before Sinners found the final one that brought things to OT. I think at that point we started to see Ecstatic finally delivering on themselves being the favourites. And seemingly they've been able to translate it onto Nuke.
Yeah, Sinners. Seems as though they're going to give Ecstatic a 7th here. With still plenty more to be seen in this half. Ecstatic, they could find double digits.
Would go ramp off with the reload. Anlele is here as backup. Not the greatest spray from Anlele, so just 1 apiece between Nut Nut and Anlele there on the ramp. Weapons upgraded. Space taking. Kisrek already down here towards Secret. TMB, is he going to be aware of this? He might not need to be, as the timing for Kisrek's awful, but TMB spends too much time clearing the other close angles and allows Kisrek to find one. And he goes above and beyond. 2 kills found from him.
The thing is, Sinners, their 2 rounds that they found now is, well, one was a kind of a 3 versus 4 with a player that was low HP, and the other a Tech 9 investment. Don't get me wrong, sometimes it's these types of rounds that can really spur you on to success, but again, we need to see more on the full buy versus full buys from Sinners, don't we?
I'm actually surprised Sinners are looking to hunt this as much as they are. I mean, I understand they came into this round with a half buy, but Sinners beforehand, they only found 2 kills in the last 2 rounds, so it's not exactly like money's going to be a huge issue for Ecstatic. Eagle will find one and keep the up anyway. So I think we're hoping that Sinners, at least in these final 4 rounds, ideally can walk away with half of them. That'd be great for them. Gets very aggressive through this smoke here, as he looks to quickly make his way down towards Secret.
Yeah, Kiss Rack. Only 5 and 8, Stress on with 5 kills as well. We've spoken about how these two have single-handedly and really have revolutionized this Sinners side over the last couple months when it comes to their individual brilliance. See, those two are the top performers so far for their side, but not only for the map, but also in the series. But either way, I feel like this is a game where one of them isn't on 15 kills in the first 10 rounds kind of thing. Mikey, though, great fight. Mikey looks to double with his shocks to steal it. There's a player on the vent. It is the AWP of A-Core, though. Not really the position you want to be in. Nutnut's given a freebie onto Stress on, though. Molly on the bomb site, going to create some issues, but 3 versus 3. 1 flashbang on A-Core. A-Core, I like the reposition. Realizing, you know what, I'm not going to have much success heading up the vent. A-Core seemingly going to be flashing them into the bomb site from heaven. Maybe the save would be the better decision. Skills are going to have to come through very quickly here. A-Core lining up the flash. Oh, no, he's not. He's heading up the ladder. Is it going to be a late attempt? It's just going to be a late save. I don't really know what was going on there.
Yeah, I don't know why it felt like we were going to see that initially, but I don't know why A-Core started making his way up the ladder. Well, there's the AWP dropped.
For me as well, I'm thinking if you're going to go for a late retake, you should be sending them in with a flash. And if they're going to go for a save, maybe have just players posted up in main to remove weaponry from Sinners. It seemed very, very, very silly.
I do hope we see Sinners win 2 of the final 4 rounds. So step 1 complete, so there's a good chance they can at least find themselves 4. Money's still good enough here for Ecstatic. Obviously, if we do see a world where Sinners win this round and we don't see the investment from Ecstatic,
TMB.
even more.
TMB. What? He finds 3! The lack of trade. Disappointing.
I'm trying to build up there the fact that we could see Ecstatic be broken financially and Sinners could even maybe look to find 5. A moment like that from TMB, there's no chance of it.
Yeah, really nice from Ecstatic. Look, I don't want to say that we could be seeing a closer game and a more compelling match if this was the full 5 of Sinners, but I think it's certainly a factor. It's something that we can't negate. We do have to realise that Ecstatic have been given a real advantage in this final map. It's a tough one though, isn't it?
Yeah, it always is going to be, but look, I think there's enough speaking of that now. It's just an unfortunate circumstance that's come, but Sinners aren't exactly just rolling over and allowing Ecstatic to completely dominate them here. You consider the pistols going the way of Ecstatic. The 4 buys probably made the argument have been a little bit more even once the weapons have been out, but it will be 7 found from Ecstatic. Still 2 rounds remaining of this half here. 3 is certainly not impossible for Sinners to deal some damage on, but I would like to see 1 more at least.
Yeah, I think Sinners to walk away from this half with just 3 is not enough at all. Again, it's difficult. And I think you feel for Sinners a little bit because there was such a storyline. There was such a, I guess, a fairy tale run that we all spoke into possibility. But nice find from Acor. We'll get traded out by Peepo, in fact. But Acor's been very key for Ecstatic success in opening duels. We saw it in Dust. We're seeing it here on Nuke. Inferno wasn't as easy. I have been very impressed with Acor's opening kill ability so far. 4-0 for opening duels now. Obviously there was that trade, but still.
Had the most on Inferno as well.
Yeah. Oh, did he? Wow, okay. I didn't even realise that. Very
yeah,
impressive.
It's impressive considering it's a map like Inferno where you can't always find the most with the AWP. But yeah, I mean, there was a few rounds back to back where we saw him peak towards Banana on both sides, towards overtime as well. With the on both the CT and the T side towards Banana, getting the opening curl onto Peppo. So yeah, he's instrumental there. It's certainly provided a lot to Ecstatic. But here in this 3-on-3, Sinners are looking to make their way down towards this lower site. Nana is defending. Hasn't had a huge amount to do this game, not in comparison to what was required of him on Inferno. So I haven't seen the same heights that he reached there. So towards Control and Decon, the bomb will be planted here at Toxic. Doors opened up, Shock finds one onto Nutnut. DMB will allow this smoke to rain down and no chance for the trade as he takes too long. Put out by Mikey. Mikey's in an uncomfortable spot, but the spray's bad from TMB and it allows Mikey, whose spray wasn't great either, to find the kill. So there will be 4 for Sinners.
At least Ecstatic, the finances are still looking pretty decent, aren't they? All contingent on that TMB triple. That round just allowed for Ecstatic's money to sit so comfortable. Seemed like this was still an opportunity for Sinners to break the bank, but obviously it's last round of the half, isn't it?
Exactly, and it's just going to be something that can't quite be capitalised on.
But Sinners, if they get 5, it's still possible, dare I say it. I think everyone is still feeling pretty confident for Ecstatic currently, but
that confidence quickly can be taken away. Lele aggressive here towards outside. Nade thrown from deep could just bait in Lele even more so. Kisrek will clear but will be found. And Lele doubles, he triples. And Lele has been superb here on Nuke. 15 and 5.
really
12 rounds of play.
Yeah, I'm happy that Anlele stepped up here because for a player that is so relied upon for this Ecstatic roster, it's very quiet on Inferno, 17 and 21. It's very quiet on Dust too. Hasn't had that kind of huge moment that we've come to expect from Anlele, but Zero, nice find there. 8-4, I think 8-4 is a fair representation for how this game should go. It's still possible for Sinners. It's not going to be easy, and I think a pistol round will be needed, but I'm intrigued to see where this one goes.
Yeah, and I think it speaks volumes about Anlele's performance here. The fact he's 2 kills away from what he had on Inferno, and that game was, what, 34 rounds?
Yeah.
So far we've had 12 rounds of play. It shows the insane start that he is having. Acre as well, gone a bit under the radar. Not just, hasn't just provided in terms of opening kills, also being a really solid piece to this Ecstatic team so far here. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's 7-4. Chances for both teams. Pistol rounds certainly give a huge leg up to whoever wins that one, though.
Sinners As mentioned, bit of a must-win pistol. Interesting when you look at the kills. Their top performer currently is Mikey. So the stand-in, doing what's been asked. Look, we need you to come here and frag. So far, it has been done.
Kisrek opening kill onto TMB. Shock just holding ramp from deep. Reposition has been spotted, but he's able just to find one and back away so quickly. Good round from Shock. 2 kills found. Kisrek does get dinked down.
Yeah, important for Sinners to have an advantage in this one. Double doors have been opened. Sierra needing to help. Drops the Molotov there, aware that Mikey has already crossed. Mikey struggling to connect the bullets there. Sierra will be able to find him. Stress on mollied off at the moment. Kisrek is low. This is a real possibility now. The bomb's gone down. If Sierra can find this pick, Peepo just needing to activate from ramp. Contact taken. Oh, Sierra. Opportunity to potentially find that one. He's going to be diving towards ramp, and Layla gets one. Peepo able to trade, and it's now Sierra in a 1 versus 2. We've seen what Sierra can do in clutch scenarios, but Kisarek will find there. So Sinners, they do fortunately win the pistol. As mentioned, without it, things would have gotten quite difficult.
Yeah, Sierra's so hyper-focused on people that he just overlooks Kisrek even still being a player in the round. Draw a force buy from Sinners in round number 2. With Sierra's investment, are we going to be seeing the same thing, or is this just some sort of hero galil? But no, Eagle does buy up as well. Ecstatic do want to press the issue here. They want to find double digits nice and early, so they're going to be testing Sinners early doors on their full buys and what they can do on the CT side. Not a huge amount of util thrown from the T's just yet, knowing that there is only a limited supply of what they have, so slowing things down for now. Kisrek is on this ladder towards vents.
Lele, you've mentioned the impact that he's had throughout this game. This map been really good.
Simple stuff here for the CTs. Nana will find one with the Deagle, but this force bite has fallen so flat. Just the kill onto Kisrek. Util not good enough. Stress on, gets a double. The game won't quite be leveled up, but it will be not far off that mark, as we should find ourselves in a 7-8 scoreline.
Yeah. Obviously for Sinners, this is what they're going to be hoping for heading into the second half, and they've now got that.
Just a couple of upgraded pistols here. Team B going to look to see if he can catch out Shock towards ramp. It's a little split from the other T's. Nice double from Nutnut Eagle. A triple from the Desert Eagle of Nutnut to give man advantage over here to Ecstatic. There are weapons that can be retrieved. Both Nutnut and Sierra can do so. Acorn falls towards Mikey outside. Nutnut sticking with the Eagle, and honestly, it's tough to blame him.
Why would you use any other weapon? He's just got 3 of the quickest Eagle kills I've seen in quite some time. Patiently waiting now is Nutnut, holding for the ladder of heaven. Mikey's gone loud here in this retake, which I don't love, but let's see if it finds him anything. Needs to clear for Nutnut. Oh, timing bad. Nutnut, that's his 4th Eagle headshot of the round. Stress on, okay. Can take him down now. Sierra with great information. Sierra, why is he spamming through the smoke? Stress on's got a kit. The round is won from Sinners. What are you doing, Sierra? You've heard him on the reload. You've got perfect information. Why don't you just tuck towards second vent? You can hold and wait for the smoke to fade. What have I just watched? We've had quite possibly the best Deagle round from Nutnut, and it's all for nothing because Sierra decides to just spam through a smoke when it's about to fade in a moment's time. What a huge mistake from Ecstatic. Sinners, they are going to be thanking their lucky stars that Sierra just thought that he could find through the smoke. That is so unnecessary.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Sierra thought perhaps Oh, Stresson's going loud. He's got to push through this smoke. I don't really want to tuck and give him a gunfight where he can dictate the pace. I want to sort of catch him out as he pushes through the smoke, and maybe just thinking he was going to do so and starts the spam. Yeah, it completely went against him there, and it just looked a bit cheap. A great attempt from that. 4 kills found from him. Brilliant first fight from Stresson, has to be said. Through the wall. Rarely see kills through that. But a great way to find Nut, and that would have been the hardest player to clear.
I'm still lost at how... Don't get me wrong, Stresson's first kill. Great through Heaven Wall, but yeah, that's a clutch Stresson. Very fortunate to have.
Jog 1-for-1 towards Ram, but already the rounds spiraled out of control as Kisrek and Mikey have found one apiece. Okay, this game's starting to feel possible for Sinners now. Even with the obstacle of having a stand-in, even with losing your in-game leader, they are going to be able to level up this game by the looks of things. And Lele, by his heroics, can't do anything here. Akel, same could be said for him. Just the 1 kill found. And Sinners tie things up.
Obviously for Sinners, they might have felt a little bit out of this game, but the rounds towards the end of that first half, the mistakes have been made here from Ecstatic. This is pretty crazy. Ecstatic, the second they got the news that there would be a stand-in for Beastic, I'm sure smiles already placed on faces. Yeah, now it should be game faces as everything, because it's 8-8. Sinners are on the favoured side. The round starts nicely. Syrah gets 1, but Peebo finds TMB beforehand, actually. Kisarek, important frag to find. It's a man advantage here for Sinners.
Yeah, there is a low HP Kisarek, but he's not going to be easy to get taken down. Great kill onto Anne Lele, the heavy hitter. Kisarek is just tucked here towards the single door down in B, or Akel waits for any rotations that I doubt are going to just bomb their way down vents. I'm going to see a double swing onto Kisarek, but he actually takes the fight for them. The Shadow's spotted and he's low HP. He's always going to be found there for nothing. Still advantage though. Smoke drop towards the door. It's a really bad smoke. Tries to get dropped down so they can cross towards the bomb site and look to get a plant down. This feels unlikely to happen now. Flash is thrown. Akel gets taken down. All on Nut. First kill's not even found. People was able to rotate in quick enough. Sinners in the lead here.
Yeah, bit of a crazy statement to be made. I thought Ecstatic were always going to close this one out. Don't get me wrong, they still can. But for Sinners, they've got a real chance now. Again, they had a chance to close out the series in Inferno in that first OT. They were 15-14 up, unable to find it there.
The last 10 rounds, 8 of them gone the way of Sinners. Obviously, Ecstatic was 6-1 up on this map.
Pretty ridiculous.
Yet to see a single T round for the Danes just yet. Shock is down here towards Seeker already, and happily will just drop a smoke grenade to stop Syrah taking any additional space.
Shock. Nice rotation down towards B. Just going to be jump spotting here. The slower approach from Ecstatic could always lead to a trend of a late B play.
So we'll drop this molly, but won't actually progress any further, and Shock will get all of this information that noise made down towards the lower side, but no one's pushing with it.
Oh, Util being sent here. TMB in main. Timing for Kisarek looks good. That's the bomb now dropped on the top site, and Lele dived down the vent. So we're going to see a rotation. Kisarek's able to find another, and Lele is unable to claim the bomb. Both Syrah and Lele are down here towards B. The bomb's towards A. What was the decision? It felt like it was going to be a split down towards the lower site. But then we see the bomb not going down the vent. We see poor utility. And Syrah's in a 1v4. He's got 20 seconds. Surely just going to be the save from Syrah. Sinners find 10.
And it would be a half buy anyway from Ecstatic, but it is full loss bonus now for them, so it won't be a huge issue that Sierra's going to save this weapon. It will be like it's a hero AK. And obviously, none of these rounds are going to be easy from here on out from Sinners, as money is always going to be pretty good. We technically could see Ecstatic fully invest if they want to. I really wouldn't like the idea.
One of those high risk, high reward type decisions. Obviously, the money for Sinners is very good, but
3 rounds away here. Arson is flawless on this CT side so far.
Sinners. It was the CT side that we have already said is going to be better for Sinners, but what we do know on a map like Nuke, you need such a good level of synergy to try and work these rotations, ensure that you aren't kind of over-rotating down towards B, you aren't kind of losing too much map control. But Sinners, they've done well, and I think a majority of that, Charlie, is because many of these rounds they've had the man advantage because Ecstatic looks to go fast. Ecstatic, they play things a little bit slower, and even Sinners, they do really well.
Yeah, I think that Sinners sort of just positioning Mikey in a way where he's not necessarily going to be required to make all of those decisions. We're seeing Shock be a player who makes a lot of these early rotations, Kisserek as well, down vents, things like this, and it feels like sort of just not putting Mikey in these uncomfortable spots where he might be the one that determines the outcome of the rounds. But Mikey himself, look, he's right there at the top of the leaderboard alongside Kisserek and Shock. I think it's pretty crazy to see that Sinners are winning this game and not a single person is positive for them.
Yeah, that's actually a crazy one. That just really goes to show how many rounds have come close, right?
Yeah, and look, there's only one person negative on Ecstatic as well.
I'm looking forward to the Statmeister tweets of the guess who won the map impossible edition. Because that's what it's feeling like. I don't think anyone would have guessed Sinners to find this. Mikey standing in, such a devastating 6-1 first half scoreline, but been able to come back and been able to kind of reclaim control.
Sierra found by Peppo. Kisserek gets one before getting traded out by TMB. Attempts to do something. I don't know, retrieve the weapon, go down vents.
Not that Deagle headshot. I think after that 4K, I think everyone knows the Deagle are possibly more threatening than an AK within his hands. I'm going to do some checking, Charlie, because I'm pretty sure Nutnut's got more kills with a Deagle than he does any other weapon in this map. Might take me some time to look, but I'll have a quick check.
AK of Sierra has been retrieved now in Acor's hands. Static do still have time to work with. They've got the bomb with them as well, but time is slowly ebbing away. 30 seconds on the clock as Ecstatic is still towards the garage. Do have Shock towards ramp. He has to start to consider that this could be a possibility soon. But it's actually going to be a play into heaven. Oh, the jump's been heard. This is so much intel.
That's unfortunate. Acor missed movement there.
And look, there's just a molly in heaven. It's going to come right down to the wire. Peppo's posted up. Stresson's nearby as well. One jump kills any chance of that round. We didn't actually have the CTs auto-aware of it. Shock didn't consider it being a possibility. I think Stresson was having a sort of a look towards the position, but Peppo was elsewhere. But as soon as the jump's heard, you've just got both CTs glued into heaven. Shock, who can rotate quickly as well. And Sinners, it's an easy finish for their 11th.
Yeah, obviously I did some checking, Charlie. Nana has 12 kills, 6 of which are with the Deagle. All of which being Deagle headshots, by the way. No body spams.
Has he won a round when he got a kill with the Deagle, though?
Oh, that's a good one. Probably not.
There's obviously 5 of them at least is a no. You tilt towards Vents. Nana's got so much space here. Towards Tetris. In the meantime, we're seeing lobby aggression. Space is being taken. Nana's in a really weird spot where he hasn't actually found anything yet. We'll find Stress on.
They're going to head up towards A. Kisarek finds TMB in the process. Kisarek's in a very deep position. Obviously, they know about it. Shot going to be rotating up the ladder. Shot taking a lot of damage unnecessarily there.
I think he just wanted to make sure no one was flanking from heaven, and he didn't want the molly to delay that someone could get up in the meantime. So tried to look for something. We are seeing the boost into rafters. Shock is not considering this for now.
Why would he be? Why would he ever be considering this? What about timing for Mikey? Sierra seems comfortable. Oh, Mikey finds while flying. Timing the HE grenade looks good. Great find from Kisarek. It's now all on A-Core. He was the one that made the jump in the last round. Gave it up. Oh, is there enough time for the defuse? Mikey. I think there might be. There is.
Wow. How are we here? The flawless CT side continues. Sarah does so much damage, but it's up the ladder from Mikey. Joint top performing still as the stand-in. The player with the joint best KD as well. I mean, this is shocking from Sinners. This is such the storyline for them. It feels like heartbreak. They had the chance to close things out on Inferno. They couldn't do it with their full 5. It went to double OT before Ecstatic could close out that map. Here on Nuke, we got given the bad news that Beastic cannot play this one. And Mikey was having to stand in, and yet somehow Sinners have 4 opportunities to advance themselves to that grand final.
And there's the first kill for Mikey. Mikey, what a game he's had. I think Sinners are going to want to keep him as a permanent substitute.
Man, maybe.
Yeah, look. Shock as well, just playing a pixel angle. Got a smoke in hand, I believe. Some Molotov. And Lele finds Kisarek, though.
Lele is looking for another hit. Depot is on the ramp. Equal finds Mikey, so it's man advantage, but 2 players for Ecstatic are very low. Back towards the lobby. The T's look to go. Heppo's just left this ramp position. He's darting between both.
This is where Shock needs to take some space towards top secret, and that's exactly what he's doing. He needs to have some control towards outside. And with Shock clearing now, Evo's just sent a molly towards ramp. Stress on with so much work to do. They're going to be coming out of hut, though. This could work out really nicely. Evo dropped in. Great find from Anlele. Stress on gets 1, but can't double down. We've got Shock ready and waiting in main. 2 players are low. There's the first. Molly down the vent. It's a 1 versus 2 here. Does have an HE grenade for TMB's position, but he's going to send it on the back of the bomb site. Will soften up Nut. Nice flashbang there, spamming through his Shock. TMB, he does not need to peek here. Looks as though he wants to, though. Shock, surely to give this round a go. I don't know why he wouldn't. No downside here. Retrieved the flashbang. TMB's still super low. Nut on the back of the bomb site. Already spotted him. And the kill comes through. Excellent. And now it's all on TMB. Just a tap hit. TMB needs to hurry up. And is there enough time? I think he's got it.
He's got it.
I think Shock has
I think
it.
He's got it.
And that's the clutch that wins them the game. Shock, excellently played. He gets the 1 versus 3. Sinners, 13-8, our second grand finalists to face off against BetBoom. Ecstatic. They were 6-1 up, Charlie. They were playing against a stand-in for Mikey. And that doesn't even help them. Sinners, what a game. What a performance. Many mistakes made from Ecstatic, and Sinners have capitalized. What a fairy tale story for them. And honestly, Mikey, he's going to be very happy with his own performance. He gets the MVP there. And Lele was, 20 and 14. We mentioned how the kills and everything looked as though it should have gone the way of Ecstatic, but it doesn't. Great game from Sinners. They now push to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to give hats off to Mikey there. Standing in late notice. coming into a map like Nuke, which is certainly not an easy map to stand in for, and has delivered MVP performance. I mean, it felt like a real team performance, to be honest, there from Sinners. I don't think you can really put it down to anyone. Felt like that CT side deserves so much credit. A flawless CT side. We highlighted how both teams favoured things. We saw an 8-4 scoreline for Ecstatic on their CT side, and you're looking at things there and saying, okay, there's a decent chance that Ecstatic can press the issue and actually deliver now. 8 rounds wasn't enough. We saw Sinners find 9 in a row without dropping a single one. Brilliant stuff from them. Look at this playoff run from Sinners. Part-time first game, 3-mapper there against 9. Absolutely bullied a team that I think were highest ranked VRS coming into this event, and Sinners who were far from it. It's a huge result there from Sinners. I sort of felt like that point, give Sinners their credit. They've done their job, and that's probably as far as we're going to see them go. Semi-finals though against Ecstatic. It goes the distance, but certainly a deserved win there. As you could also see in the graphic, Bet Boom versus Sinners is going to be our grand final, Fred.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, it was Beastick's kind of internet issues throughout Inferno that created so many issues at the end. I mentioned it felt like he only got 1 or 2 kills ever since that happened, which is always tough. But look, they needed, and they called upon a stand, and it worked out well. And I think this is where, as an in-game leader, you always feel that pressure whenever you've got kind of a big game on your hands. The second Beastick's out of it, you just know he's going to be watching on the sidelines, just hoping that not only Mikey can step up, but the rest of the team can. And now they have done that. Charlie, they've got about half an hour until they face Bet Boom in the grand finals. But again, Sinners, what a performance they've had. I'm so excited to see how that game does fall out. As mentioned, it's going to be kicking off in about 25 minutes time. And look, they've got a bit of a break now between this game against Bet Boom. Certainly not an easy opponent, but Sinners, they've just done it against Ecstatic. Maybe this could be the fairy tale run for them. But as mentioned, short break before the grand finals.
We're back. While you're trying to fix it, we are back with the finals. Finally, we are here. It has been a long day. Has been a long day. I
Good?
mean, we've
I
had
think
some
we are.
troubles in different ways, but we're here. We're ready to go. We finally arrived after days and days and days. After technical troubles and whatnot, we are here and we are ready to witness Sinners versus Bet Boom, a final that we perhaps did not expect, but hey, here we are.
Yeah, I think it's kind of crazy that Ecstatic went from like almost making the major in that in Philadelphia in A-Land to losing to Sinners with a stand-in. So definitely very very surprising for me, but I think it makes for an exciting matchup. I am excited for Bet Boom Sinners. I was, I think when I saw that matchup, I was expecting Ecstatic to come through, especially there on that last map when they were having internet issues with B-Stick. And I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be playing with B-Stick. Maybe he's fixed the internet issues and he's in the server, or maybe we still have that stand-in. But for now, we're going to take a look at Bet Boom and kind of looking at the two rosters of these teams and what they've achieved. Bet Boom, I believe, are the favorites.
Yeah, I think everyone would think that. Like, if you looked at the semifinal, the quarterfinal bracket, even, I think most people would have been sure that most likely Bet Boom makes it to the finals. And then that second team, there was Nine, there was Ecstatic, there was many different teams that could have made it here. Instead, it's Sinners, which kind of surprises me. So they're definitely the underdogs, but so far they were underdogs in the previous matchup as well, in fact. Ecstatic, however, were not able to deliver, and Sinners won on third map with a stand-in, Mikey, who, by the way, top fragged. So I think very much is up in the air, but one thing is for sure, Boomich's new team is really good. He is doing the in-game leading really well ever since they kind of got these last two pieces to the puzzle, that being Arfrost and Magnoyez in, I believe, July of this year. They've just been going up and up and up, man.
Yeah, definitely. Bet Boom have kind of broken open their ceiling that they were experiencing. And it's great to see Boomich finding his fit. I know he struggled a little bit after the Navi days. When that whole Navi roster exploded, he kind of struggled to find his fit. So I'm glad that he's now found a place where he can play Counter Strike the way he wants to, and it works out. His team ends up winning more often than not. So good for them. On the other side of things, we have Sinners, and it looks like we have B-Stick in the lineup for now. I don't know what it'll be like when we get in that server. Maybe Mikey's still here, maybe not. But yeah, this Sinners roster also kind of star-studded. We've got Kisarek, who was on that old Rebel squad, who was one of those teams that was kind of like the Land Cafe Puggers, the Polish roster that kind of came out of nowhere and was surprising everybody, and then they kind of split apart and went their own separate ways. It was Kisarek, Olymp, and there were a couple others. I'm not going to expose myself and try and go down the list of names that I don't really remember. But yeah, and then you've got Peppo, the AWP for Sinners, who is going to be expected to have some very high impact, and especially here with this map pool, we've got Mirage and Dust 2 as well, Nuke to start out with, which the op is very impactful on this map as well. But Mirage and Dust 2 are going to be kind of like, I guess, Peppo's playground, where we expect him to step up for Sinners and I guess be at the top of his game. But I am very, very excited for this matchup. I think it's going to be some really, really good Counter-Strike, especially considering Sinners are coming off that high, beating Ecstatic with that stand-in. But it does look like we have B-Stick in the server. And it's Peppo up first. Shocking Peppo. Find a bunch of kills. Peppo ends up fighting Art Frost, and suddenly it's Dylanez left all alone in a 1-on-3.
That was quick, man. 25 seconds into the round, and it's just Dylanez on almost no HP, no chance really. Sure, he's gonna pick up the USP, but these headshots have to be instant, and he has to find 3 of them. I think the best thing he could do here is just get the bomb down. Get yourself a little bit ahead in that regard, cash-wise, but, well, he's spotted there. That's the bomb, so, yeah, just gonna chill here a little bit, hope and pray that he can maybe find the headshot. I think an interesting thing to note is that Sinners are playing this game with like a 20-minute pause from the previous semifinal, which they won, and they won on Nuke. So it is kind of interesting to me that Bet Boom picked into this, knowing that Sinners actually showed a really good performance on Nuke with the stand-in of Mikey. So theoretically, they should be even better with B-Stick, right? That being said, maybe Boomich is watching that final. He's like, yeah, I'm seeing all the mistakes they're making. I'm just going to exploit that in around 20 minutes time. I think there's like different ways I can look at it. But one thing's for sure, the pistol is going to go the Sinner's way.
Yes, indeed. That's a very lovely start for them. Bomb plant. Not a lot of cash in the back for Bet Boom. So it'll be interesting to see what they elect to do with this one. It's probably just going to be a save, maybe some upgraded pistols. I've seen teams go a different way with this, but won't affect anything. Boomich and Dilladas, the only one able to get kills, so they're the only one who have money to invest in. I like this a lot from Bet Boom. It's that Hero Deagle on Art Frost. That's all they've got. The rest of the squad will just be stuck to these Glocks. And this should be an easy round for Sinners while we wait for Bet Boom to get the buyout in the net. Very slow from these pistols. We don't really expect, again, this to be anything crazy. A couple of kills would be good in a round like this, but they've already lost their Deagle. Maybe a recovery mission for that. Looks like Siren says, yeah, I want that. Oh, hey, listen. It's okay, Siren. I missed the jump, too. You recovered, but still 2 men down. It shouldn't amount to much. A kill here would be nice. 2 would be good for damage. Cinders have done a really, really good job of not overextending and dying to these pistols. So, for them. Especially because they've got all these rifles on the board, right? If they had some MP9s, it would be good to just kind of run it down and farm some cash, but these rifles up. Do just that. Lovely stuff here from Sinners. Good early damage control.
You love to see it. You want the Glocks to be just dealt with, done with. We've seen, at least with several sheep, I saw a lot of Glock rounds converting, actually. We had a map where 3 Glock rounds converted against pistols, so yeah, not looking for that anymore. I'm glad that now we are off to the rifles. Outside smoke's laid down. B-Stick is aware of this, kind of in that... This is how Donk announced himself in Katowice. He just spammed through and got like a double lineup. I've not seen something like that ever since. Shogdo pushes up, gets extra damage, gets a kill, and gets the information. That's a 3-piece that he really is going to help his team with.
He knows that this secret position is now compromised. And look at B-Stick. There's a huge flank already coming in. Like, they're not going to be ready for just how quick this flank is. Now they will as B-Stick finds Art Frost, but Sinners have got the read on this round. Good luck, Bet Boom, Dilladas, and Siren. And a 2-on-4. Dilladas will open up with the first. But then the numbers out just a little bit. Siren starts to work in from ramp, and Sinners are spread a little thin. Stresser is up on the A bomb site. B-Stick and Kisarek to hold on to this space from Secret. Dilladas has to recover the bomb, and the question is, will he go up A or go back towards B? It looks like because Siren is here, they feel that this is a little bit better to stick to this site, so he will. A Molotov down to cover his plant, and time now working against the CT, so there was a chance for this clutch. This is how it's happening.
They just open the doors and look at each other. Oh, and that's bad timing. Trying to get up, he does. That's information about Dilladas. He is in a really good spot here. You can see the legs. Oh, that's only the one. And Siren now in the 1v2. Makes a quick rotation. Around the world he goes. Trying to head to single door here, but they're just going to stick it. Kisarek, you got to take him down. Doors open, and it's good assistance from Prestart, as he's going to say. You might open the door, but you may not kill the diffuser. Tech pause now. Sinners have reached 3, however, so that's always good to see. Peppo is on 5, and this is somebody who you look at, hoping that he performs, because in the previous best of 3, although Sinners won, Peppo was just not performing that well against Partisan. And in fact, Nuke is one of his best maps, so I'm really hoping that, heading into the finals, the form has been dialed in.
Yeah, Peppo is somebody that you expect to have high impact for the Sinners rosters. He's not. I don't think he's by any means considered a super young player, but he is kind of like their impactful. Because I keep wanting to call him a young gun, right? He's young. Well, he is young. He's 21, so yeah, he is that young gun, right? He's who you expect to come in and play with a little bit of fire under their feet. I don't know why, but I was thinking Peppo was like 24 or 25. He's not. He's not Unk yet. He's not up there. But yeah, no, you definitely expect him to have those high impact frags with this AWP, especially on maps like we've got coming up on Mirage and Dust. Again, I really want to hit home how important it is going to be for him to show up on these maps. This is BetBoom's map pick as well, and if Sinners are going to start out with a bang like this, the series might look really, really good for them. Siren's already made his way down onto the B bomb site. A force buy from the Russian squad. Boomage opens up with the first kill. B-Stick out of the round. With all this space down towards B, they'll have no problem making their way down here and trying to get this bomb down on the lower bomb site.
Oh, that's some damage. Siren is also tagged up a little bit, but yeah, we're just getting into it, right? Magnius is going to find another. That's a 2-player advantage now for BetBoom. And at this point, I think they should be looking at their first round. You have 3 defenders on the A site. Unless the fight comes to them, they won't go to the fight. There's no reason to. Peppo's on $0, so why would you ever try this? I think we're on for a very close game. I think it's also interesting to look at kind of where both teams are at the moment. Like, they're both kind of at the peak of their momentum, right? Like, everything has been going well for them recently. BetBoom are on a many-game streak. They only really lost to Ruby in CCT Season 3 finals, which was a very big upset by Ruby, by the way. Other than that, they've just been winning and winning and winning. These are the second finals they now make in 2 days. 2 days actually. So, they recently have really good results. If you look at the side of Sinners, same can be said for them. They recently come off a best-of-5 LAN victory. This is over Eklat in the Slovak National Championship. So I think this is where like two forces meet, and I just don't see one of them going down in flames. I think I'm hoping for an overtime actually on at least one of these maps. Preferably the third one.
It'll be nice. I think these two teams are a lot closer than some people might believe. Skill level, I know you kind of expect that Boom to be a little bit better with that experience that Boomage has. Sinners just can't be understated how good they are when they're in the server. I have seen them have their moments where just aren't on. It's not great.
Oh, M4.
Avant. Yeah. Oof. They try and make their way out A. They've got the space, but not the kills, but it goes back their way. Now into a 2-on-2 very quickly. Each side losing a lot of their players, and I'll bet Boom with the advantage. It's Shock left. 1-2 spots out Boomage. It's good timing, but no damage. The wall needs to isolate these 1v1s. 2 of them.
Boomage.
Fine. Is he ready? No, he's not. The reposition for Boomage. So smart. So smart. Experience beyond his years. BetBoom will find a second and break the economy of Sinners. There is not enough money for them to invest at all. Gotta save.
I thought he was giving somebody a fist bump, but instead he just reached for the mug. I don't know what's in it. Probably some caffeine. But Boomich also has recently just found incredible form individually. Like, he's literally top fragging the, his side, kind of the server as well right now. And that's on top of, like, having really good calls. And that's not, like, something new. Well, it kind of is, but in the last couple of, like, months, this is, like, the norm. Boomich is just everywhere. He's a fragging in-game leader, kind of leading his team from the front. And when you have somebody like that on the server, it is going to be super difficult no matter who's up against you. As you mentioned, as we both kind of agree, Sinners peak, like their skill ceiling is very, very high. I think with what they've struggled with recently is just like being consistently at that ceiling, which is difficult. They have kind of low lows. Although I will say that with this new roster that kind of merged in around June, July, they've climbed around 40 slots in the VRS. They're currently up around that 56th, 50th spot in VRS ranking. They're around 80th when kind of this team came to be. So yeah, recently form has been good, and now the USPs should just go down. Should just be easy. $600 per pop here for Magnayez or Boom Bitch.
Yeah. Should be no doubt that BetBoom go ahead and tie the scoreline up here. Peppo on that Deagle. Maybe he can offer up a kill or two. There he goes. There's one. One more would be great. He won't find it, so hard pressed is to say that Shock will be able to get a kill with his USB. It's tough. I've seen it happen for sure, but only player left alive, no distractions. Not sure. Knocked out one. Yeah, can't find another kill. Just trying to do as much damage as possible. Only the one kill, which is still okay. Not as nice as you would want on an eco round, but you know, what do you expect out of USBs and Deagles? Not really too much. I know we've seen a little bit crazier. I know. I think it was us actually when we were doing the our game the other day. We saw pistol rounds go back and forth, and I think we ended up seeing a team win a full Glock round against like full rifles. It was really weird.
That happens a lot recently.
I think I've seen a lot of that in Counter-Strike. You know, you have a tendency to be like, oh, they've just got pistols. You know, this shouldn't be a crazy round, and then it ends up being one of the craziest rounds you've ever seen in your entire life. It's like okay, well, my fault.
Yeah, yesterday we casted the semis with several sheep. I saw the quarters. I saw a 4 Glock and a Deagle round convert. That was pretty cool. It was literally like a gun game where you get a kill with a Deagle, you upgrade, then you get another kill, your teammate upgrades, and at the end of it, the CTs had eliminated one player from the Glock and Deagle squad. So that's always cool. Yeah, we're on to the rifle rounds now, though. Sinners are very low on economy, and we'll see if that comes back to bite them once the BetBoom execute comes through. For now, they're kind of just looking for opening picks, and Sinners are super heavy towards that A side of things. I think BetBoom want to fight ramp here, but look at that spot from Shock. Shock has been amazing as well all throughout the last month, so I think it's another time for him to strike with the one, not the double. B-stick there, but Arfrost quickly refrags or checking the boost as well. BetBoom are so aware of the possibilities, but are they aware of time? It's sub 30 seconds left. You got to make a move, and Peppo is there. He should be good for at least one. Maybe he can wiggle down some more time.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot from Peppo. The bomb will go down, so 2v3. Oh, Magno, yes. Yeah, no. Absolutely ridiculous. Art Frost and Magno, yes. Going to be hard-pressed to find this one. Stuck in this corner together. They've got to fight, rely on their rifle skills, and Peppo. Oh, what a tap from Art Frost, though. 2 players left to find, but Peppo, with the USP, takes him out of the round. BetBoom tried to heat up, but Sinners very quickly quench the thirst and find themselves a 4th, right back on top. But what a shot from Art Frost that was.
You gotta be looking out for Art Frost, man. I feel like he has never really been given a proper chance at like playing in a tier 1 team, but he plays like he's on a team. He definitely has the skills, man. I guess the biggest teams that we know that he played for was Spirit back when, you know, they weren't like the Spirit they are today. Back when Donk wasn't there. They also played for Paravision, for Amcal, like tier 1.5 teams in a sense. But yeah, man, this guy is 1.11 rating in the last 3 months, but I feel like it should be 1.2 almost. From the games I've watched, like, he's insane. He almost plays like he wants to upload a YouTube clip montage. Like, the clips that he sometimes hits, man, it's so pretty. It's so cool to watch.
Say the Spirit before Donk. He played with Donk actually on Spirit. It was Chopper, Magic, Stontics, Art Frost, Donk. In BetBoom Dacha. or Dacha. I don't know how to say that. Is it Dacha? I don't know, dude. My
I
American
think
brain.
it's
That was
Dacha. I'll go with Dacha.
Dacha. Yeah, it was 2023 though, man. Like it was a while ago, 2 years ago now, even more than that. Uh, that's crazy though to think that because I was like, yeah, I was like, Art Frost was on Spirit, a little bit, wasn't he? But,
I think he was just when Donk arrived. In the meanwhile, though, check this out from Kisarek. That's the bomb confirmed. Now he wants to get another kill. The AK looking to punish, but he's just jumping away. Boomich is there in place. Another backstab comes through, and Magnayes gets a good refrag in. That was starting to look a little bit dangerous from Sinners, as that 2v4 with the bomb down turns into a weird situation. It seems like we are going to go back to back here. Exactly what you expected for the finals. Although, if you think about Nuke, you don't really want to give the T's 6 rounds here, man. I think Sinners, it's Bedboom's pick, but with how they played just about an hour ago against Ecstatic, like, you kind of feel like they need at least 7 here. Their T side didn't look that good, but our Frost, look at that. What an opener that is. Sure, it's the pistols, but it's still a nice shot.
Again, just another one of these rounds that you don't expect to have much life from Sinners, but we've been proven wrong time and time and time again about these eco rounds. I think, especially on a map like Nuke, where there's so many angles that the pistols have advantages. If Shock had been able to land a shot there, then maybe there's a question mark thrown in this round, but I don't think there is now. I think there's just 2 little numbers left for Sinners. BetBoom have been doing a really good job.
Oh.
Containing these pistol rounds. Nice kill from Stressern. Shouldn't be too much more expected of him, and yeah, there won't be. Kisarek, maybe he can find a kill, do a little bit more damage. There you go. That's your second. Smoke that'll block him out. And he should have no real chance at winning this round. Maybe one more kill if he's lucky. 1 HP. Yeah.
Yeah, he's lucky if he can save here. I think if he gets right into CD spawn, yeah, the bomb blast radius won't touch him, but I think one of these Bedboom guys probably will. Like, you want to take down that AK. I think Bedboom's starting to show some teeth. Because another thing you have to consider is that they've won almost all of the rifle rounds, right? This was a 3-0 start for Sinners, and they kind of get a couple of rounds easy. Sure, the pistol is kind of 50-50 a lot of times. It is one of the more inconsistent rounds in CS, and then obviously you win against the Force, and then the pistols. It's easy 3. But the hard rounds, man, the actual majority of the rounds, of course, will be comprised by the rifles, and that's where Bedboom excel. I mean, Boom's calling right now is great, and on top of that, he's on 11-5. 11-5, man. That's like double pretty much anyone else on the server. The next contender, except for Peppo, is, I guess, Dilladez with 6. Insane how he's playing right now. I think he really wants to make it back to tier 1, and at this point, my man will definitely have options. You know, continue with this team. Maybe somebody else wants to pick him up, but I think tier 1, a lot of tier 1 teams, in fact, are in the desperate need for a fragging in-game leader.
And nice to see him still able to put up the numbers as well. We know a lot of the tier 1 guys, sometimes they come down to tier 2, and sometimes they're frying and sometimes they're not. But it's nice to see that Boomage is you know, still playing at that level that we know he's capable of. B-Stick, very nice kill into Magnayes. That gives Sinners a man advantage. Another Molotov that'll lock BetBoom out of this. Art Frost, a nice shot on the B-Stick. And evens up the numbers. We're back into the 3-on-3. Stressern here on the back of sight. BetBoom start to work their way out into A, so Stressern with a lot of weight on his shoulders. This is heard. Stressern, a nice timing on that peak. Distraction for BetBoom. Stressern allowed to get another shock. Will find Dilladez, and it's all onto Art Frost, but there's too many players, too many angles to worry about, and he is overwhelmed. Down he goes. Sinners, keep it close. Keep us tied. 5-5. Still plenty of money on the side of BetBoom. This has been a very close match so far.
Yeah, I mean, it is when you look at the scoreline, but again, I think as soon as we switch sides, Sinners are going to be in big trouble. They definitely need to win the pistol of the second half. Just by the way how things are going right now, I wouldn't say that the scoreline represents what we're seeing on the server. That being said, there's still a chance to at least put yourself up on 7. That wouldn't be too bad. As Bedboom are the favorites of at least Nuke. Get yourself up to 7, win the first pistol. Yeah, that's almost 10 rounds, man. And then, well, at one point, Bedboom would come back, I believe. And they're doing everything right, going for the boost up as well. There's nobody to clear, though. Literally nobody on the B side of things. The closest player to help, I guess, is Peppo. But he has an op, and that's not something you can multi-frag with. I'm actually surprised that Sinners seem so unaware of this possibility. At least Peppo now arrives to ramp, but his best bet is just to get a pick and get away. So I think the bomb plant should be given away anyways. And he's not ready for single or double doors to be opened, in fact.
Siren, the first to fall through his smoke, not much help.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Dillades. Down goes Peppo. Sirac looking to rotate in, but that B-bomb site is held down. Now, there is a distraction, right? There is this rotate coming in from Shock. Boomage dodge that blast. Nice kill from Shock. They should know Boomage is here as well. Boomage, I can't believe he's gotten out of there. That's crazy. They allow the rotate, though, and the problem is the numbers are thinning. It's on to Boomage and Artfrost. Make it just Boomage so blind. And while that looked good for a moment for Betboom, Sinners close it up. They defuse the bomb, find a 6. The money, not good for Betboom. They should come away with a win in this half. 7-5 should be our scoreline. But again, should be. We will see, I think, a single or maybe 2 AKs. Dillades, yeah. They'll buy up an AK as well. Siren, Boomage, and Macnayez will be a little bit lower on the buy, but tactical pause to talk about what they want to do this round. Will it be something quick? Will they slow it down and hope that Sinners make a mistake?
It's the first tac pause, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I think it just shows how much Boomage wants to control every single round, how much every round actually means to him and like his team. Normally at this, like, yeah, you have pistols, you would you rarely see attack pause called here. Boomage wants to make sure that he squeezes all the juice out of every round, you know, and this is a pretty, like, it looks like a small one, you know, normally like, 4-8 or 3-9, like, that's a big change. 5-7, 6-6, it's kind of the same. But that, you know, rounds win games. So you need to win them. I think it's smart from Boomage to use these tac pauses wisely. It is just the hero AK on Dillades. At this point, give it to Boomage. Like, he's still top fragging, so he's giving a Galil.
They've managed to get 3 rifles out of this. They've gone with a little bit lesser utility. Oh, man. Magnoyez is able to get away with one because of that timing. That's ridiculous. Boomage able to pick up a rifle as well. Man advantage now for Betboom. They've got the sight, making a double. Boomage finding another. Shock over the top of the rafters. Tries to be the hero. But in his heroic antics, he falls short. And it is on to Peppo. A 1-on-3. A pre-fire. Picks up the AK. And Dillades will put him down. Tie it up for Betboom. They don't need utility. They just need guns. And as you said, I think Sinners are going to struggle coming into the second half. This is a majority CT-sided map. It's Betboom's map pick. And they should feel a little bit more comfortable now on the stronger side.
Yeah, I think that Sinners definitely need to win the pistol here. There is no other way around it because their T-side just didn't look that good against Ecstatic. It wasn't bad, but I just don't see how they can lose the pistol and then win 7 rounds, out of which majority has to be rifles. The only thing that's going to make it a bit easier is the fact they're going to at least have their hands on the AKs. Yeah, the scoreline's close. I mean, maybe we are reading into this a little bit too much, because as long as the scoreline is close, it doesn't matter what the stats are saying. I think especially maybe a 1 tier lower than this, like the stats never really matter. So we'll see if they're able to break that curse. Tech pause now on top of it. Peppo and Boombitch, the 2 with double-digit kills so far.
He's the only one. Bet Boom with double digits, actually. And looking at the ADR, he's he really is just kind of at the top of the game right now. 94 ADR. Everyone else on his team in the 60s. So great impact for him.
Fast.
Sinners.
Oh,
Very quick.
wow.
Yeah. Magno is the first to fall. Siren with a quick kill back, and now he's found another 3 on the board for Siren. Nasty little round from him, still dancing around the back pillars. He's lost a lot of his teammates. 2 kills left to find. He'll be put down. He does so much work in that round for Bet Boom, and now it's all on to Art Frost. We said his name. We said he was so good, capable of playing at a tier 1.5 level, but here he falls to Sinners. After that sick 3K from from Siren. I can't believe that's the way that one ends. Sinners 7th round, 6-7 on the scoreline. Dude, I can't stop, man. I see it. I have to say
It haunts you. It haunts you,
I
man.
see it. I have
Wherever
to
you
say
go,
it, man.
6-7 is following you.
6-7. 6-7. Nonetheless, it is a really good round for Sinners. A force buy coming in from Bet Boom. And as you said, if there was going to be any chance for Sinners in this round, it kind of needed to be with the pistol round. Well, they've done that. They've won the pistol round. Now we start to build the story, right? We come away with this round. We beat back the force buy. You know, they'll be on an eco in the next. And Sinners have, set themselves up very, very nicely. Start this half off. It's still a very long road to the end of the game, but good start. Gotta come away with this one. They have to beat the force buy.
Yeah, this is where even the greats crumble sometimes, but Shock is not looking to do that. Shock's 2 with the Mac 10. The Siren refrag is there, but Strysarn finds another one. Oh, they're all lining up though. Siren only good for 1. Nice shot from Dillades, but that will be that. Sinners make sure the refrags are there, and even though Bet Boom almost have a full stack on the site, it's just not enough against the stronger weaponry of Sinners. They're going to move up to 8, and they're also going to put Bet Boom on the USPs. It's funny to think about the fact that Sinners have won like 3 rifle rounds, but they're going to be on 9 rounds. That's kind of how it is in MR12, you know? 9 rounds is 4 away from winning the game, and even though Bet Boom, in my opinion, looked better on the rifle rounds, at least they looked way better in the first half. It is what it is, guys. Gotta win your pistols. The Force doesn't work out either. I was not a big fan of the Force either, because they had like 1 scout. When does that work? Maybe on Dust. Sinners, man, they just keep surprising. They're full of surprises. Always the underdog, but somehow they just wiggle their way into leads. Gotta start thinking about them as the favorites, maybe.
Possibly, especially if they take the map here. Bet Boom, Kisserek will take down that Deagle and the USB as well. Fire Art Frost starting to move outside, looking for a kill, but no kill comes his way. Kisserek with a 4. Give him the ace. Why not? Dillades all by his lonesome on this 5-7. He's his way outside. I don't know that he's going to be able to get the ace because I think Dillades is going to get a kill here and should try and kill him as soon as possible. AK drops down into hell. Kisserek. Still not. No, he doesn't even want the ace. Yeah. They don't even want the ace. They're sending B-Stick to go hunt, but that's it.
I'm so glad the 5.7 is 1 digit off from being named something way worse.
Dude, I was seeing stuff like on Twitter about that actually. Literally, I think it was maybe 1 or 2 days after our cast. It was people petitioning for the 5.7 to be renamed the 6.7. Oh man.
I think that meme is gonna die in like a week.
It's already,
Surely.
dude. It's already
Yeah,
pretty dead.
yeah, you're
bro.
just
It's
beating a
just
dead
not.
meme at this point.
And I am beating a dead horse. It's just like I think it's funny because it's not funny. I've already explained this. To me, nothing about it is funny. But the fact that people don't get it and like are literally rage baited by like, I don't get it. What does it mean? And like, I don't know, they're rage baited by it. That's what's funny to me. Is I guess that it's good rage bait material. But
Yeah, good then. It's ironic.
another funny
We
number,
have
6'9".
yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, man. Damn.
I too quick. You got to be quicker
So
than that,
funny.
bro.
Well, yeah, this is the number also where Bedboom actually need to win a rifle round. Like, if you lose this rifle, you have no cash. That is going to be Sinners on 11. That's like 1 or 2 gimmick rounds and you're done converting on Bedboom's map pick. As good as Bedboom have looked, again, it kind of feels like they should even be in the lead. Nothing to take away from Sinners. Who cares how you get the 9 on the board? What matters is that you have the lead. And now they're looking to find a way out to convert this rifle. This would be massive. Maybe, I think they kind of grouping up for an A exec, but I think that might be a bit of a fake, and instead they might try to go ramp. Kisrek is down towards Secret, so the possibility of B is still an option, although he's choosing to kind of cut off rotation if somebody walks in from Garage. Now the Mollies come in, and Sinners do what? They wait, because they're smoked off. So that's a bit of a weird execute. They're just waiting. Kisrek somehow finds one. Okay, not too bad. And they're still waiting. And it's sub 30 seconds.
And they need to start getting a move on now, but this is pretty much what
Look
we
at the
see
setup.
out of Nuke, right? Yeah, it's
Oh,
crazy.
whoa.
Siren goes looking for information. Boomich, a lot on his shoulders, able to double up, but that's it. A nade on top of Art Frost will take him down to 62. This bomb will go down. A nade chips away at the health, but Art Frost and Dilladez, it's a 3-on-2. You might need to start thinking about the save, my friends. You don't have a lot of money going into the next. Art Frost will have a decent amount, but the rest of the team won't. They are going to look for it, though. They say, Dilladez, go forward. See if you can find a kill. Give us something, and that is something. A kill on the stressor and a flash in his hands. And now they try and move onto the site, but he's so low. Down he goes. And Art Frost has no more interest in this round. It will be double digits for Sinners.
Well, man, I was not expecting this. I mean, I did say they need to win the pistol, but the pistol and the first rifle, literally 2 impact rounds converted, and now Bedboom are in big trouble. As good as they've looked, yeah, they have the Boom Bitch leadership, yeah, a lot of things have gone right. This is technically 2 rounds away from losing your map pick, so they call attack pause, and this better be good, because it seems like they're also going to go for all out buy. We have an M4 and an up. And I think Boom Mitchell, he has enough to buy an M4. Yeah, well, another rifle round then. Okay. A bit more of a resistance than maybe I expected in this round for Sinners, but the double digits are the double digits, man. Afterwards, it doesn't matter. T, CD side win rates, you know, it's the shadow realm after you reach the double digits.
Money is kind of in an awkward spot, but it's good enough that they'll be able to get a buyout. Boomage will be going with the FAMAS. Yes, and Siren will have rifles as well. And on full loss bonus, if Sinners continue their win streak, Betboom are kind of in a situation where they're probably just going to be force buying the rest of the game. I don't see them trying to take a save at any point now. They're just going to have to start winning rounds, as you have to do in the game of Counter-Strike anyways. It's not good to have that loss bonus built up, but it is good to have the first pick in the round. Magno Yez will take down Kisarek at the cost of a lot of health and his own life forfeit as well. No trade back possible, so opening pick quickly diminished.
Well, 40 seconds to go now. Boombitch is in a rather aggressive position, trying to gain some information. Instead, he might pay for it with his life, but catches the perfect timing, and he gets away barely on very low HP, but he is able to just scoot back a little bit.
He's got such good timing here, though.
Yeah, it's sub 20 seconds, man. You gotta move, Sinners. You gotta do something. Bedboom right now have the setup, but they're not ready for Stressor, and he arrives. There's two on side, though, and that might be overlooked. He spots one of them. Oh, it's panic all across the board as they push in. Not ready for the second, but boom, still goes down.
No time!
And the time... Oh, no!
My God. There's no way! They just let too much time tick off the clock. Oh, my God. That should have been their round. That should have been the 11th. Instead, it's Bedboom. A gift from God, perhaps. Not a round that they should have come away with, but a round that they win nonetheless. Sinners kind of scratching their heads after that one.
That's not a strategy, Boom, which explained in the attack pause, for sure. The round doesn't go their way, but time. You know, sometimes it's not a 1v5, it's not a 5v5, sometimes it's a 5v6 if you're playing on the T side. Time is their final enemy. But I don't think that should tilt Sinners too much. It's not like they made a huge mistake either. They were just like, yeah, they were low on time on the execute, but at the end of the day, they got their kills and unfortunately run out of time. I don't think this will make them crumble, but it does make their economy crumble a little bit. I think enough money to go for a bit of a force in the next round. That being said, there's also a possibility if they lose this, that they just go for a rather low buy. That could be 8 or 9 or even 10 at one point for Bedboom. Divine intervention, man. That's the way I can describe it, yeah.
The only way to describe it. Yes, and will Kisserek clear this? He will, but he falls. Magnoyes down to a measly 12 HP, which is going to send Peppo a little bloodthirsty with that Glock, and he gets the kill, so it's fine. Art Frost and Stressor are going to meet up here at the top. Oh, Art Frost! Yikes, that timing is so bad! And he loses the fight to Stressor because of it, and now Siren in between a rock and a hard place, trying to fight his way out, but down he goes to Beestick, leaving Boomage with the heavy lifting on his shoulders. And he won't even be able to find the first. Shock takes him down. Sinners are playing lights out right now on this T side.
Yeah, that's a very dominant second half. I mean, literally the only round that Bedboom have won, Sinners were their own worst enemy. I am starting to worry a little bit. I don't know where that grace and just perfection almost they were playing with in the first half in rifle rounds is gone. Sinners, seems like as soon as they got their hands on the AKs, it's like one bullet headshots and they're just winning these gun duels left, right, and center. That being said, great off angle by Magnius, but now you're stuck, buddy, and that Molly, he knows, oh, parkour will get away to secret. So at least he stays alive, keeps that player advantage for Bedboom they so desperately need. Meanwhile, Beestick is in a hot pursuit. Where has Magnius gotten off to? Arfrost will find another. This is the round you were probably least likely to convert. MP9s, Famasas. Yet for now, it's perfect. The big test coming to Magnius now. As Beestick and co are trying to enter this, sees the shadow advantage on him. Peppo has the bomb, and he will remain alive with it as he opens double doors. Bomb will go down in a 2v4 with Stressarn being in a cheeky lurk towards ramp. This can get really dicey. It's all up to Stressarn.
Oh, no.
Hello. There he is. Well, let's go, Peppo. Not the weapon he usually prefers, but a 1v4 nevertheless. Wants to isolate Boombitch here, dodges the flash, but Boombitch just playing it slow, trying to gain information until Dillides arrives, and now Peppo, so many different angles to clear. Is good for the first shot. Unfortunately, bomb plant not for him. And second defuse, though. No kits in play. Boombitch not taken down. He says boom bitch and takes Peppo down, so that's going to be 8 on the board for Bedboom.
You know, he got that first shot. He got that first kill, and I was like, oh crap, that was kind of crispy. He might have this.
Yeah, yeah. I was
Just sticking
feeling
the
it.
bomb there. I didn't really think there was a chance, anyways. You know, they were sticking the bomb. You know, he wasn't going to come off of that. I don't think he had the time. I mean, it was a full 10-second. I guess there's always a chance, but he just didn't have enough time. Had to get that kill on a boomage, and then he would have had to immediately open the double doors, stop the planner, and kill the guy up on the top rafters with like 3 seconds. So, I mean, it literally would have been one of the most incredible clutches I've ever seen in my time casting Counter-Strike. And fortunately, it doesn't come through. It is a round for BetBoom, though. So they draw it ever closer, up to 8 now. And Sinner's in a little bit of trouble. You look at the bottom right of your screen, you see the economy is kind of in shambles. They built up a tiny bit of a loss bonus, but not enough to support this. They will be on an eco if they lose this round.
Yeah, this can get real troublesome for Sinners. They're so close, yet somehow BetBoom are always able to put up a good fight. Unfortunately, the man behind the charge is down. Maybe that helps. Maybe he's now just better at micromanaging every move that BetBoom make. But usually it matters more on the T side. You know, CD side is just like, well, play your position and hope and pray that you can get the kills, like Magnius does. I like the aggressive positioning on Hot as well. Siren is going to get shocked. And this is slowly but surely becoming a game where BetBoom can hang. Cash low for Sinners as well. As they're a player down, that nade touches nobody. Who's going to be standing in the molly? Maybe a bit of a miss there. B-Stick does hear a lot of information, but that information is another one of your teammates has gone down. He tries to isolate this fight on second vent. Siren is just better, and the double swing comes in. Siren with a huge round, the longest tenure on the side of BetBoom. He joined, I believe, a year and a half ago, and since then has been just an integral piece. One of those players that's like an anchor player that you can just depend on, that when time strikes and you really need somebody to step up, he will. So we get another funny number, and we can get attack pause from Sinners.
Yeah, no, Siren's been on the team. Siren's actually been on the team for 2 years and 2 months now. He has the longest tenure. Dorte is also there, but he's on the bench of BetBoom. Dorte and Siren joined the team at the same time. Diladez and Art Frost have been on the team for about 2 months. Boomage has been here for 9 months. And Magnoyez has been here for a year and 6 months. So a lot of these guys kind of fresh. I didn't realize that Art Frost and Diladez joining was actually, that recent, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
You were saying that it was in July, which was really surprising to me because I feel like they've been on this team for a lot longer than that, but I guess not. It is just the Glocks here for Sinners. This round, again, shouldn't be too crazy. It should be BetBoom to find double digits. Sinners will look to bring the rifles out in the next round, but as we know, there's always a chance, always a weird possibility that pistols are able to come away with something a little crazy. Kisserek, yikes. You had your timing. You missed it, unfortunately. Magnoyez finds that kill. This nade from Diladez should do a good bit of damage. It will. Down Peppo as well. Not much should be able to be done. Diladez will easily push back that ramp push, and it's just stressing. Eagle. Maybe a kill. No.
Okay, and we're all tied up, 10 to 11. This really feels like whatever can happen will happen. Whenever a team reaches double digits, I'm just like, all stats, all strats, well, not maybe strats, but like a lot of things are out of the window. It's not no more, oh, it's CT-sided. It's anyone-sided. Whoever wants it takes it. It's momentum-based. There's so many different pieces. Yeah, I think BetBoom might be trying to push this to overtime. Hell, they might be trying to close out 13 to 11. That's for sure the goal, and Arfros takes them 1 kill closer to it. It's a great opener, relocates to an angle that is difficult to clear, not exactly something you pre-aim. In the meanwhile, Dilladez gotta be careful. That's info. Smoke one open, and Magnius finds another. This is Sinner's last economy, man. They've lost 2 rifles without an answer. Stressarm tries to change that with the refrag through the smoke.
There we
That's
go.
quick from Peppo. That's the ace site now. They can attempt to take it. There's 1 down, 1 up. Boomage gets another. Dilladez overwhelmed, and Artfrost gets another. A shock in a 1v2. Bomb dropped on site, and they should have a good idea where he is. Arfrost in heaven, but they've actually let him pick up the bomb. He's just going to go B.
Reading this, though. They're reading this. They're already rotating into ramp. They know that he's going to try for this B hit, so he'll get the bomb down here, but they'll know.
Open.
No, but they should know as soon as the bomb goes down. Maybe not.
No,
does look like they're moving towards A. No, they've got it. Yeah, Boomage has made the right read.
It's enough time to relocate, though. At least he can get out of sight.
Yeah, this is huge. Jacques been able to go into double doors and now sets himself up just outside of the control room. This is crazy. If he's able to isolate these 1v1s, there is a real shot at this. Don't want to give them the double swing. Don't want to give them the chance for the refrag. We'll turn away. Artfrost, 2 eyes, though. Never a chance there for Shock. Boomage able to hit the defuse, tie it up 11-11. As you said, Sinners economy not in the right spot for a buy, and I think they need to play for overtime. It should just be going for a little half investment here.
That's so crazy. Arfrost did everything in that round. Like, he actually hasn't maybe performed up to my expectations, but a lot of times it doesn't matter if you have 11 kills. What matters is that you get that 1 impact round, and that was impact defined. You know, he gets the opening, and then he gets the closer kill. So, the round starts and ends with Arfrost, and this is going to be the equalizer, putting Sinners on just the Tech 9s, the 2k buy. All they can do is try to go fast. Sometimes this is the way you overwhelm, though. I want to go down towards ramp, but a good position from Dilladez. That's the first, and now they should have a very clear idea. Your best hope is that maybe you can kind of jump out and literally get a jump on Arfrost. But they don't even want to consider that. Instead, setting up for the A execute. Resmoke comes in. And it's, I know these moments, man. This is like waiting for your doom. So might feel like it. Very slow scenes here. Sinners hoping that maybe a pick is given to them, that maybe one of the Bedboom players over-aggress, but that's just not going to be a thing. They know better than to do that, so down the secret they go. Dillard is on the other side. They might meet the same fate. Hell, this is 20 seconds left, and they still haven't decided. I guess it will be A then. Let's see. Flashes come through. AK punishes, but doesn't finish things off. And now they're getting overwhelmed a little. Siren, but Peppo with the refrag. Unfortunately, B-Stick gets dropped by a mortar from the sky, leaving just Peppo with a chance to isolate the duel, but ultimately no time. That will be Bedboom. Come on, Artfrost. Don't do that. That's worse than shooting the body. He shoots the first and just looks at his prey right in the eyes.
It is Bedboom with a very nice recovery. This looked a little scary for a moment. Sinners, with Mirage coming up next, a map that they're very much favored in. You know, this would have been a very scary loss for Bedboom. They've had to go to Sinners map and fight on their back foot for just survival, you know, to take it to a map 3, but instead they've been able to recover this. It's not over yet. Still a chance for overtime. The way Bedboom have been looking recently, I don't know. Sinners have just lost a lot of that fire that they seem to have coming out into this first half with, and they've already lost the first player. Magno, again, is taken down low, but that first pick is given over.
That's a big problem for Sinners. They have not yet converted the T-side round where they lose the opening pick. Sure, Magnius is low, but at this point, I don't even know what they can call. I don't think playing for picks works. They kind of need to get those refrags in. At the same time, that means you have to commit to a strat, commit to a decision, and so far Sinners kind of like playing reactive on the T side, so it kind of goes up against their playstyle. Stressarn just wants a solo lurk through the smoke. That's insane. That's so crazy. If there was somebody on the other side, he's immediately dead. Might come as a surprise, but at least gets the info. But Boomich is just in such a tough spot. Nobody is going to clear this. Boomich,
Oh,
though,
yikes.
misses. Oh, the Sinners. They've almost done it. It's just Arfrost and Dillides. But Dillides finds another, a 2v2, a 1v2 now. Stressarn on 1 HP has to do it all. His team has fallen. He has found the timing, though, and he will finish off Arfrost. A 1 HP clutch to keep Sinners in this one. The Molly might finish him off. Has to be careful. It doesn't touch him. Reload on site. Dillides knows he's stuck there. Will try to isolate this fight. Doesn't pick up the op either. Flash comes through. Stressarn lurks towards Hot, and he has made his escape. The Houdini is gone. Goes for the backstab. Oh, this is so good.
God. Yeah, Dillides just taking too much time. No way.
We go to overtime.
Way. No way. He just keeps walking. Just continues. That flash. I can't even believe Dillides doesn't even question if he's gone out towards Hut or not. He doesn't even think about it. Literally just is like, yeah, no, he's behind the site. I know he's here. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I don't know, man. That is crazy. This is a crazy way for this one to go to OT.
Yeah. I mean, that was a
1
2v4
HP
to start with. What's crazy is that they got 3 kills in a row from that 2v4, and then Stressarn just does that. One of the newer additions to this lineup as well. Yeah, on 1 HP. Doesn't take a single point of damage, man. Insane. Well, that certainly complicates things.
Yeah.
And I think that probably changes the momentum completely as well, because Bad Boom are on fire, right? They're feeling that they've closed this one out. There's probably a call like, he's dinged. Instead, well, oh boy, not like that, Arfrost. That wasn't even a fast peek. They slowly walked into it, and he still missed. Yeah, I think the momentum has completely shifted, and Sinners are looking to take what's theirs, regain that lead that they had in that second half. Dillides will find one at least, but he escapes. Beastic has the info, though. He is rather valuable. It's not like Dillides is trying to hide where he is, though, making a lot of footsteps. Boombitch is... Where is he? He's on B... He's kind of towards Vents. Okay. Well, if they just go rampant plan, Boombitch can't deny this, and that could be a player disadvantage retake attempted. He relocates. Such a good timing for him. He hasn't peaked here from control yet, so they're probably not going to be expecting him there now. Here's the plan go down. We'll wait for his team. Look at that from Peppo, though, and he is not going to miss like that. Oh, Boombitch still finds one. They were not expecting him there, indeed. Peppo now has to quickly rotate. Siren is still up in Vents. So Boombitch is looking for Peppo. He knows he has to come from somewhere here. Well, he comes in, and Kisarek finds Siren. So as good as Boombitch has been, that's a 1v4. Now turned into a 1v2 for him.
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to be able to get this. We saw a big whip from him in an OT. Down he goes, yeah. Saw a big whip from him that actually put Sinners into this OT position, and it kind of feels like he's lost a lot of that fire. Again, going into that second half, Boomage was on top of his game. 94 ADR was at the top of the server, and now he's kind of dropped. He's behind Dillides. He's still, playing a little bit better than these other guys on Bet Boom. Magno, yes, is struggling. Siren is struggling. Art Frost is struggling as well. I mean, we saw that just whiff of an op shot from him in that last round. And as you said, Bet Boom were kind of feeling a little bit fired up, right? They were feeling like they were going to be able to close this one out pretty easy. But going into OT, I don't know, man. The momentum is probably just absolutely wrecked right now.
Yeah.
If Bet Boom can get back into it.
I mean, the way how they lose is also, so unlucky in a sense. The 1v2 where Stressarn is on 1 HP, and I think they actually see his HP after the round ends as well, right? Yeah, so that tilts you, and like the way how he wins it out is like the first is just a very nice timing in a sense where Arfrost is not looking, and then the perfect timing to go to hot. Literally the 1 second the CT was not looking and like checking that line, he escapes to hot. It is a tilter. That being said, Sinners were up, what was it, 11-6, I believe? And Bedboom still came back, so I wouldn't actually put them down. Oh my god, look at that. Shock, dude. It's gonna be a free kill for that. That could be it's gonna be the double! Not only the one, Siren turns. Arfrost finds another. I can't believe there's a player advantage now for Bedboom. It seemed like a shut and open case for Sinners taking the 14th. Instead, Magnus finds another, and it's Stressarn. He's done this one before, but this time Arfrost is looking the right way. 13-13, we're all equaled up. And I don't think Bedboom are anywhere close to just being eliminated like that. Sure, it's a poor mistake, bad timing that gets them here. Boombitch, man, he has won a major. You think he cares about? You think he cares about like? Well, he should care, but I think he has definitely dealt with bigger stress. If you know what I mean?
Yeah. Definitely had a lot more stressful tasks on his plate before. This is probably not something that stresses him out too much.
What?
Good trade from Dilladez. It's kind of crazy that they just run through that.
Yeah.
There must have been there must be some kind of information, right? Wow. Look at this AK, by the way. Those are Mouse Sports Katowice 2014 stickers, the expensive ones, on a default AK. That's kind of crazy. Absolutely not. But
And probably
Yeah, no,
crafted that
Bedboom-
when he was like 15 years old.
yeah, when they were like $15 a sticker.
And they were like 3 cents. The capsules were 25 cents.
Really?
Now they're 10k.
Lord, bro.
Oh, whoa. What was that? I don't know how Boomich actually goes down there. That equalizes the playing field for sure. I don't know why you even pushed there. I guess for information, but it's like you have player advantage. Look out this fight though. Dilladez finds Kisserek. That's so weird, but Bedboom have the information that's most likely not B, or maybe it is. Sinners are faking me out, man. It's just chaos. It's pure chaos in this round, but they choose to try and hunt down Dilladez, who information is low. That molly is going to be not touching him. They still clear him. Drive-by headshot, bad timing, jumps on the ledge, can't find him. It's a Deagle 1v2. Peppo on the op, they try to swing in. The flash is good, and so is Siren's shot. Bedboom do recover and put 14 on the board. Tilted or not, they still have a job to finish.
There's back on the CT side. It wasn't their strongest of sides. I guess technically because we're in OT, both of their sides were I guess okay, but you know their T side definitely felt a little bit better, right? You know their T side they felt stronger. I guess it was really just those opening rounds that kind of made it feel that way. Towards the end of things, they did fall off quite a bit. Boom, do have the lead, so 2 rounds needed to go ahead and close this out. We're back in CSGO now. It's 1st to 16.
That's a cool way to put it, yeah. Oh, look at this, man. What a boost from Arfrost. Nice to spot somebody peeking in secret. Bedboom with a rather heavy outside lean. And Sinners with a rather heavy side lead. Well, they're kind of playing the default, although there's Kisserek trying to go for the swing. Boomich punishes through the smoke. It's just Peppo who finds one. And down the chute, down towards secret they go. Not making any secret of this move, but Sinners have not pulled the rotation just yet. There's a player Ram, but he's kind of worried that there's somebody coming from lobby. Indeed, there is a possibility of a Siren lurking in the shadows, and they're on site. There is a player double doors. How do you want to play this? Shock with the picked up op, double ops. 1 for each. We'll equalize this to a 3v3. Oh, gun barrel.
Yeah, I think he saw it last second. I don't
know. Well, hyper focused on one. Stressarn is allowed to activate. Shock gets another. This was a 5v3. Turns into a 0v3. Bedboom. Drop the ball on that one. Just get picked apart one by one.
Oh my god.
That's crazy. It's insane
These
like
ra-
how these
Yeah.
rounds are just so one-sided, but then it's back and forth. You know what I mean?
It just doesn't make any sense there. They slow things down so much that it gives Sinners a chance. Like I feel like if they had kept their pace up, if they had just kept pushing forward, gotten that bomb down, went back into post plant position, they would have been fine. They just waited too damn long. I don't know what the call is there. It doesn't matter. It still ends up being a Sinners 14th round. Art Frost with an opening.
Oh, Siren finds another. There is
3v5
telling
again,
where
though.
this goes. Yeah, I know. This time, surely you convert. Surely you don't lose this one. This is a little bit low. I like that Peppo still has an aggressive positioning here, so should get the kill, and at least he gets some information. Kisrek is well aware of them being in lobby as well. In the meanwhile, there's one piece that's missing from that lobby hold, and that's Magnus making his way down towards Secret. Oh man, they walk into the op, but Peppo misses. It's just now Kisrek on the site, and they have so much time to figure out where they want to take this, right?
Plenty of time left on the clock, yeah,
Where do
to
they wanna
try and
take this?
readjust. I think they've decided
That's
on ramp.
my
It looks
question.
like it. Yeah, it looks like it. They were kind of questioning it for a moment. They will walk into ramp. Shock is here to respond. First shot is his. He spots another up close. Dodges the flash, but not ready for the boost up from Art Frost and Kisarek. 1v4, then he should have no business winning. He should give it a shot. Plenty of money on the board. No reason not to go for this. And down they come on to B. Molotov. Too deep to burn him out, so they won't know that he's here yet. Should have the first. He won't even kill Magna yet. He'll take down Art Frost, and suddenly...
Wait.
Why?
Okay.
What?
I respect the balls on that, man. I respect the bravery
I
to
mean,
just...
maybe with the
Why not?
smoke.
Pros
but
don't fake. Pros
He was
don't
fully...
fake, my friend.
No! No! Maybe with the smoke, I understand the stick there, but there's no way you just, in the middle of the open, in a 1v3, you're like, yeah, I'm sticking this bomb, bro. There's no way. Oh my gosh. All right, so it's a bet boom map win. We're overtime 2.
Kind of like that's not the way to think about it, but it should have been 16-13 if they didn't lose that first 3v5.
Yeah.
5v3 rather.
Should be done.
Granted, probably this round, the previous round would not have happened then. The butterfly effect is definitely real. Still, round advantage. This time they go slower. Sinners just trying to go for that default hold. They're super worried about Hot. Stressor and then one more are holding it. O'Malley, now they know. And the push comes through. Magnus finds the first. Stressor and push back to heaven, but that allows Beastick to activate. As he gets one, they want to plant the bomb, but just worried there's too many nearby. Magnus will find another one, and that's a player advantage now. The Util coming in towards heaven. They know they have to push out. Dillada's Shock on the kill feed. It's just Shock in the 1v2. How does he piece it together?
Ladez is low, 22 HP from the back of the site. There's definitely an opportunity. I don't see a kit. There's no utility as well, so it's just pure gunfight from this point out. Shock. What have you got left in the tank? He's just waiting. Waiting for doubt to seep in, waiting for them to find another way, but they don't. Dilladez able to find that kill. Shock goes down. 16-14. Bet boom and take their map choice of Nuke. It's map number 1. We'll take a look at the scoreboard. Dilladez, the map star player, the MVP. But Stressor on the other side was trying to drag Sinners, kicking and screaming across the finish line as well.
Yeah, it's crazy how well everyone on the side of Bet Boom played. We are going to award the MVP to Dilladez. But honestly, like, you could pick any of the names on that lineup of Bet Boom and go, yeah, they had their impact rounds. It depends, you know, which round you want to kind of add more weight to. Amazing performance by Bet Boom. I think they deserved the win, especially after they came back from being 6-11 down on the CT side. That being said, I think there is still a lot of juice to be squeezed out of this best of three because Nuke is a super tactical map. Nuke is a map where Boombitch will shine just because his strats are actually that good. But next up, we have two of the puggiest maps ever. What do you think is going to go down on Mirage and possibly Dust?
I think a lot of it's going to be kind of be on to these oppers. We saw Art Frost, who was struggling to find a lot of impact on Nuke. We also saw Peppo, who was hitting his shots from time to time, but also kind of struggled to find some impact. So it's really going to come down to these two players, right? The Opper's Paradise, Mirage and Dust 2 are 100% op heavy maps. So we'll see if they can get into this one or not. But yeah, we've got a little bit of break coming up before we get into that Mirage. It's Sinner's map pick, and if they want to stay alive in this grand final, they've got to take it. They've got to win it and push us to a Dust 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, as always, go grab yourself a snack, a drink of water, use the bathroom, do what you got to do, but be right back here for map number 2. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you guys. And this should be a little bit better story for Sinners. Again, Nuke was a map that I really felt like they're, closing up towards the end. I felt like they had what they needed to take it. They were up on the momentum. They opened up into that second half very, very strong, and then Bet Boom able to come back. They were able to bring it into OT. Bet Boom had they did have the map point, but we were able to get an OT, but then Bet Boom kind of just ran away with it there at the end. So an unfortunate way for that to end for a Sinners that looked really, really good. But we move on to Mirage. It's their stronger map, and for Bet Boom, statistically speaking, one of their worst maps. So maybe, maybe Sinners are able to bring this to a 1-1, and maybe we do get Dust 2.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a completely different story, right? Because Nuke is super strategical, Nuke is super tactical, and then you arrive on 1 and possibly 2 aim maps. And normally you'd say, well, the team with the stronger aim is this, and therefore they should do better. I don't actually know who had the stronger aim. I think both sides popped off. I think Bedboom were more consistent in terms of all of their players performing individually. But then Sinners just had some insane multi-kill rounds pulled off as well.
Yeah. Very interesting pistol round. You talking about me? Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I'm freaking out. Chat, I'm tweaking. It's all right. We're good. We're good to go. The pistol round's coming through. Bet Boom looking a little worse for wear, and they are. Stressor and able to double up. And a nice opening round for the Sinners. They are able to make this T side round work. Start off pretty strong. Bet Boom not able to do much there. They will. It looks like they still want to try and invest into this a little. Deagle buy, some MP9s, a scout maybe if we're lucky. Yeah, we do get that scout on Art Frost, so it is going to be this force investment. 2 MP9s, a 5.7, a Deagle, scout, a medley of weapons across the board. Wait. Mid, they go. This is interesting round. If Bet Boom can find themselves in the right spots, this is one that might go their way. Mirage is also another map where sometimes these lower buys to their advantage.
A minute already run down the clock, and Bedboom have forced once again. Sinners are now 3 for 3 in the pistols. I'm sure they don't want to be 3 for 3 in losing the consecutive force buy. Oh, that is a peek and a half from B-Stick. Magnus will want to activate the MP9 now. Gotta be careful though, long range. He does get stress arm. It's only stress arm. Shock will get the refrag in. That's a 3v4 now. I think with the buy you have, you really have to consider that you want to go for the retake. Your other option, really, is to just go for the save. Otherwise, just USPs for next round. At least you bring in an MP9, a scout. But look at this timing, man. The timing is insane. Kisrig's not checking it. Boombitch runs him down. That's an AK now retrieved. But look how far away the CD players are. There's no kit either. Oh, they spot another one for free. Boombitch has so much information trying to isolate the fight. Can't do it. And that should be it. Although Siren switches out for the better weaponry. Off they go to save. No kit, no nothing. Seemed like a round where maybe Bedboom got a lot of lucky chances. The Boombitch first frag. Then he gets that extra info. But the pieces of the puzzle just not sticking together well enough to really attempt this. So Sinners now 3 for 3 in the pistols, 3 for 3 in terms of converting the consecutive round when Bedboom have forced all of those times.
We're able to get away with an AK. Art Frost keeps his scout as well. Still a pretty competitive buy here.
Very slow once again. We're 20 seconds down the clock, and now they try to explode. Shock is fully flashed. How is he still alive? Finally, Magnius finds him. But that's actually a rather low buy now. Finding the opening pick. That would love to retrieve the AK. Unfortunately, it isn't short. And Peppo is trying to explore some possibilities towards that B side, towards which Bedboom, in fact, are sending reinforcements. Siren finds another with the saved AK, and that's Sinners struggling in the third round. So far, this hasn't really been a Achilles heel for them, the USPs and a hero rifle, but a 3v5 with Stress Arm low and not too much time to go for this execute is getting problematic. 2 on the B side, 1 short, Arfrost holding the window. The 2 T short players arrive. Walk out of this. Oh, that's a sick shot from Arfrost, dude.
No.
Punches it right in.
Oh, no. Stresser goes down as well.
Flawless?
Oh, yeah. A flawless anti-buy round would be crazy. Again, remember, they had an AK and a scout coming into this. Magno, yes, has done the heavy lifting with that deagle. He's gotten away with 2. Sinners. This isn't the best way to start your map pick. Sure, you won the pistol and the conversion, but then on a round that you should have been guaranteed to win, you come away with nothing but an AK that Peppo's going to be able to save in the next round. That is devastating to the economy.
Yeah, that was your chance to get 3 rounds on T-side Mirage. Which, I don't know what you think about this. I think Mirage has been super CD-sided recently, like almost mirroring that of Nuke or even Overpass. More like in Tier 1 though. I mean, famously that Mongols come back against Aurora when Aurora were up 11-1 on the CD side. I know it's definitely an outlier.
Possible, though. It is possible. Anything's possible. It's Counter-Strike. Sinners can try and work this lower economy to their advantage, just as Betboom did in the last round. Peppo without Art Frost towards Connector, but it's problematic. There is a big mid-hold, and yeah, Dilladaz able to find the first. Good trade from Stresser. There's no one to trade the Connector player, no one to take down the Cat player either, so they've gone 1 for 1. AK carried over, picked up by Kisserek, still in the round. Stick playing with fire there. Magnoyez taken down very low, but not finished off. And has made his way into Nest.
Nice shot. Crispy from Arfrost. They're triple heavy towards B though. That's so weird. Boombitch does his job there. Had to get that kill. That could have been an open A side. Instead it's Kisserek. Caught on a bad timing by Boombitch. Bomb dropped and yeah, Boombitch does it all, man. He calls, he frags. He pushes his team to overtimes that they then win. Bedboom are just so difficult to take down. They have so many different pieces that are working.
And it will just be this eco coming through for the Sinners. It's 4 Glocks across the board. No investment at all. A little Astralis
Look at
tap.
this though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Dilladaz. Come on, peek. Ah, yeah.
Nah, he's been shot. He wants nothing to do with that one now.
See, the problem with the Astralis stack is that it maybe worked when Astralis first did it. Now you see like 2 legs there boosted on top of each other. Yep, that's Astralis stack. Just don't go there. Throw in a nade for good measure. Actually, it doesn't touch either of the players, but Could have been sick. And at this point, it's like, well, you're walking right into the meat grinder. Everyone is around. That is a 2-second round from start to finish, really. From the first bullet fire that connects till its conclusion. Bedboom take the lead 3-2. I think that's really getting into the danger territory for Sinners. I think they also were really hoping to convert Nuke. I mean, who wouldn't when you're up 11-6? And things just don't go their way, man. They did push overtime, but that was 11-6 turning into 11-12 where they had to fight back. Push out towards middle, Shock on the other side. He blows open window. I like this from Bedboom. They swing from each side. B-stick good for one. He's down the smoke towards window. I don't even know what Sinner's default here. Like, they try to take mid a lot of times. But then that next step is kind of up in the air. They've gone trade for trade. Theoretically, that helps the T's, right? A 5v5 is more difficult for the T side than a 1v1. 4v4 though. And Bedboom really, I think this might be Boombitch just analyzing a lot of demos and calling a heavy lean towards B. Last round they had 3 from 4 alive, now they have 2, which is kind of uncharacteristic. But look how much space Boombitch has cleared. There's no wonder it's a heavy B lean. I mean, they have info that it's not Palace. Boombitch doesn't hear anything in ramp either. This will be so well prepared for Bedboom. Once that smoke fades, Peppo will find Boombitch. That's a big pick, but it's on the complete other side of things. You have 30 seconds left. Do you really want to rotate? With how far up Boombitch was, I think Sinners are very much aware that the rotations could be heavy towards B. It actually puts Bedboom in a bit of a predicament. Where do they want to go? How do they want to call this? A side is open for the time being with 20 left. I think that's exactly where Sinners are heading.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably going to be a round loss here. Stressern does go down, leaves us in a 3-on-3, but the bomb is going to go down on A, and this is a little problematic. We do have a kid on Siren, but Magnus is down to just 12 HP. They need to kill very quickly. Art Frost makes his way into jungle. Gets the first up. Able to find the first. Peppo, not swinging. Yeah, this is a little crazy from him. Maybe he's able to get this trade on Art Frost. But if he doesn't, this has been a big misplay. Art Frost spots him out. Yeah, it's bad. From bad to worse. B-Stick now 1v3. Able to find the first on the Magno. Yes, that was the low player. Can he bail his team out of a rough situation? He tries, but there's just enough time with that kit. Art Frost, no problem. Ice in his veins takes after the second part of his name, and it is 4-2.
Wow.
Can't believe Peppo doesn't refrag there. Like, genuinely.
Yeah. I think the idea was that, like, if he doesn't swing, they won't clear it. But Arfrost did clear it, and on top of that, it's like, even though, like, that's maybe a play you can make, like, it's just better to I don't know, Peppo kind of misplays that. Not sure what happened in the voice comms, but you can see what happened on the server. That was Sinners having a really big round they could convert. Having a round where Boombitch was eliminated, so they had literally an open bomb site. And instead, this happens. 4 for Bedboom, a shell shock for Sinners. And now they try to just execute on A as fast as possible. Flash pops through. Oh, they're full flash, but they haven't cleared that near wall position, so Boombitch is just able to activate. B-Stick accounts for it. This is the low buy after all. They push through the smoke and they overwhelm Arfrost. Up now, picked up. Oh, but Dillard is... What is happening, man? That 3v4 turns into a 3v0 in a matter of a second. The team play is so good there. They picked the perfect timing to peek, and they all know what they're clearing. All of the angles are accounted for, and the pistols get overwhelmed. As soon as that bomb is tapped in, they know they have a momentarily one-player shortage on the side of Sinners.
Yeah, I like that a lot from Bedboom. They don't let Sinners get settled in, right? They don't let them, get the bomb down and get in a post-plant position. They try and fight while they know that they're planning, while they know that they're getting set up and ready to get in the post-plant. And so they catch them off guard. It's a very nice push from Bedboom at a really nice time. It puts them up 5-2. The guns are back out for Sinners now. Peppo on that AWP, AKs in hand. Kisserek, the first to fall. He can kiss his life goodbye. Nice from B-Stick. No refrag from Art Frost. And that leaves us in a 4-on-4.
Oh, Siren and Dillades arrive. And it seems like Bad Boom are just taking turns now, like who wants to deliver the punishment, you know? That's really how it is. I think they feel so energized after that nuke overtime push and that nuke win that once they arrive on Mirage, it almost feels like there's no contest. Sure, Bad Boom came back twice, but can Sinners do the same? This should have been 3-0 for them, by the way. Remember, they lost to a USP and a Deagle, and since then, it just a series of unfortunate events. From bad to worse. Possibly the 6th now on the board for Bad Boom. And Sinners are even struggling with their money. Everything going wrong for them. Peppo in a 1v3. Can he redeem himself? 30 seconds left. Oh, timing. And he's spotted. And at this point, you don't have to push him. You don't. You gotta wait out 20 seconds. That's a round win. Bad Boom know exactly the task at hand. Man, this is rough for the Sinners. With how good they've been recently, right? With winning the Slovak National Championships 3-1 against Dynamo Eklat, with pushing finals, which many of them didn't expect even to be in, but honestly, they deserved it wholeheartedly. They were better than Ecstatic and Partizan that they beat. This is just crazy. Nuke was close. This is starting to be really one-sided. I'm kind of waiting for a attack pause. I don't know why there hasn't been one.
Yeah, we've kind of been talking about how good Bet Boom have looked today, but I really want to kind of bring up, it kind of feels like right now that Sinners are losing to themselves. We've seen them in a lot of advantage situation. We've seen them in really, really good post-plant spots. We've seen them in situations where they should be winning, where they should be trading each other and refragging, but they're just not. Like, things are just not going right over in the Sinners camp. And I think you're right. It's time for attack pause. Like, something needs to be talked about. Like, you need to start putting rounds on the board. It's 6-2. You can't let Bet Boom get too far ahead of you. You need to be able to put up a fight here on the T side. Like, obviously, you know, getting on your CT side, things will feel a little bit better, but this utility, Bet Boom have actually cleared out this top mid. They know that no one is towards boxes or towards fridge, and the only place someone can beat Stresser is. They are still curious about it, despite the Molotovs. Magna Yes swings in, finds Stresser, but can't find the kill. Stresser takes him down. A good opening pick. Due to the patience of Sinners, it looks like they've changed tactic. Decided to slow things down.
It's a player advantage for Sinners. Would be a very nice entry back in the game. Again, it's T-side Mirage. You get 3 rounds on a pistol, you're good. You get 4 on a pistol, hey man, you might even actually be the leader at that point in terms of the odds. So, I know the score looks bad. I know the rounds haven't been the strongest, but all they really need to do is convert this round, and we're on. And the game is back on. That being said, Bet Boom once again sending a lot of their players towards B. Multiple times they've had a rather strong lean towards that site. Arfrost is going to catch one. Molly burns but doesn't finish, and that's the bomb dropped by Arfrost. Oh, he goes for the triple. Peppo refrags, and it's even a 1v2. Dude, Arfrost, what?
God! He's all you need, man! What? 12-2! Bro, we said it, right? Last map, he didn't have that impact, but here on this map, good lord, he's all they need! Holds down B by himself, the ace on the AWP. That's a clip for sure. Good God. 7-2 now. As you said, if Sinners had won that round, the game's back on. But now they're on an eco. It's 7-2. It's almost guaranteed to be an 8 for Bet Boom. And what do you do if you're Sinners? Why are we not calling timeouts? Why are we not taking breaks to talk about things? This round, this map is slipping away from you. In this series as well, they're going to try with a fast B hit. Siren, up close and personal, though, with a double. Yeah, he's gone. Down goes Shock as well. B-Stick with a double, but it's all he's got. Maybe something for Peppo here. Able to find the first on the Art Frost. AWP in his hands, and maybe a chance. Slow things down.
Yeah, I think he spotted Dillades, but they should know exactly where he's off to. These lines are being held by Dillades, shot missed, and he's not ready for Kitchen, so Boombitch arrives and strikes. That's 8 now for Bet Boom. Although 3 or even 4 on T side is gonna be enough, this is starting to look really one-sided. Sinners, I don't know what's happening with attack pause, but yeah, they need at least one more round in this first half. 10-2 is just gonna get you nowhere. I saw the chat say that we were glazing Bedboom. Well, yeah, they're playing really well. I don't know if pointing out that somebody's playing well is glazing, but I mean, they have been on a really good run. Same can actually be said for Sinners. I'm just kind of hoping and wishing that we would see more of it. I'm all for seeing Dust here. I think, you know, one-sided finals are always boring.
Yeah,
but
they are. I mean,
what if one team
Galaxy,
is just better today?
The Galaxy Battle Finals yesterday was a snooze fest. The Paravision won 3-0, and it was just, you know, there was really nothing to talk. Like, you know, nobody wants to see a true one-sided battle. You know, I think a lot of the misconception comes in, like, when you're a fan and you hear, like, you know, like if you're watching a sports team, like let's say you're watching a football match and, you know, I don't know, Barcelona versus Bayern. You know, if you're a Barcelona fan, right, you're not going to be happy with the announcer sitting here and glazing Bayern Munich for the entirety of the game. But if Bayern Munich are just playing lights out, that's all you're going to get. So, you know, it's just one of those things. It's nature of the game, sadly.
Oh.
Are into a 4-4. Magno, yes, has found Stressor and Peppo. Finds Boomage as well, though. So we're kept even. Lots of damage done. Shock on 5 HP. Art Frost on 28. A very even 3-on-3. A good smoke. Gives Magno Yes a little bit of time to reposition, but he's found out by Shock, and that's the A-bomb site you would think is open for business, but Siren can hold this down! A double! He doesn't spot out that second kill, but it won't matter. He gets it anyways. Art Frost able to close it out. Betboom up to a 9th. 1 round left in the half. Sinners, what is going on? Oh, Betboom are just playing so much better right now.
Yeah, third round, if that could be secured by Sinners in this first half, I would still believe. I would still entertain the possibility if they can maybe win the pistol. You know, it's possible. Very low util on their side though. They're looking to head quickly towards A as the util starts to come out. Stressor is good for 1. Boomage there with the refrag. Magnus is there as well. And the setups are just too strong, although fully flashed. Yeah, they take down the under player, but it's just Peppo left alive in the 1v3 again. Finds the first, getting spammed through the smoke. Can't exactly find the refrag, and he's trying to tuck away, but Dilla strikes through the smoke. Wow. Not much to add to that, is there?
Not really at all. I mean, Sinners just haven't played well at all this map. There's nothing else to say about it. Normally a good team. They did a great job to get here. Can't even, you know, understate that. They, you know, beat Ecstatic with a sub on that third map. It looked really good coming into this one, but it's 10-2, you know, and there's not really much you can say about Sinners here. They need this pistol round. If they can't take it, then it's just brutal.
They are
I'm a
3
big
for
fan
3
of
in
this team.
pistols.
They are 3 for 3. They can 4 for 4.
Yeah, I think maybe this is a way how to bounce back. They've been... Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go. I'm a big Peppo guy. Like, I genuinely enjoy watching Peppo play Counter-Strike.
Oh.
When he's on his game, Kisserek.
Player advantage, 2-player advantage.
There we go.
And something about those pistols, huh? Problem is, rifle rounds are not really going their way, but at this point you try to take it 1 round at a time, 1 kill at a time. This is Siren's idea here. He has found the first. Looking for 2 more towards connector and stairs. They know exactly where he is. This should be an open and shut case. 28 HP, gets in front, hits a headshot on B-Stick. Surely not, Siren, as he's going to get away on 14 HP. Kisserek on 4 and 11. This would be a great way how to redeem yourself when you're not having the best of games individually. But Siren is off. He's running towards B, and I think the steps are heard. Kisserek has a big decision ahead of him. Where does he want to take this? Seems like he is just going to slowly rotate to B, so seems to be aware of the play. We're looking at a 1v1 post plan. Siren low, though. This comes down to how much time he has to relocate. He's just pinched on site. Oh, no way. No.
This is such a weird timing.
No.
Kisserek should be looking. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
That was just
He's able
too
to calm it
crazy
down.
of a play, man.
That's a good 3K from Kisserek. You know, he was 2 and 11 before this. He's able to put himself up to 5 now. It's still, you know, he's still not having a great game, neither is Shock or Stressor. But, right, that's a start. As we said, right, you know, it needed to be that pistol round win for there to be a chance at the comeback. And they opened it up with one. It's not going to be a good round coming in from Bet Boom. It should be a fourth for free.
Flashes come through, a big pop towards mid, and Bedboom trying to rush it down with the glizzies. Oh, that's a spot, and I've never really understood the strategy, you know? I think, like, you have the Glocks, right? Like, pro teams do this as well. Please, somebody in chat educate me. Why do you all go towards top mid? Like, that is one of the longest range fights there are on the entirety of the map, and I get the idea that you're trying to overwhelm, but there's also probably going to be one connector, one window, one short, so it feels like the gunfights just don't favor you. Something like a palace pop maybe could work out. That being said, I am not a coach. Just an idea. This is kind of stalled. They're just trapped towards top mid. Sinners know exactly what is going on. And they'll punish Siren. When the first Frost goes down as well. That leaves Dillides and Magna, yes? Oh,
Okay. Oh, no knife.
All right.
He was trying for it. He was trying for it. That'd have been funny. Still a fourth round for Sinners. Bet Boom will have the buyout. This is an important round for Sinners. Again, a must-win here, right? They have to keep this economy up and going. They can't afford to lose a round early on in this half. They need to keep this momentum, keep building it. Stop Bet Boom here. Continue a streak. Build your storyline. Take us to a map 3. No one wants a boring final.
Flash comes in, MP9 eliminated. Papo took way too much than got bargained for there. Kisrek at least gets the refrag, and now they try to accelerate on this A site. Smoke blown open, huge frag for Stressor, but Siren already ready to punish Connector, and he will. Refrag from Shock, and a 1v2 for Beastick. Now all of this unfolds so quickly that maybe Bedboom have missed the opportunity of a possible backstab. As Beastick arrives, it could be just a 1v1 if he can find one of these players off of a timing, but the longer he takes to arrive, more likely Bedboom are to consider this scenario. As already Dillides looking that direction. Timing though, and he does not hesitate. Gets the first. Knows about the second. Good nade.
Yeah.
He'll try to cross on. No kid though. Does he have a kid? I don't... Oh, he has a kid. Whoa, he's just gonna stick it. I think he's gonna stick it. Frost needs a kill right now. Can't get it. The Ninja Defuse 1v2 and Sinners. That's what keeps them in the game. 5 to 10, still a long way to go, but man, having 4 to 4 for pistols definitely has helped them tremendously, helped them to get to overtime on Nuke, helps them to try and bounce back in this game.
I know, if there was anyone on that team that you felt like could do it in that situation, it was Beastick. He's on 14 and 13. He's the one player for Sinners that is playing, you know, pretty well right now. Everyone else is struggling a little bit. Bet Boom. A bomb plant, so they've got enough money, and they look like they want to just take it towards B here. Gonna try and overwhelm Beastick as he's jump spotting. Be heard, seen in a minute. Know that he's here, so forward they come. Magno, yes, catches Beastick out, though, with that MAC-10. Stressor, you're called upon majorly, but you can only find the one. The trades are there. There's 4 players left alive, and what do you do if you're Sinners? You're kind of locked out of this. You don't want to give them another round, but do you have a choice? That's the question. I think you don't. I think you do. You have to back away and save. You don't have a choice. You lost too many players. Economy not in a good spot. So Bet Boom will find an 11th. Sinners live to fight another day. This is the right call. It's unfortunate how many rounds Bet Boom have on the board. This is the only call to make. Going for it would have been brutal.
Yeah, it is the smarter choice. An unfortunate one to make for sure. Bedboom exploiting the fact that they just have to convert a couple of rounds, so they just go for a fast B explode. If it doesn't work, you know, they still have some rounds to operate with. Instead, they find a weak link. And they punish that. This is... Oh man, this is, I believe, 0 rifle rounds converted well, the 1 rifle round converted by Sinners so far, right? Because they won both pistols, they won both consecutives. That really is the big problem. Just getting those rifles to activate. And it's so weird to me as well, because they did so much better against Ecstatic, and some might say, oh, Ecstatic is a worse team than Bedboom. Maybe, but they just looked I actually watched that best of 3 to kind of prepare for this one. They just looked so much better individually. I don't know where that has gone. Maybe the tiredness, because they are kind of playing these back-to-back. Either way, this is the round to win for Sinners. Otherwise, they are in some real deep water.
Sinners need this one. They can't afford to lose it. They need to go on a streak, need to tumbleweed, so to say. Build some success, build some momentum. Put yourself back into this, or this gets problematic. Bet boom. They only need a couple of rounds to go ahead and close this one out.
Look at this setup, though.
Stressor here early. Oh. Yikes. Goes down to Dilladesh. Shock with a trade, but immediately traded back from Magno Yez. Man disadvantage. B-Stick brought down low. A Molotov that'll force Kisserek forward. He's fighting tooth and nail for this one. Able to double up. Art Frost traded out by B-Stick as well. And Sinners trying to live to fight another day. It's all into Peppo. He's rotated into CT. Bet boom. Just Boomage left alive, and Peppo will close this one out. A beautiful shot there. Much needed to give Sinners life, hope. Great play from Kisserek there, the double, and then the trade for B-Stick on low HP. It's still early in the comeback, but it's happening. Sinners are starting to put the pen to the page. And maybe we've got a little life here on Mirage.
Yeah, this is the round to break the economy as well. You win this, you're up to 8-11. That's a pretty standard scoreline you see the CDs actually win out of, or at least push it to overtime. Big push towards mid. Kisserek gets one and gets away for free. Arfrost does not want to try and punish that. There's the possibility of somebody holding connector. Definitely help was there to assist any refrag attempts. So Bedboom a player down now. We'll try to send the players all around the map. Set up in different areas. CT smoke comes in towards connector, and I think we're off to a little bit of a standstill here as Boombitch trying to lead the charge, figure out where to call his team to go here. A minute left. It's a very heavy side defense here from the Sinners. 3 smokes come in.
Kisserek taken down very low. A dangerous game he's playing. The man advantage. Magno Yez will go up into that nest position. Looks like this is going to end up being this A fight. He's actually not into nest. He just sits outside on the boost waiting. See if somebody peeks into ladder room while the rest of his team starts to move up connector. They'll probably hop into nest as soon as distraction is made. Siren able to get that first. And in they come. Yeah, just as Kisserek turns his attention away. It's Magno Yez that strikes. Exactly as predicted. Shock alone on the site, but he goes down to Siren, had an opportunity. Opportunity missed. Peppo and B-Stick look to keep this team alive for just a little bit longer. Art Frost with a plan, and Peppo swaps to the AK. Down he goes. It's all on a B-Stick. A 1v2. But I don't think he's going to go for this. I think he's just called the save with the FAMAS in hands. No interest in this round, and Magno Yez will hear this. Hear him running away for dear life. I don't even think B-Stick's going to be allowed to save this. This is so painful. Art Frost is going to be ready for this position. B-Stick slowly walks in, but Art Frost holding it. At 12 on the board now, and Sinners. Eppo just doing everything he can that round. That solo swing, unfortunately, doesn't go his way. A 12th on the board for Bet Boom, and Sinners. Actually, a tactical pause by Bet Boom. Sinners not using any of them, actually.
Yeah, I don't get that, man. Like, why have we not seen a tac pause? What's happening there?
It's full tilt.
Well, they're one round away from winning the Proving Grounds. Their last big stint in Tier 1.5, Tier 2, Tier 3 event was getting to the finals of CCT. Unfortunately, they lost to Ruby, who nobody expected really to win. Sure, Ruby has been doing very good recently, but I think Bedboom were definitely the favorites. So this would be a great way how to actually redeem themselves, how to finally win what they were looking for, set themselves up really nicely. Winner mentality. This is what it comes down to, man. 4 pistols and an MP9. I mean, I'm the one to believe in comebacks, believe in unlikely scenarios, but this just seems too much. We need to see an opening pick from the Sinners here, otherwise it might be all over. And Bedboom, their signature style, playing it super slow, waiting for the other team to make a mistake. We'll see if the Triple Palace will be a mistake. They do drop down, nobody hears it, but if there was a ramp player, that would be a lot of information. Instead, Sinners want to send a lot of rotations towards that B site. The bomb is skewed to go towards B as well. Sinners for now have the call, but they kind of doubt themselves. They send the player back. This is just going to be a brawl, all-out brawl on the side. You have 2 pistols to stop this. Nobody else is really in position, and Boombich takes the first fight. He's looking for more. Magnus is going to deliver as well. One by one, the pieces fall. Stressarn still finding battles towards Ram. He does win it. Peppo comes in with the 5-7, but eliminated. It comes down to Kisrek and Stressarn with a retrieved AK-47 as the bomb goes down. Spotting the player Palace, knowing about Arfrost on side. The Deagle just has to connect, but Kisrek tagged down to 15. AK has to be it, has to be the answer. Stressarn has done it once, but another huge clutch up ahead of him. Confirms the position towards Apps is still correct, but you're smoked off. You have 20 seconds to go. Very little utility, and Arfrost gets the fight. It's just going to be the 1v3 where Bedboom reigns superior. Nuke is close, but Mirage is a statement. 13-6 victory. And they will be the Proving Grounds champions of the Season 5. We don't get a third map. Instead, we get domination from Bedboom.
Yeah, Art Frost MVP, I mean, it only makes sense. Like, we saw so much impact from him on that AWP. And again, we want to talk about, Bedboom were just doing a lot of things right. And Sinners, unfortunately, nothing was going their way. They were just losing too many gunfights, too many duels. And at the end of the day, you can play it as well as you want. You can play to your fundamentals, but you just can't stop that. I mean, that was absolutely disgusting from Art Frost, a 3 KD. I mean, there is no other way to put that. How brutal his performance was. And Bedboom take it 2-0. Again, Nuke was a little bit entertaining. We went to OT, but Mirage, I mean, Sinners had nothing to stand on that entire game.
Yeah, at least Nuke looked close. Here they had like 2 rifle rounds converted. We have to remember that on Mirage, they won both pistols. It was just a big problem when it came to, winning the rifle rounds. It is what it is. I don't blame them either. I think it's super difficult to... Man, I've cast, when I cast back-to-back best of threes, it's sometimes difficult in that last map. I can't imagine playing at this level when you just go through an overtime on second map against Ecstatic, then it's a 3-mapper, it's long, it's difficult, you finally do it, and then you take a 20-minute break and you have to play the finals. Definitely Bedboom had the advantage in terms of being more rested. In fact, they had the advantage of watching Nuke while Sinners were playing it against Ecstatic, so Boombich definitely able to spot some weak spots as well. I guess it's just the perfect storm for Bedboom, and finally they win something that they can really be proud of.
Yeah, and for Sinners, I mean, just we just saw that bracket there very briefly, but Sinners, their trek here was a treacherous journey. I mean, they beat 9. They just, beat Ecstatic. They beat teams that they were probably very heavy underdogs again. They beat 9 and Ecstatic back to back, which are both teams that were fighting for major spots here when they were in NA and at Fragadelphia, right? So Sinners, they did such a good job to get here, but just fell short in the end. And as a wise man once said, all good things must come to an end eventually. So, unfortunately, that is heartbreak for Sinners and Czech fans everywhere and anyone who's a fan of the team. But for Bet Boom fans, you are ecstatic. You are excited. It is a 2-0, and your team is on top. The Exhort Proving Grounds Grand Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure being your casters for the evening. Thank you, as always, for tuning in and hanging out with myself and Twist. As always, remember to hydrate, drink water, eat the right foods, go to the gym, and